Good morning, everybody. I'm going to call the public hearing into order here. I'm Rep. Chafee. I'm going to be covering for, sorry, I've got some. The co-chairs are in a different meeting right now, so I'm going to kick things off this morning. It is Wednesday, March 11th. We're going to have our public hearing. So I will call our first testifier up. Senator Looney present. I do not see him online. Second, we have Barry Knott. Number 3, we have Thomas Godot. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. We're going through our list very quickly here.
I would recall Barry.
Okay. Is he online? Sorry, I see that Barry is online. Can you hear me, Barry? Are you ready to testify?
All right, I just unmuted myself.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead when you're ready.
All right, good morning. Thank you for allowing me to make this presentation to you this morning. My name is Barry Knott. I am a lawyer in Stratford, and I am testifying today on behalf of the Success Village Apartments, for which I am a court-appointed receiver. Very quickly, I want to give you a brief history of the circumstances relating to Success Village Apartments. This is a 924 residential co-op complex which straddles the Bridgeport-Stratford town line. The property consists of 97 buildings. On October 15, 2024, Bridgeport and Stratford, the municipalities, applied for an emergency appointment of receiver. Financial burden to the towns per 8-266 would fall on the two municipalities if the residents at Success became unable to occupy their apartments, which was the circumstance here. Because November 15, 2023 through June of 2024, the residents had no hot water. No hot water between November 23 and June of 24. As of March 20th, 2024, the state building inspector ordered the 5 boilers servicing this complex to be shut down. Accordingly, since November of 23, there was no hot water at the complex, and since March of 24, there was no heat at the complex, notwithstanding the fact that 924 units housing approximately 2,500 people lived at the Success Village Apartments. Hearings were held in Bridgeport Superior Court before the Honorable Dale Radcliffe, judge, who appointed me receiver for this complex on September 24th, 2024. So I took over September 24, 2024. When I took over as receiver, there was approximately $10,000 on deposit in all of the bank accounts for Success Village, $10,000. Notwithstanding the fact that approximately $550,000 per month in rental and maintenance income came in to Success Village, $10,000 was in the bank when I took over. Bridgeport and Stratford, the two municipalities involved in the receivership litigation, lent me as receiver the sum of $650,000 in order that I may engage the services of an HVAC contractor to remedy the heat and hot water problem. The hot water problem was able to be resolved by November 1st, 2024, when continuous hot water was capable of being delivered to all of the units. And by November 15th, 2024, permanent heat was available to all of the units. So I was successful in getting heat and hot water back to everybody who lived there by the end of November, like 2 months after I was appointed receiver, which was great. You know, I thought that somebody say something.
Can you
please? Your time has expired. If you could summarize your statement, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was time. Approximately $6.5 million was disappeared over the 3 years the prior board of directors wasn't in charge. And at this point, I just got a $6 million loan from the Department of Housing. I was used that money to pay off all the outstanding taxes and WPCA charges to the two municipalities. However, there is interest owed on those taxes and WPCA fees. And the purpose of this raised bill that you are meeting on as I speak is to allow the two municipalities to waive the interest on these outstanding taxes. And
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony this morning. I see that we have a question online, Rep. Baker.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Attorney, no, thank you for coming and testifying on behalf of Success Village and what you do. How would this legislation help the Success Village once it's when the refund is applied? How will it help with financially?
well, when we got the $6 million loan, which closed like 2 weeks ago, in order to close that loan, they took a mortgage on all the property. In order to close that loan, I had to pay off all the outstanding taxes and liens to the two municipalities, which came to about $4.5 million. And of the $4.5 million, about $4 million was in taxes, and $500,000 was in interest on the taxes. So in order to close the loan, I had to pay approximately $500,000 to the two municipalities in interest. Normally, I would have asked these municipalities to waive the interest, and normally they would have. However, statutorily, the municipalities are not allowed to waive interest. And therefore, this bill is being submitted to you in order that you may allow these two municipalities to waive interest on the taxes that I just paid off. And assuming you, and I've already spoken to the two municipalities, both of which are willing to waive the interest. If you were to go along with this, I will use the refund that I get from the two municipalities to pay down an outstanding balance to the Southern Connecticut Gas Company. We owe them about $1 million.
Now, do you have any other outstanding debts that have to be paid? And then also another question too is that do you have a long-term strategy, a short-term strategy in terms of to take care of any of the health issues that are going on and to make the place habitable and to deal with some of the health issues like the hot water and some of the heat and other.
Yes. In addition to the $6 million loan that I just took out from the Department of Housing, we owe the gas company about $1 million, half of which will be remediated if this bill is passed. And then there's some small accounts payable that are still owed, totaling approximately $300,000. And then I put aside another $300,000 to pay for fire and building code violations that are currently outstanding, which I want to get remediated as soon as possible. So there's still money that needs to be spent, but at least I can handle the payments now. Whereas before, with interest on the taxes accruing at 18% per year, which is, 18% per year is a brutal interest obligation. We were on the verge of bankruptcy until I got the Department of Housing loan.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate you answering the questions and appreciate you testifying on behalf of Success Village. Have a great day.
That's great. Thanks for all your good work,
Chair.
folks. See you later.
Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next testifier. Is Thomas Gaudet here? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Okay. Nick Cantor.
Hello.
Good morning. You
Good
go
morning,
ahead.
everyone.
Just a quick reminder real quick before you start. Sorry to cut you off.
No.
We have a 3-minute time limit on people's testimony. I should have announced that when we kicked off, but I just wanted to reiterate that fact. So thank you and go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Planning and Development Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony in support of HB 5507, an act concerning accessory dwelling units. My name is Nick Cantor, and I'm the Program Director of Pro Homes Connecticut, a pro homes coalition of neighbors and nonprofits, and a program of the Regional Plan Association. We are dedicated to creating a more prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Connecticut through land use reforms at the local, regional, and state level. For decades, our state has grappled with a housing shortage that has been driven prices to records high, made it impossible for young Connecticuters to buy a home, and left our seniors with few options to downsize within the communities they love. We are grateful to the committee for taking up ADUs this session. You may know them as granny flats, carriage houses, or backyard cottages. They can be attached like a basement or garage apartment, or detached like a standalone cottage in the backyard. Whatever shape, size, or name they represent, a significant opportunity to create more housing options. They represent a significant opportunity to create more housing options and more income for homeowners in many parts of the state. So why ADUs and why now? Last week, we released a report titled Expanding Accessory Dwelling Units in Connecticut, which we co-authored in collaboration with LISC and the Housing Collective. The report was an opportunity to review ADU policy and production in Connecticut, particularly several years after the passing of Public Act 2129 in 2011, and to compare it to other efforts across the country. In the report, we include the assessment from the Mercatus Center, which tracks ADU legislation across the country. It has concluded that Connecticut's ADU law is a weak bill. This report's conclusion as to the why is clear. We're simply not making it easy enough for more homeowners to build ADUs despite a clear demand. The three key problems we identify in the report are also clear. The permitting process is still too complicated, the cost of building is still too high, and the ability to monetize them is too limited. All three of these problems are related, and it is our belief that HB 5007 make a strong effort at addressing them all. This bill will simplify, though not clearly remove, the permitting process by reestablishing as of right ADUs across the state by repealing the opt-out of PA 2129, which 68% of communities did across Connecticut. In addition, we see that this bill will lower the cost of construction and building in two ways. First, by creating predictable designs and dimensions in the statutes and from the Department of Housing, which will reduce the cost, and enabling home builders to scale by having consistencies across the state. States like California and other model designs across the country have led to innovative and beautiful ADU designs. Finally, we see that there's a great opportunity at the federal level for ADUs in Connecticut. And the ability to rent and not have owner occupancy is a key element here that's hurting folks. So what we mean by that is if a bank can see income generated from an ADU, you can use that now for your loans, which Freddie and Fannie Mae have updated in October of this year. Additionally, there's a further legislation right now in
If you could
DC,
please summarize.
where there's more opportunity for ADUs. In all, we recommend making ADUs easier for building across the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
Thank you. Just a question about your testimony. You indicated that you thought that allowing more rapid construction of ADUs is going to actually bring the price of construction down. Can you help me understand how this demand is going to bring prices down rather than increase the cost of construction as more and more demand grows?
Well, what you're seeing right now is the fact that most every municipality in Connecticut has their own unique ADU laws. You can't scale ADU constructions. Where you're seeing in other states and larger cities across the country where they're setting standards is allowing builders to create scalability, which we just don't have in Connecticut.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Just briefly, I know you stated several problems with the current regulatory scheme around these. Do you have any recommendations for this particular bill to make it stronger?
Thank you, Rep. Chafee. A few things. We've submitted this in our written testimony, so I'll just briefly touch this here. First, in the first section, section 2.3, starting line 32, the bill amends language to PA 2129 and floor area minimums and maximums for ADUs that I think confuse the PA 2129 language and is likely illegal regarding minimums. The intention, we believe, should enable municipalities to set maximums if they choose, but do not require them. It's fine to make it clear that an ADU can't be as large as the primary dwelling and certainly not taller, but maximum flexibility for homeowners and builders is a key point here. Second, we suggest adding language expressly prohibiting a municipality from banning the rental of an ADU to a non-family, marital, or employment tenant. We believe the intent of the legislation is to allow a homeowner to rent their ADU to anyone, but because it is not contemplated in PA 2129, it may be necessary to establish that clearly. Third, in section 3, starting with line 133, we believe the unlawful restrictive covenant language is too expansive and likely would run into unnecessary legal challenges. We recommend narrowing that language to address ADUs specifically in single-family homes and making that unenforceable. That would mirror how it's done, how the state has responded to racial covenants. And finally, in section 4, we do not suggest the specific language change in the text, but encourage the General Assembly and the Department of Housing to make it clear that design should encompass single, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom options at varying levels of square footage to maximize the variety of home ownership, which we think will spur the development and the growth of the ADUs across the state.
Thank you very much for being with us this morning. Seeing no other questions, we will go back to Thomas Gaudet. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name.
No, you got it right. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties this morning. Good morning. Thank you to the committee for your work. My name is Thomas Gaudet. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for the City of Bridgeport. I just wanted to briefly echo our support for HB 5500, which the receiver, Barry Knott, has already testified regarding Success Village. I'll just note that both the City of Bridgeport and the Town of Stratford strongly support this bill, and I believe both of the mayors are also going to be submitting testimony in writing regarding this. This is the largest co-op in the entire state of Connecticut, and for those who have followed the news since 2024, we've had really big issues, something that I would probably characterize, at least at the time, as a humanitarian crisis. We had years of mismanagement at the complex, which led to failing boiler infrastructure. Thousands of residents went without heat and hot water for a significant period of time. Millions of dollars of taxes, WPCA, utility bills, and money owed to other creditors just mounted at Success Village, and it led to an extraordinary effort by both the City of Bridgeport and the Town of Stratford to literally go into Superior Court under a very old statute and sue to ask that a receivership take place at Success Village. So all I'll say about this is that this whole situation from beginning till now is totally unprecedented. And I understand that, this is an unusual move for towns to ask or support a bill that would waive tax interest. But I just want to kind of underscore how big of a deal this whole situation is and how much effort has been put to try to remedy the situation. Thankfully, Judge Radcliffe saw fit to put Attorney Barry Knott in place as the receiver. And since then, we've been working together with him. We worked with Commissioner Bruno to get the $6 million loan that was recently given to them from the state. Both towns actually also gave small loans to try to address the financial situation over there and try to deal with some of the boiler issues. So we don't take what we're asking you to do lightly, but I just want to be very clear for those that might be concerned about the precedent that this sets, that this is truly unprecedented and extraordinary. In our view, residents did their job. They paid their common charges in full, and they expected that the people that were leading the co-op would be paying the bills over there, including the municipal taxes. That obviously did not happen. And quite frankly, they have been victims in this entire ordeal, and charge them an interest penalty on taxes in Bridgeport and Stratford, we think is pretty much just double victimization. As Attorney Knott pointed out, there are still other things that need to be done over there.
Can you please summarize?
Yes, there are other bills that need to be paid and life safety stuff that needs to happen over there. So we encourage you to support this, and we'll work with you on any amendment that you need to the language to effectuate this. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you once again. We will move to Adam Cohen, and I was told he's also testifying with Lisa Madden at the same time. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for letting us talk to you today. We'll be very brief. We're here to express our support for House Bill 5498. My name is Adam Cohen. I'm General Counsel to the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association. I've also represented approximately 2/3 of the towns and cities in Connecticut on their tax collections. To my left is Lisa Madden, who is president of the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association. We express our support for this bill, which was drafted with OPM. It makes very minor changes to the tax collection statute, mostly technical and clarifying provisions, which we believe would streamline our operations, and we would urge that it be passed. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Up next, we have Charles Ponessa. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And I know there's a few other people from Berlin as well. You could all come up together if you want.
Just want to thank the committee for allowing us to do this together, and I too will give up my time later on today. So Lord knows where I'll be.
If everybody could just introduce themselves for the record once you begin, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, I guess I'll start off. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ray Jarama, and I thank you for the opportunity to express my support for HB 5499. As a 40-year employee with the State Department of Public Health in the Drinking Water Division as Section Chief and Chief Engineer, and now manager of the Berlin Water Control, I speak regularly to the Berlin residents who are surprised to hear that there are 3 independent water and sewer systems in Berlin. Kensington and Worthington fire districts were both established in 1921 in the General Assembly. Since that time, both districts relegated most of their authorities given to them from the original legislation to the town. Only water and sewer management is left. In 1966, the town created the Berlin Water Control Commission to take over the East Berlin Fire District that went defunct. Over the years, the Worthington, Kensington fire districts, indicated that they would dissolve. However, that never came to fruition because the town keeps covering the cost to maintain the infrastructure. The Mattabesett District Sewer Treatment Plant is additionally frustrated with the increase in flow and infiltration and the lack of maintaining the infrastructure of both districts. Berlin sewer discharges are high compared to other member towns discharging into the Mattabesett District. For the most part, Berlin residents don't even know that there are 3 separate districts, and according to the address, are routinely automatically Kensington, Worthington, and Berlin. Both districts charge their customers an additional mill rate, an assessment that seems to be based on property value. Also, the water and sewer rates that increase routinely. Customers should pay for their water and sewer usage, not for the value of their home. The 3 utilities have overlapping costs. In some cases, one street is billed with 2 different districts. Many of the higher fire hydrants across the districts are known to have insufficient pressure during emergencies. There needs to be one cohesive system to clearly improve the infrastructure for the entire town for the long-term safety of our residents. The town now has a report that substantiates the need to consolidate the 3 systems and provide transparency to the citizens and businesses in Berlin. Not only does consolidation make financial sense, but it would coordinate infrastructure improvements for water and sewer work for the entire town. Neither district has a 5-year or 10-year plan identifying how they would address serious water and sewer improvements in the districts. The dissolution of both districts would provide clear leadership for improving the town's water and sewer system for the years to come. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Just an aside, I am a Worthington Fire District customer as well.
Good morning. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to express my support for House Bill 5499. My name is Charles Panessa. I'm the Deputy Mayor in Berlin. The success of this bill is important to the health and safety and continued growth of the town of Berlin. It's been my honor and privilege to serve on the Berlin Town Council since 2013. The topic of 3 separate water and sewer systems has been an ongoing issue well before my tenure and has become progressively worse each year. Studies have been done, negotiations with Kensington and Worthington fire districts have been attempted over the years to no avail. These 2 districts continue to fail proper upkeep of their sections of the town's infrastructure due to lack of oversight, bringing the whole system to disrepair. The poor condition of many sewer lines is allowing large amounts of groundwater to infiltrate into the sewer system, which flow to the Mattabesett sewer treatment plant, causing them high ratings and having charged Berlin higher rates than our neighbors. If this is not corrected, a moratorium on any new construction in Berlin may be ordered by DEP to help the treatment plant deal with discharges. The lack of willingness to share information and resources has led to many problems with the water supply. In some areas, lack of interconnection has led to stagnant water in pipes that lead to our schools causing bacteria to grow, endangering our students. Several fire hydrants within these districts lack proper pressure to adequately fight fires during peak emergency situations, which is cause for great alarm, putting our citizens at risk. In addition, an additional frustration between the districts is transparency. In charging their customers a property tax along with their water and sewer bills, the average citizen is paying this tax, not seeing any benefit and not knowing how their tax dollars are being spent. Few people are even aware of the district meetings and are kept in the dark about needed infrastructure projects. I do not take asking for this legislation lightly, but after so many years of Kensington and Worthington fire districts operating with little oversight and making such needed repairs, our community must join together for a safer, healthier future with economic growth by passing this bill. Please contact me with any questions. I've been a licensed contractor in the water and sewer business for many years and have seen firsthand the problems Berlin's facing.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Curley. I'm the town manager in Berlin. I'd like to thank the committee for allowing us to comment on this House Bill 5499, an act concerning the Worthington Fire District and the Kensington Fire District in the town of Berlin. I'm here today on behalf of Mayor Kaczynski, Representative Veach, and the town council. The purpose of this bill is straightforward. It's to ensure that Berlin residents have access to high-quality water service at reasonable and sustainable costs. When I began serving as town manager in January of last year, one of the first questions I asked was, why does the town of Berlin, the size of the town of Berlin, have 3 separate water and sewer utilities operating? Well, this structure may have made sense a century ago when these districts were first created. The challenges facing water utilities today are very different. Across the state and country, small water utility systems are facing increasing pressure from aging infrastructure, stricter regulatory requirements, and rising operating costs. These pressures make it increasingly difficult for small districts to plan and fund major capital improvements. In many cases, capital improvements are deferred in order to keep rates affordable, which can ultimately lead to larger and more costly problems down the road. To better understand the long-term implications, the Berlin residents, the town commissioned an independent town-wide utility study by Haley Ward. The study evaluated the operations, infrastructure needs, and financial outlook of all 3 utilities. The results were clear. Over the next 15 years, Berlin's 3 systems collectively face approximately $37.7 million in needed infrastructure investments to replace aging water mains, address inflow and infiltration in the sewer systems, and improve resiliency. The study also found that continuing to operate 3 separate utilities is significantly less efficient than a unified system. A consolidated town-run system would reduce overall operating costs and allow the town to more effectively plan and finance these necessary improvements. Most importantly, for residents, the study found that consolidation could result in meaningful savings to ratepayers. between approximately $300 to $1,000 per year for a typical household, depending on the current district that they're in. From the town's perspective, the bill is about long-term sustainability, transparency, and protecting ratepayers. Ultimately, if a major system failure were to occur in any of the other districts, it would all fall back on the town anyway. So this is our attempt to get some control for the town of Berlin and its taxpayers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all for indulging us. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Rep Haynes.
Sure. Hi there. Thanks. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you, Rep Veach, for bringing your contingency over. Just a quick question in regards to, it sounds like there'd been a lot of, mayhem and everything over the years, in regards to this, but how is everybody now? Is everybody in agreement? Is this all, everybody's in agreement as far as getting this taken care of? Where is everybody now? Everybody wants this?
No, the two districts, as has been pointed out, basically don't communicate with us. We have major projects. I'm an engineer, so basically I have a project that goes either water and sewer. I've reached out to them several times. I don't get replies because it's going to cost them money. They don't participate in any of the outreach that we have. Both utilities owe us substantial amounts of money.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I wasn't sure where you guys had left it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course, Rep Delincke.
So I'm trying to wrestle this to the ground and get to the real problem. Is it a function of the fact that the agreement of the three utilities was done in such a fashion that you don't have monies, monetary funds, et cetera, to be able to sustain it and to improve it and to actually make it comply with all the clean water standards that you have to do? Is it a function of that?
Well, I represent the Berlin Water Control, which is really the town. The two districts, in my opinion, basically have not kept up with the infrastructure needs that they have to. It's been spelled out in their own water supply plans, and as a previous health employee, they needed to have those plans. Neither one have followed through on them. So now it's what happens is the infrastructure accumulation of all these years not doing anything, kicking the can down the road. That's what happens is that they're faced with a lot of additional activities that they're not prepared to do. And their rates, as pointed out, have been already higher than ours, and consistently will be even higher because they charge mill rates. So most homeowners don't understand that they're paying for instance, I'm a Worthington Fire District. I have to pay a $450 bill right off the bat, whether I use a gallon of water or not.
So a follow-up to that, and you mentioned the extra cost, et cetera, to the end user in the different towns. Is it also a function of the fact that there's different water rates depending on which town you're in and which district you're in?
Correct. We have, as I pointed out, that we could have a street with two districts having different costs for each utility, and the homeowners would be living right by side. They'd want to have well, for instance, a Kensington Fire District, they would have a mill rate associated with their rates as well, and Berlin Water Control resident who would just have a strictly water usage rate, period, which would be a lot lower in both cases.
For lack of a better term, the agreement that you made or somebody made years ago, is it such that it's not irrevocable and you have to actually go for injunctive relief so that you can actually get out of that agreement? Because it sounds to me like not all parties are being treated equally. Am I correct in that?
I would agree with you with that. And I would point out that most of the agreements probably predate most of us here. And as a result of those are agreements that have been made in some cases over the phone and memorialized in a memo or something, not really a true agreement per se. And so we have a lot of these functions. You have to remember that the three districts were created. East Berlin Fire District, we inherited we realize that we would have a lot of work to be done there and do have that schedule so that we can work there. But the other two districts don't have any schedules, let alone they don't have a 5-year plan. I don't even believe they have a 1-year plan.
So probably the last question I'm going to ask. The only way you can actually vacate yourself from being in this agreement is going to be required actions by the legislature to actually null and void the original agreement?
I would say that that would be the case, yes. That's one of the reasons we're here. The three districts that were formulated back in 1921 served well for a period of time, but I think if outserved the presentation at this point in time because they haven't maintained their ability to improve their own distribution systems, water and sewer, by the way.
Have you entered into any negotiations with all three entities that are involved to try to actually end this agreement?
I'll give you an example of what we tried to do, as it was pointed out by the town manager, Ryan Curley, that basically there was an engineering report that was done. Well, we had to FOI both districts in order to get the information, substantial enough information to run the actual report, because they didn't want to contribute financially, nor did they want to contribute any data and information at all. So they left us very little to work with. So what we used was we used what records we had and put it together. And that was how the report was formulated. So the bottom line is we see this as the most productive mechanism is to remove their ability to continue to function.
So in essence, this is the last best hope to actually get yourself out of the agreement and be able to be the masters of your own destiny and to actually improve the water system and sewer system?
I believe so, yes.
Well, thank you for coming before us, and
Thank you.
it's a very interesting issue you've got there, especially when you consider the fact that how long ago was this agreement made?
Well, the original, as I said, the General Assembly back in 1921 created these systems. And functionally, I came from the health department, and I didn't realize that when I worked at the health department that this situation was that bad until I was put in the seat for Berlin Water Control and found out that a lot of activities have been just kicked down the street, basically, and have not been done. And consistently, their rates have gone up, but we haven't seen what they've done in the infrastructure. And since I've been there, I've spent probably around $10 million in increasing the water supply and wastewater system for the Berlin Water Control.
One last question. Hopefully this will be the last question.
I enjoyed the question, so thank you. So
for whatever it's worth, I was employed by the Metropolitan District for 32 years. And I have a little knowledge.
We have an agreement with them as well, also.
I know you do. Are you just utilizing surface water or well water?
We purchase water from New Britain, and Kensington purchases all their water from New Britain, and Worthington purchases all their water from us. And we additionally have a well field over at Nelton Road that we produce our own wells, water that produces over 50% of our water. We have an interconnection with MDC, which I updated, but the first thing I did actually. And then we have a connection with Cromwell. We have an interconnection with Middletown that's almost just needs a metering station. And we're working on an interconnection with the SRF funds from the Department of Public Health to connect to Meriden. So we're looking at all these connections. We feel that we've done our resiliency. The trouble is it's internal. It's really within our distribution system. When none of the three utilities really want to talk to one another, it's problematic, let alone try to do infrastructure improvements. And then the town has led the way for most of the big projects. They've done several relinings. We've gone back to the districts and they've reluctantly paid some portion, but not the full portion. And back in the 80s, which was far earlier than my tenure there, the town spent over $5 million in improving the system for water. And then so they made a lot of improvements for both districts. And that's the only thing I think is holding them up for this length of time.
And lastly, do you have riparian rights with other than the MDC? Riparian rights with, say, Southington, New Britain, et cetera?
With New Britain, we have an agreement for more water than we actually need. Our well field, I forgot to mention that we have two other well fields that we haven't developed fully. We have that potential. So we have quite a bit of opportunities. Southington's a little further away, although that's a possibility down the road sometime.
And this is basically the only way you can get rid of the agreement and actually be able to manage your own
I think
destiny.
fortunately, yes, it is, because we've moved on. We look at doing a project either for water or sewer almost annually. And then our next big project, and this is the problem, we just finished one with NBC, by the way. They paid for a portion of it. The next big project requires that we participate with them. The Berlin pump station actually pumps all of Kensington's sewage and most of Worthington's sewage, but I can't go forward with it. I have it on the priority list for DEEP for a functional project to do, but I can't go forward to it unless we have an MOU, and they don't respond back to the MOU. I can't figure out what the cost would be, and we can't take that full cost. It has to be proportioned to all three districts.
Well, it sounds like somehow breaching the contract that you had from many, many years ago is going to be the only way you're going to be able to get any relief.
Well, one way or another, I think it's going to be breached, frankly, because the other option is to go to court if we can't get any, because they both do owe us substantial amounts of money. We can't continue to do this a year in, year out.
Well, you've got an interesting problem there. And it does sound like it's something that the state would have to get involved in, whether it's us or whether it's DEEP. Because of course, clean water is a big issue and PFAS is a big issue. And it sounds like you need to somehow either vacate yourself out of the contract or come up with some kind of a agreement that everybody can live with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You had several last questions there, but I'll pose I will pose one more last question.
I don't mind.
Approximately, what is the population of Berlin, and is the customer base kind of equally split amongst the three districts, or does one proportionally have more customers?
No, the total population of Berlin is a little over 20,000. However, the district that we have is we have about 3,000 customers now, and we continue to grow quite a bit every year. So we have about 3,000, so about 6,000 population, 7,000 population. The Kensington Fire District has been for the years about the same amount. So they have about 3,200 customers, and then Worthington is the smallest. It's 1,100 customers, and its population is probably about 3,000. And then we do have a very small percentage of private wells in the southern portion of the town.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Thank you. Of course. Oh, sorry. We have one more question.
So I just candidly, I have not read Special Acts 278 and 286 from 1921, so I'm not familiar with exactly what those say. But I'm assuming that this sets up what is effectively a special taxing district in your town, correct?
Correct, right.
And so in the context of that, there's nothing that you can do locally to cause those disparate districts to combine. You can't have a town-wide referendum and put this to the voters, correct?
I think it would. I'm not the legal advisor here, so I really don't know how that would work out.
So I'm just trying to understand what other options, and I understand why you're trying to do this, right? Because it was created by state statute, and we talk a lot about local control here, and I'm just wondering if this is a town-wide problem, why can't this just be one referendum that goes to voters and have them vote on it versus the legislature taking direct action? And I think there might be a reason for that. I'm just wondering if you could sort of articulate why that is.
My understanding is that the districts would have to vote themselves to dissolve.
Correct.
And there's a interest in self-preservation that is prohibiting that from occurring. So this is why we're here.
Correct. So that's what I believe to be the issue as well, that once these are created, it has to be a mutual agreement of the districts, not, it doesn't go to the voters. These taxing districts sort of are autonomous that operate outside of your own, with your charter, right? That there's not even anything in your charter that you can do to modify this. It has to be the act itself.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thanks for your testimony. So if the special acts are repealed, what happens to the residences that are currently served by those fire districts? Would
Well, the
they,
way I would see it is we would incorporate their systems into our system and then basically make it a little easier because all the customers would be under one entity. So the billing would be much easier to deal with. And in infrastructure wise, we'd have to come up with plans in terms of improvements for both districts over the long run, which in some ways we're partially doing too by improving our system because we're connected to the other two. We're basically improving the town's abilities for water and sewer.
and if this went into effect on October 1, is that like a reasonable time frame for you all to adopt? It sounds like about 5,000 customers.
I don't see it as being an issue. I mean, they'd have to do a financial analysis and to see how much money is actually available and what they have to pay off in liabilities. I suppose that could be done before then.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Take care.
We will move on to Richard Matos. If Richard Matos is here or online. We'll move on to Artan Martinage. I believe.
What happened?
Oh. Sorry, Richard, I see you now. We'll wait for the next testifier and I'll go to you next. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Get a chair. I don't want to.
Good morning. If you
Good
could both
morning.
introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning. My name is Artan Martina. I'm the business agent from ATU Local 425, Hartford, Connecticut. How you guys doing today? All right, the reason I came here to testify, I wish you guys can kill this bill because this bill is not good for us. I can tell you my experience. In 2011, I did a chemo. By doing a chemo means, you don't know what you're making or not. This bill, if was that time, if we have this program, can help me to get my feet in the ground and make sure my family can have food on the table. And same thing I have it last year with my daughter. Thanks God, my wife was able to book off and I was able to work and to help my daughter with her second kids. It's very important. You guys understand what do we go through every day, how much important, how many people you affect. Please kill this bill if you can. We appreciate. Any question?
I do not have any. I will just state for the record, I'm not a fan of carving any workers out of this program. I've taken advantage of this myself when I had children. I think it's a great program and I'll just say that for the record.
Thank you.
Of course. Are there any questions?
And he.
Yes, if you'd like to introduce yourself and go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Che Cheeks. I'm the business agent for the local 281 for ATU. I would just like to say I hope this bill stays here. And the reason why is because most of the people I deal with that are out of work, it helps them. It helps their families. And they don't have to worry so much about paying their bills. It really does keep them above water. This is not just for just our people as far as us representing them as business agent, but just the little people too. I'm talking to people outside of the company, and they need to keep this bill in place just for the people that are just stressed out, need to help their families. And if I would have had this back when it affected me with my life, it would have helped me out even more. So I ask that this bill stays in the.
You need to kill this
Oh,
bill.
kill this bill. Sorry. Kill this bill. Whoa, sorry about that. Apologies. Kill this bill because we need to keep it here. It is vital to everybody in the state of Connecticut. People need this just to ease their pain as they're out of work, and something is there to uplift them and let them know it'll be all right tomorrow.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us this morning.
Thank you, guys.
We will go back to Richard Matos now. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks to the members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Richard Matos. I am testifying in support of House Bill 5500, which does not require a dollar in revenue from the state. This is strictly a Bridgeport and Stratford revenue issue. I'm a 40-year resident of Success Village, and in that time, I've grown to love my community and my home. And when we had these issues occur in 2022 and 2023, where the lack of hot water and lack of heat, it really affected the quality of life here. And when you have a child who you have to answer the question, why don't we have heat? Why don't we have hot water? Why do we have to boil water to take a bath? It's difficult. So I'm in support of this bill because we, as has been previously stated by Attorney Knott and Mr. Gaudet, we're victims. We did what we were supposed to do by paying our common charges every month diligently. And those funds were supposed to be used for the payment of our utilities and our taxes. And through the mismanagement of the people who were in charge, these things were not done, and we became victims. There are over 900 families here that are victims. You have seniors, you have young families, you have children, you have people who have done what they had to do in order to achieve the American dream. Granted, this is not the most beautiful place in the world to live in, but it's called home. And we almost lost it because of the mismanagement of people who were in charge and who we trusted. So I thank Barry Knott, the city of Bridgeport, town of Stratford, for coming to our rescue. And I also thank them for supporting this bill, as has been previously stated by Mr. Gaudet and Mr. Knott, that they are in support of this bill. So I urge the members of the committee to provide a little bit of relief to this community because we need it. We have suffered. We have families on fixed incomes, and our rents, our common charges were raised by 30% or 20% last year in order to try to dig us out of this hole that we did not create. So we need your help, and we ask that the committee vote in favor of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us today. Sorry to hear of the ordeals everyone's gone through down there. I think everyone can imagine how miserable it would be without heat or hot water after this winter. Just a quick question. The mismanagement issues, does that go to the board that's governing the co-op there? What exactly happened, if you want to give me some insight?
Well, in my opinion, it's a combination of both the property management that was hired to run the co-op, as well as members of the board who did not follow their fiduciary duties in being sure that the funds that were collected every month were used for the purpose of paying bills. We ended up, when Attorney Knott did discover the accounts that were associated with Success Village, the amount of money that was in those accounts was staggeringly low in consideration with the money that's collected on a monthly basis here. So I'm looking at it as mismanagement, a lack of fiduciary duty, for the lack of other terms that I could probably use, but I won't right now. But that's the way it looks like to me.
All right, thank you. I see we have a couple questions online. Rep. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming and testifying, Mr. Matos. Appreciate you sharing your experiences. Question for you. Over the period of time that you have lived there, have there been any consistency in terms of financial reports being provided for you and in the past, and just any forecasts on repairs and things that need to be done over the years? Has that been have you have access to that?
Since the new management took over, there has been more transparency. There was a period where we did not have monthly meetings. We had no financial statements issued to the members. There was no real knowledge as to what was going on as far as where our money was being spent and whether it was being properly spent. What we did have were questionable consultant hirings that were being employed, people who were being employed supposedly to help Success Village become a better place. In my mind, they were questionable because this is money spent on things that probably could have gone elsewhere. And in that regard, I feel that the members were kept in the dark as to where their money was going. And when the news came out that we were in arrears so much with our taxes and that the liens had been sold to a third party, it took the community by shock, because we were that close to losing our homes. And when you compound that with lack of heat, lack of hot water, no answers being given to you, promises in the dark of, don't worry, things will get better. It raised a dark cloud over this community. And a lot of people were worried, quite honestly, that they were going to lose their homes. We've got people on fixed incomes here. So when our rates were raised by 20%, a lot of tough decisions had to be made. Do I suck up the money and pay it out and something else has to suffer? So it's a tough decision for the community here, because, like I said, young families, children, and seniors on fixed incomes. I'm a senior on fixed income. I may not look it, but I'm a senior on fixed income. So I mean, it's a hit and it hurts in the pocketbook. And the economy right now is not one to take another hit. So I welcome it. I welcome the fact that the town of Stratford and the city of Bridgeport are behind this bill and they're supportive of it. So I would really like this to get passed so that we can dig ourselves out of the hole. The members of the community are digging themselves out of this hole. We really are. It's been a tough fight. We've had good people fighting the fight with us, and we hope that continues.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing your concerns, your comments, and your experience. I appreciate you for testifying. You have a great day.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good to see you, Representative. Mr. Mateos, thank you. You spoke very effectively for so many of the residents that have gone through a horrible, horrible experience. But a lot of people aren't familiar with the tragedy of Success Village. Let's kind of share that as we kind of evaluate why this is such an important and unique case. You're property owners of the condo units within Success Village, correct?
We technically we are called shareholders.
Correct.
Technically,
so
we're
you do
shareholders.
have an interest and you are liable for the tax implications as
Correct.
residents, right?
Correct.
Or shareholders. And that the homeowner association that you've cited that kind of was tasked and has the fiduciary to be able to manage and infrastructure and prioritize the funds that you all pay into is one under litigation and deeply concerned in regards to how they managed it in the past. Would that and has kind of led to where you are right now. Would that be fair to say?
Correct. Correct.
So I think the key point is for this committee and the General Assembly as we look at this unique case, because the exemption is very narrow and it is very specific to Bridgeport, Stratford, and 900 plus units. There are no other condominium or HOAs that would be impacted. And that being said, I think people need to fully understand the Success Village tragedy in regards to mismanagement of funds and priorities, as well as a lack of transparency and accountability that really led many of the condominium unit members astray. For me, as a nearby state legislator in Fairfield, we've heard the stories about not having hot water for months on end, and finding out that after Mr. Knott took over as a conservatorship, that the exposure of the potential or perceived or how would I say being fair in litigation right now and not kind of casting dispersion is there are a lot of problems that have come to bear, and what this bill is looking to do with the cooperation of the city of Bridgeport. And I don't know if you can offer the position of the town of Stratford in regards to their support of this bill, that you're providing relief to the condo units for the tax implication while
Correct.
you're kind of going through and resolving some of the additional HOA burdens that you're going to have to kind of absorb and pay into, and the residents of that Success Village can't bear the burden any further. It's already a struggling issue of affordability throughout the entire state, but in your unique setting, it's even harder. That being said, this tax relief would ease the burden of an overwhelming burden that has been imposed on many residents that is not due to any of your fault.
I would agree with you 100%. I mean, I've used this term before. We are the victims because we did our job diligently. We paid our common charges on a monthly basis as we're supposed to. And we understood that money went for certain things, taxes, water, utilities, and it wasn't being done. And we were kept in the dark because we were not receiving monthly meetings telling us where our money was being spent. We were just giving smoke and mirrors. Don't worry, we'll take care of the problem. This will get taken care of. Don't worry, it'll be fixed relatively soon. And it wasn't. And it continued and it continued and it continued. We attempted, I say we, but a lot of members got together and attempted to vote out the current board. That was successful. There was enough people who voted to get them out, and they refused to step down. So this just festered and continued and continued and continued until the city of Bridgeport and the town of Stratford stepped in and sued us. And they won, and they got us the receivership. Now, I'm not going to say that it's a perfect situation, but you know what? We're struggling to get out of that hole. We still have a $6 million, the $6 million loan that was provided to us by the state. It's relief now, but we still have to pay that back. We still have over $1 million in debts outstanding that we still have to deal with. We have half of a building that was burnt back in July of 2022. The 8 units of the families that were affected, they're still not in their units. And insurance money was paid to get these units back up and restored. And the building still sits as it did back in July when the fire took place. Something wrong happened here, and it needs to get fixed.
I appreciate that. And I see that one of the questions I asked you is where are you aware of the position of the town of Stratford in regards to this tax relief?
I
And
am not,
also
because I'm a Bridgeport resident.
I also see at the end in our testimony speakers that Mayor David Chess of Stratford is also going to testify later on today. So that's encouraging. So again, what I'm hearing and seeing, and for people, they should just find out exactly how this tragedy unfolded, and that what this bill is looking to do is to give relief for victims of potential malfeasance and mismanagement, and these are individuals that are struggling on affordability, as many Connecticut residents are, but this is not a burden that they should be bearing because it is no fault on them. That being said, I just want to thank you, and I know there are many other of your fellow Success Village members testifying, and I think the stories are all going to be the same. And I just want to reiterate that I appreciate you stepping up and many of the residents stepping up to kind of articulate the horrible acts that have been impacting many of the residents that are in very vulnerable states. So again, thank you very much for your testimony. And I also want to acknowledge that all of my fellow legislators, like Representative Baker, Senator Gaston, Representative Gresco, all of the Bridgeport and Stratford legislators have been very supportive in trying to kind of support and give relief to the residents. So thank you for being the first to testify, and extend to many others, because there are other committee meetings going on that I may not be able to speak with other Success Village members, but truly know that we're aware of the situation for me as a legislator, and that this bill is something that's very important to all of you.
If I may say something in closing, I hope that the passage of this bill leads to this community living up to its name, and it is a true success.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity, and I appreciate your time and many others that are following up in support of this bill and helping Success Village. Thank you.
Thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will move on to Lone Parvu. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. I can see you online. You need to accept the promotion in order to speak. While we work that out, we'll move along to Ka Nugent.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning. And thank you, dear Honorable Representative Eleni, Senator Lachman, and Honorable Member of the Planning Development Committee. I'm testifying in support of House 5500, which does not require $1 revenue from the state of Connecticut. This is strictly Bridgeport and Stratford revenue issue. I'm a 7-year unit owner of Success Village Cooperative, and I have been owner, well, currently paid my common charge start from November 2019, which one was 485 records statement. And I choose Success Village because the name is Success. Because it's hard to understood why it's so hard to live in community. And when you pay the bills, taxes, they pay instead to pay myself, the community pay. Why? I was the town to transfer the taxes on my name. They don't let me. They say that Success Village community, not individual. It's hard. It's hard to be feel to have home in Success and be different than Success. I don't know. It's yeah. That's why I'm here to testify for the House Bill 5500.
Well, thank you for speaking with us today. Again, sorry to hear everything that the residents have gone through. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
We will move. Oh, sorry, Rep. Baker has a question.
Yes, I just wanted to just say thank you for coming and testifying on your experience and your support of this bill. You have a great day.
Thank you very much. Be with us.
Thank you once again. Ka Nugent. I do not see them in the room or online. Is Angel Resto here? Angel Resto. Cynthia Sparago.
Dear ranking members and members of the committee, my name is Cindy Sparago, and I'm the Vice Chair of the East Haven Zoning Board of Appeals. Thank you for allowing me to speak on HB 5507. I am in support of some sections of this bill and in opposition to others. Overall, I'm a strong proponent of ADUs, as I believe they offer much-needed creative solutions to Connecticut's housing crisis. While I'm convinced that East Haven was deliberative in creating flexible ADU regulations, I do not believe that all towns choose to be so inclusive, opting instead to create overly restrictive regulations as a way of preserving the status quo. I was disappointed to hear Representative Tepetsky at your February 13th meeting say that this legislation is being shoved down the throats of towns. I believe that if towns approached housing in a more equitable manner, this legislation would not be so important. Today, I'd like to speak to two sections of this bill. The first, Section 2, line 53, which I strongly support, removes the familiar marital or work relationship requirement. My friend Ed, a lifelong resident of East Haven, built an ADU at his home after his wife passed. His son and family moved into the big house and Ed into the ADU. A few years later, his son's job was transferred to Michigan. This left Ed with an ADU, a huge house, and an unaffordable tax burden, forcing him to move. I don't think having empty ADUs is the goal here, and that certainly does not help with the housing shortage. An owner should be allowed to rent to whomever they are willing to live with. Now to my second point, Section 2, line 51, which I oppose, removes a requirement that the owner reside in one of the dwellings. Our ZBA frequently receives applications from developers to convert single-family dwellings into two families in residential districts that do not support them. If you remove the owner occupancy requirement of ADUs, Do they not simply become two families or multiple dwellings on single-family lots? It seems that ADUs will become a distinction without a difference. If the objective of ADUs is to create housing stock while allowing owners to age in their homes and afford their taxes and utilities, then removing the owner occupancy requirement does not do that. It simply deregulates, removes the municipal zoning authority, and encourages investors to overdevelop properties. I have other concerns specific to the minimum square footage and the repeal of the opt-out option, but I can submit those in my written testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have you submitted written testimony already, or you plan to?
I plan to.
Okay, thanks. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Next up, we have Veronica Chavers. Is Veronica Chavers here or online? Next would be Olga Alicia.
I'm here. This is Olga.
You could go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Representative Ellie and Senator Rama and honorable members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Olga Alicia. I am a unit owner and reside at 57 Court D, Building 28. I've been a member and resident of Success Village Co-op for 9 years. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 5500, which does not require $1 in revenue from the state. This is strictly Bridgeport and Stratford revenue issue. My monthly common charges I pay to the association includes payments for our property taxes, insurance, heating, water bills. That's just to name a few. The property manager and president of the board had an obligation to have our property taxes paid to both municipalities. They neglected to do so. In the 9 years that I've been residing at SVA, my monthly common charges have been paid in full and on time. The board president mismanaged our members' funds, using those funds to hire multiple attorneys to defend himself against the civil lawsuits brought on by members of SVA, as well as to file bankruptcy to avoid a court-appointed receiver. As a result of the mismanagement of funds and our enormous debts, we were on the verge of losing our homes and possibly becoming unhoused. In spring of 2023, we were left without hot water, forced to boil water in our stove, bring a bucket of hot boiling water to the second floor to take a bucket bath. It was very scary climbing those stairs with that water, especially knowing that our community is made of senior and elderly citizens, as well as family with young children. I fear for their safety. The members were left without heat the entire winter months of 2022. We had to purchase electric heaters to stay warm. Our monthly electric bills doubled during those months. The receiver had no choice but to impose a 20% on our monthly common charges, institute a 3-year assessment with $300 due July 2025, and a remaining $100 assessment for the next 35 months. Many of our members are on a fixed income. This increase resulted in financial hardship to many. Why should we be penalized and made to pay the interest penalty charges when we already paid our taxes? I ask you all to please vote in favor of House Bill 5500 so that Bridgeport and Stratford can waive the mandatory interest penalty on our past delinquent taxes and issue Success Village a refund of approximately $425,000, which can be better utilized to pay over $1 million in current debt or used to find a permanent solution to
Can you
our
please
heating.
summarize?
Thank you for very much for your time, and I look forward to receiving a favorable news. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking with us today. And once again, sorry for all the hardships you've faced down there. I see that Rep. Baker has a question online.
Yeah, just as more of a comment, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank for you for coming out here and testifying. I know this has been a traumatizing experience over the years that you have lived in, and you have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time. We will go back to number 11, Ka Nugent. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. You are muted. I don't know if you're trying to speak or not.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Dear member of Planning and Development Committee, my name is Ka Nguyen, and I live in Success Village in 2014. I'm here to support the House Bill 5500. Our community has faced serious problems. In the winter of 2022, a resident lived without heat, and following the year, we had nearly 6 months without hot water. The issue is very personal for me. In February 2023, my foster grandmother, who lived across to my building, fell from upstairs and lay motionless for 4 hours in the house without heat. She later passed away, and I think no one should have to live in these conditions. I respectfully ask you to support the House Bill 5500. This will help reduce the financial burden on innocent residents in Bridgeport and Stratford and give our community a chance to recover. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for speaking with us today. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will go back to Veronica Chavers. I saw her online before. Is Veronica here?
Here, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You
Okay,
can
I'm sorry about that. I was trying to get online and I was online, but I couldn't. I was trying to raise my hand and get your attention. Sorry about that, but I appreciate you for coming back to me.
Of course.
So good afternoon, senators, representatives, and all the distinguished members of the panel, Planning and Development. I am Veronica Shavers, and I am the President Business Agent for the Amalgamated Transit Union of Local 443 in Stanford. I'm the first woman to become the President Business Agent for all HU locals in Connecticut, which I am extremely proud of, better known as First Lady. I proudly represent the Connecticut Transit Union workers, union employees in Stamford, Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition of House Bill 5506. Since an inception, transit district workers have paid into Connecticut Paid Family and Medical Leave Program through payroll contribution, just like other eligible workers across the state. Workers have been contributing to this program with the expectation that it will be there when the families and all, like myself, need it. I'm out on it right now, and I'm waiting for answers. Many transit district collective bargainings do not include comprehensive pay, family, or medical leave provisions since 2021. These agreements were negotiated with the understanding that the workers would contribute 5% of their wages to the state paid family and medical leave program, allowing them to receive partial income replacement for up to 12 weeks. To address the serious health illness, care for their family members with a serious health issue or condition, and welcome a child or serve an organ or bone marrow donor. HB 5506 would remove transfer workers from the state program by reclassifying them as municipal employees. This would leave workers who already paid into the program without access to the benefits and force them to try to negotiate protection transit by transit districts. Most transit district collective bargaining agents do not provide parental leave to welcome a child. In some agreements, sick leave can be used for pregnancy-related medical issues, but they generally do not extend to bonding leave for parents for a parent who is not birth parents. Additionally, some agreements allow workers to accrue vacation time after the birth of a child, but this depends on the accrued balances and schedules rules. As a result, this bill would create accrued undue hardship for transit district employees and their families. And I feel at this point that we're under attack. And you got to know that our CBAs, which is our collective bargainings, they do not reopen overnight. We would have to negotiate that into our CBAs, which exist for 3 to 4 years. And we can't do that at this point. So that takes away from our workers. Even then, there is no guarantee that, yeah, that they will agree to provide benefits to what the state program provides. If they did, they would be a significant new cost. You got to remember also this program, we are 100% employee and fundable. So at this time, this bill is nothing short of an attack on transit workers. They should not single out and leave access to a benefit already paid for and rely upon us. I ask the committee to reject this bill at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am very happy to answer any questions. And like I said, right now, I'm out, my own personal experience, I'm out on this bill right now. And we need to make sure that they take care of our transit workers. We're under attack. And as the president and business agent and Stanford Amalgamated Transit Union, speaking for all my ATU siblings, brothers and sisters, I'm asking that we oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for advocating on behalf of your workers there. Do we have any questions or comments?
Thank you so much, Veronica, for being here. We really appreciate it. Do you happen to know when the last time that collective bargaining agreement was opened? Certainly, this bill probably should have been in labor, but we were a little confused as to what was actually in the bill initially. And so seeing as how it's not in labor and this is not our area of expertise, I'm just curious if you could tell us when that was last opened.
Of course, I'll be glad to answer that question. So we just had we just went to the negotiation table. My brothers were there earlier, or Tam Martining, who governs the Connecticut Transit Workers in New Haven, 425, and Cheeks Che. He was there earlier testifying, opposing to this bill. So all three of us go to the table. We are the Connecticut Joint Bargaining Council, and we just left the table. So therefore, we would have to wait 4 more years for this bill to open. And we really need this bill. We need our people to be taken care of. So I am so opposed to this bill. They were, they spoke, but I'm speaking, and I want you to hear this. And I just feel that we're under attack, and we need this bill. And I'm not asking. I am asking you. I'm requesting that we need this bill for our people through the Connecticut paid family leave. Like I said, I'm experiencing that right now. I'm in let me just say a little bit about this. I'm in a rehab center. I just had a knee replacement last Tuesday, and I can speak for this. Without this bill, we get that's the percentage that helped me, and me take care of me. And I got to pay mortgages. We got to do all this, and we got to take care of people. This is what this bill is for, to stay in place for the Connecticut family leave, to make sure paid family leave, to make sure our people are taken care of. And that's across the state. That's not only for us, the transit workers, but I am speaking for Amalgamated Transit Union transit workers. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last question I have is, during those negotiations of collective bargaining, was this brought up as a possibility of something that they wanted to take away in terms of the actual negotiations of the contract that won't be opened for another 4 years?
Not at all. We had no clue. At the time when we were at the table, which you probably don't know, we were about to go on strike. And I had to put my knee replacement on hold because my people, I have to take care of my members. I'm very proud to represent these members. Their health issues, everything mean the world to me, children being welcome into the world. I take care of my people like unbelievable, like I took care of my children who are grown at this point and did very well and very successful, the 2 that God gave me. But I just want you to know that this bill, like I said, we didn't know anything about it. We had no idea that we would have to go and ask to have for this bill to be opposed. We need to have our people taken care of. And this bill, like I said, experiencing it right now, my paperwork is pending, because we need to make sure that our people are given the proper, tools from you guys and keep this bill in place. I appreciate it so, so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time?
Rep Haynes. Yeah.
You got to come and run this meeting, Veronica. You're doing a
That's all
great
right.
job.
Thank you so much. I'm in pain right now, but you guys pray for me. And
Oh,
thank
I
you
will
so much.
definitely
And
pray for you. I know what knee surgeries are all about. I had much smaller surgery, I'm sure, than you did in December, so I'm still dealing with it.
yeah,
Just a quick question regarding, you had said in your testimony that prior to 2021, what did you all do in regards to what we're talking about here today? You said that this came into being in 2021 and now you have this option, but prior to that, was there anything in your contracts that helped you with these kind of situations?
no, I remember all of us having a meeting. We all have a meeting every month. So all the ATU divisions, including GBT, Mustafa Salahuddin, who you will hear from later on, to also be opposed against this bill. But I can tell you, my brothers Artan and Che, we have meetings and we discussed, we didn't discuss this because we had a prior discussion. I remember Ozzy, because we were talking to some lady, I can't even remember her name at this point. But we had a prior discussion because we never thought this bill would even be under attack. We never thought the transit workers would be under attack, because if we did, we would have tried to negotiate something like this, for our people. Because one thing about ATU, Amalgamated Transit Union, we stand strong. We had no idea. So I don't even know why we're here today, to be honest. I just think that, transit workers are always under attack. And not only that, just across the state, not for you guys to make sure these people, the unborn, are coming in here and being taken care of correctly. And the medical, this Connecticut paid leave does so much for our members. And no, ma'am, I had no idea before 2021. No, we did not, because we never thought we would be under attack.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your answer. I'm going to clarify a little bit. I was approached by a small regional transit district who is having trouble managing the cost of the FMLA for their small district. Do you know how many people are in your ATU local? Do you know how many people you guys are?
Of course, I got almost 200 members, but including Artan and Che,
Yeah.
it's about I'm going to say about 5,000 of us to be
Yeah.
exact,
Thought
because
so.
that's Hartford, New Haven, and Stanford. I'm the smallest division, and like I said, I'm the first woman proudly representing them.
Perfect. Well, you're doing a great job. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you so
Again,
much.
we're struggling with a small business trying to manage this this benefit for people. So we're looking at both sides of the. So we're not trying to attack anybody. Just want to let you know. But thank you so much for your advocacy. You're great at it, and good luck with your knee. I hope it gets better real soon, real fast.
Thank you. God bless you all, and have a great day.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jason Fernandez. Is Jason with us?
Yes, I'm right here. Thank you. Thank you, the committee for giving me the time to speak. And I'm in favor of the House Bill 5500. I've been a member of Success Village since 2025, and the things that I heard and people told me that they experienced, especially a lot of like my building, a lot of those people are elderly. They said that they just feel like they've been attacked because they pay their common charges, and then once they found out that they weren't being paid, they just thought it was really unfair and unfortunate, and especially having no heat and hot water. I came a little bit after all the things that passed, but I just really felt bad for a lot of my neighbors, and they're still experiencing it. So I really hope that we all are in favor of this bill, and I just want to say thank you guys for letting me talk and giving me the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Rep Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fernandez, thank you for coming out and testifying. How long have you been a resident at Success?
Over a
So-
year now.
Oh, okay. So since you've arrived, have you been receiving any type of correspondence in terms of your any record of where you're at financially and in the bills and what are being paid or anything like that? Any kind of
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, attorney, not, he's been very communicating with everyone. He's been very good. And I know once he came, because some of my neighbors told me like he got on to fix the heating. He's been very well. He always tries to, I know once in a while, get everyone together, try to have a meeting, explain everything. And I know once they paid the back taxes and the taxes, they sent the email like the same day. So I really think he's very good and he's very manageable and he's been helping Success go back to being successful. So I wanted to say that. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony, and you have a great day.
You as well. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time this morning. Next up, we have Mary Falvey.
Yes, good afternoon, Representative Chafee and members of the committee. My name is Mary Falvey. I serve as the president of Connecticut Preservation Action, the nonprofit advocacy group that works for historic preservation policy and legislation across the state, as well as I'm the executive director of Hartford Preservation Alliance, which advocates for over 5,000 properties that are listed on the state and National Register of Historic Places. And I am, of course, here to testify for House Bill 5508, an act concerning historic districts and historic preservation.
Make sure that's stay quiet. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. And to supplement the testimony I previously have submitted. So with regards to the section 4 of this bill, we heartily approve of it. This bill is, in my opinion, a model of how legislation should be enacted. A problem was identified within the community. Preservation professionals worked together with community leaders, the great staff of the State Historic Preservation Office, and Majority Leader Rojas to craft the language. While we still have some work to do for tweaking and some specifics on this legislation, we ask that this portion of the bill be raised out of committee. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for Section 3, which exempts state and municipal properties from local historic district commission decisions. And I am happy to provide any members of the committee with some real life examples for how I think this legislation would be damaging. Do as we say, not as we do legislation, erodes the public trust. Historic districts and individual sites go through a rigorous process to be placed on the National and State Register of Historic Places. The state and municipalities should not only be complying with local ordinances and preservation guidelines, but should be setting a good example for residents in preserving historic properties. So I'm respectfully requesting your committee remove Section 3 from HB 5508. And finally, I'm also requesting removal of Section 6, which amends Section 22A-19A from the general statutes, amends that statute. You'll be hearing later from Christopher Wigren, who's not only the Deputy Director of Preservation Connecticut, but also chairs the State Historic Review Board. I would encourage you to take the time to ask him for his input on this issue. But briefly, the proposed amendment would be a violation of property owners' due process rights. And further, this overreach could result in a drastic reduction of individual and district nominations to the National Register of Historic Places. So I thank you for this time this afternoon, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Madam?
Thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate it, Mary. I just have a quick question. If we change that one section to make it so that any properties that are currently listed on a historic registry were excluded, would that be more acceptable?
So it would be like grandfather.
Yes.
Properties that are already listed, and then if it requires, it would be better. It doesn't totally solve the issue. So for example, and my experience is obviously with Hartford, the city takes properties in either from foreclosing on tax liens or blight liens. And sometimes they outright purchase properties to take control of future development rights. In these instances, especially, when it's, residential properties, excluding them so that, our preservation guidelines cover demolition. The city could just demolish the property to just be rid of it. And, so I would prefer that it not be included at all.
What if it were just grandfathering for the state and municipal properties? So in other words, if you already had a state and municipal property that was already on the registry, but you had one, say, that was coming up that was going to be empty, that is not currently on the historic registry, what about those being allowed to have a different process?
I would still not be in favor of that, because again, there's the historic properties, that we see, it is so much a part of the historic fabric and the cultural and the community. I think that, we've always found solutions when either municipalities or private individuals have come with, concerns they want to demolish or they want to do something against the guidelines. We've always been able to work out a solution within the guidelines.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? What's up? Seeing none, thank you once again for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Daniel Rangel. I do not see him on the room or online. Next, we have Deborah Britton. Also do not see Deborah. Rafael Irizarry.
So, yeah, good afternoon. My name is Rafael Irizarry. Thank you for our honorable Representative Ellen and Senator Renant and all the honorable members for Planning and Development Committee. I testify in favor and support the bill 5500, which does not require even $1 to the revenue for the state to help with the Success Village. This is concerned to waivers the interest of certain on delinquent municipality property taxes. And I've been living in Success for 5 years. When I moved in 2021, I think it was a wonderful place to live. But after the years, we running out with hot water, heaters, and I start getting concerned about what's going on. So we pay the charges, we pay all the fees. And the board and the former president, they're supposed to pay the bill on time. And I don't know what happened after we get involved. This is atrocity. That after 1 year, maybe 2 years with this situation, nothing happening. I think this is very unfortunate because we got 900 people, more than 900 people living in this facility with the low income, especially senior citizen and person with the low income was living with Social Security. And I think this was very, very unfair. In one board, they be elected to abuse for the citizen, not only for the Stratford, only for Bridgeport, to not be responsible to pay the taxes, to pay the bills. And I think this is very unfortunately, the city of Stratford and the city of Bridgeport, they sue the association to get away with the payments. So I think this is very, very important that this is situation, this is the first time and no business with the governor be interfered with this kind of problems. And I'm very supporter and I'm very grateful for the committee to really support us and waiver that interest because we don't have the money to pay this kind of interest because most of the people here living in low income fixed. And I believe that this is very unfair that after we do what's supposed to do, the board and the president take advantage to abuse with this financial, discrepancy. And I think so this is very, very bad. And I appreciate all the honors of the committee to both in favor to try to alleviate to the resident of Stratford and the resident of Bridgeport with this situation.
Thank you for your testimony. I see Rep. Baker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you for coming out here and support of this legislation so that and also I just I thank you for sharing your experience over the years. This particular situation, have you had any kind of communication over the years with the existing, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So have you, and over the years, with the existing association, what do you think that was the disconnect where they were able to withhold taxes and not pay the bills and the residents not knowing?
Well, I believe the board, they're supposed to be acting in favor to the resident. And I believe so. There was a malfunction and bad administration for the part to the board to not pay the bill on time and try to get away with all this abuse, because that's what it is. This is abuse, to take advantage for the people to pay the bills, to pay the common charge, and you take that money and use it as something else that's not to be directed to pay the responsibility to the gas company, to the tax payable, to the water company. And this is something like we call fraud. That's the only word that you can use it. Because you know what? We want to be split clearly. If you don't do to your responsibility to pay your bill on time, because we got two reasons. Because you don't have the money to pay, or you use the money for something else. But we pay a due. And after the association, after the board, continue to even give it no financial report for almost 2 years. They cancel every meeting. We vote to remove the boards, and they still active. And I think that was abuse too. So they violate every violate in the association to continue with this fraud.
Was there any, once you found out that there was some abuse going on, did you try to reach out to any outside sources to help you to kind of navigate through that once you realized that the existing board, did you find that there were resources out there for you to help you?
Yes, absolutely. We start getting with the local leadership, with the aldermen, with the city councils, and be involved. And I really appreciate all the help the leadership for Bridgeport. And also we speak in the city council in Bridgewater. Also, I speak in the city and the Stratford city town also. So to try to alleviate, to take care, this is the real situation, to be affected many people, many persons. You know what? I think that's very unfortunately that we went to the court and they just removed the entire board because they don't do what's supposed to do. And I was very active as soon as people start getting cut the water and the people give me a lot of complaint. And I was acting with the community leaders and politicians, and I do my part and really appreciate. And now I'm acting in favor to speaking in this public in favor to this bill because I think that's the fair. And I think this is the most important thing for the people living in success because we was traumatized for 2 years, you know, and we was very in bad shape. And I appreciate all the help, all the support that you give to this bill. And believe me, this is a power line that is supposed to be fixed, you know?
Thank you. I appreciate you for testifying today. And Mr. Chair, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, like talk about that you had to boil water.
Thank you again for your time. Next up, we have Jenny Berengill. I do not see her online or in the room. After that, we have Greg McCracken.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay this way
Yeah.
on Zoom?
You can go
Fantastic.
ahead when you're ready. Thanks.
All right. I am an attorney in Manchester, Connecticut. I'm also the president-elect and a member of the Legislative Action Committee of the Connecticut chapter of Community Associations Institute. And I'm here today to speak on Raise Bill 5507, really specifically Section 3 as it affects common interest communities in Connecticut. Section 1 of the bill defines ADUs now as separate dwelling units on a lot that have a principal dwelling unit that's larger. That particular provision's in Chapter 124. The other part of 824 that applies to ADUs is so far prohibited zoning regulations from restricting them in certain ways. This bill expands that to remove the opt-out provision and apply them to special act communities in Connecticut. The concern with Section 3 is that it's really a whole separate thing that affects covenants that are on real property in Connecticut. Currently, there's a provision in Chapter 821 of the general statutes that voids racially restrictive covenants that purport to restrict the use or occupancy of real property based on racial classifications. This particular bill will put any covenants that prohibit or place restrictions on the residential use of property that's zoned for residential purposes on exactly the same footing as racially restrictive covenants. So they would be void. And there are several issues we have with the language of the bill, the way it's written. First of all, historically in Connecticut and elsewhere, single-family use and occupancy has not been regarded under constitutional law as a suspect classification or an invidious classification. And there aren't any decisions in Connecticut that have voided single-family residential covenants for any reason, and to my knowledge, not anywhere else in the United States as well. So it just really hasn't been a suspect or void classification so far. Second, there's no explanation of the public policy beyond for the reason to expand it to these types of covenants. For example, in Kiowa, which applies to common interest communities, conversion of condominiums from apartments in Section 47-282 has an extensive explanation of the public policy. Here we have nothing. Unfortunately, the definition of ADU that's in section or chapter 124 of the general statutes won't apply to the statute. So it means that that statement that this will only apply to dwellings that are on a lot will not be the case for covenants. It could apply to anything that has a covenant, including condominiums and common interest communities. Arbitrary isn't defined anywhere in the statute. Typically, it means something
Can you
that
please summarize?
Sure. Basically, if we do this in common interest communities in Connecticut, there'll be no limit in terms of how property, whether it's a unit or common elements, could be required to accommodate ADUs. There's no mechanism. It'll actually endanger mortgageability of units, because if you have a unit of ownership in a common interest community that has multiple dwelling units, you're ineligible for normal mortgage financing. There's no mechanism to make this work on property that's not separately owned. It just hasn't been thought through. And my colleague, Jonathan Chappell, also did some written testimony on this. Questions may be helpful, but on the whole, we oppose this without a carve out for condominiums and common interest communities.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Seeing none. Did you say did you submit written testimony, or one of your colleagues did?
No, my colleague, Jonathan Chappell, who's also on the Legislative Action Committee with me, did. It
Okay.
didn't cover all my concerns, but that covered some of them.
All right. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you.
Next up, we have Franklin Adams. Not seeing Franklin. Willie Medina. I think, yeah, you have to put on there. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you once again to this committee body, chairs, co-chairs, and everyone that's here present, and those that are in line for your attention for today. And I'm a resident of Success Village Co-op. In the years I have called SVA my home, I have paid my monthly common charges every month. These common charges include the payment for our property tax, heat, hot water, maintenance for our co-op community. I'm here in support of HB 5500 by permitting both Bridgeport and Stratford to waive and/or refund the mandatory interest penalty on the delinquent taxes created by the mismanagement by then board president Ty Bird. Granting this relief would not cost the state anything, but would help protect the innocent residents like myself and my family whom were caught in the fraud and the misappropriation of funds. These funds will support this relief funds will support the continued stabilizing of our from financial hardship caused by the mismanagement of the common charges that were paid in excess of $6 million every single year. After 2 years of having no hot water, no heat, by the grace of God, our final boiler went out, and this caused a panic throughout the city because you have 924 buildings, units. Over 2,000 people are living in these units because a multi-thing, one family, or 2 bedrooms, 1 bedrooms, even 3 bedrooms. So there's over 2,000 residents. So what was the city going to do with that many people being out of a home? Our co-chairs, there was a lot of fraud where our people, as you heard testimony, went over to court to fight for us. There was an election. We elected him out, and he decided to fight with our own dollars, paid lawyers to fight against us, and never stepped down. This is the unpaid thing. There was a lot of fraud. Some people were paid money, millions of dollars, like somebody testified, Mr. Mato. One of our units, we lost life. 2 lives were lost. That building paid off insurance. That money is gone. All our money from our bank accounts, when Attorney Knotts came in, the court decided to step in finally and do something right through the city's support. Our city councilwoman, Maria Pereira, my wife, now city council for the 138th district. I'm also an elected official for the Board of Education. So we have elected officials, we have family, I was worried over 89 children in our schools that couldn't take baths regularly. Over 89 in my community, okay? Elderly, me knocking on doors, checking on them, having them have heat units. This same co-president mismanaged so much money that right now is under investigation. I'm hoping that we get some justice, but you guys can help. It won't cost her anything. Our Bridgeport is in agreement with this. Stratford it's just going to give us a little bit more justice now for these children and these families that we almost lost. Like you heard them say, we almost lost our investment for our families. Today, my granddaughter was born. Today, this morning at 12:59, Adeline Jane Torres was born. Okay, my daughter lived with me until the age of 18 when she moved out and lived her life, and now she made me a grandfather, or a bello, like we say. And again, if she was there, I still have my oldest and my youngest, a junior in Sacred Heart University. So I still have people that are depending on me.
Can you
And to
please
lose
summarize?
my home, it would have been drastic. So please pass this bill, give us justice. We're still looking for more, but you guys can help us relieve and get us back to stability. Thank you, and God bless. And I'll take any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for speaking with us today. And also for all that you did for your community down there. Sounds like you really went out of your way to make sure people were safe and healthy in such a trying time. You alluded to an investigation. I mean, we keep hearing testimony of what's going on down there. Is there currently a criminal investigation into the matter?
We believe so. Attorney and I has been doing a lot of investigation. When he started, first thing he did, and I was there at some court proceedings, he went over and wanted to get all the financial records, all the banks, because we had different banks for every bill. It was well
Your
organized
turn.
in that sense where they had money from all the common shares that was coming in. Like I said, you're averaging between 600 and 725 per unit, 925 units, 24 units exactly. Do the math over the year.
Go that way that we said, okay?
$1 million. And I want to apologize. Our city
Straight up the hill, right?
councilwoman
Go that way that we
did
talked
our
about.
all with our people, our community, to be there, to have them online. So that's why we're having problems, and that's them. So I thank her and our city council, both city councilwomen, for their help. And they got together to get our people. So yes, so that's the first step that he did. He had to fight to get our records. The judge put him as our receiver in charge of all our financial. What happened then? We had to go to court to tell one bank in particular, Bank of America, to think. The judge said, you leave this office right now. You tell them I want him to be on the book. He's the only legal person that can have access. So we have 5 different accounts for all our bills and everything. We have also one that we were trying to build through our last board, and you'll hear her president, that they were bringing funds because we are an old community. I think it's dating back to World War II, I think, or World War I. I mean, old. But yeah, our infrastructure's been holding strong, but yet they were getting ready, putting money aside from our common charge, getting ready to, buy brand new boilers. So there is some investigation still going on. I hear even the Fed are thing, because I'm talking about money was taken out. And I'll share with you, I came out of court specifically on certain days. This individual was going into the court, into the bank with a specific teller and withdrawing funds out. There is no clear records of any bills being paid in that particular time, matching those funds. So there's a lot of things going on, and I'm gonna let them do their work because it's ongoing, but it is a lot going on. And he's still around, being very pompous, unfortunately. So this was one individual that the courts also decided, and they didn't back us up, to split the board into 2 co-presidents. So one co-president would have 2 other members, and him had 2 other members. So there was 6 body. Well, that's when the state, the health department stepped in because there was no heat and hot water, and you can imagine what was going on. And they had warrants for their arrest for both co-presidents. One of them had a over 80-year-old mother living with her, and she panicked and she resigned because she was afraid that she was going to be in jail, unfortunately. And it caused her panic. So they decided to take over and keep her out of the board. So now they had 3 to their side and 2 there. On the Mark stepped up. On the Mark was back in my days. Our unit was owned by my family for close to 20 plus years. And On the Mark was part of our management of it, that they just got rehired by Attorney Knock, that's not here right now. And they stepped in, and they've been doing a great job building this up. But it takes all of us. There's 924 units, so you can imagine we all have to come together. We had a great group that you're going to be hearing from them. A lot of our people, like Mr. Purview, number 9, and also Miss Alexia that spoke, they're also submitted their testimony. I want to make sure you know on written, so that way you have it also to refer to. But they came in and they started managing. Again, they started managing. What can we do to get you guys back into stable. Like you heard our member say, we have a $300 assessment that we had to pay up front. These guys can't all afford that. I have a family. I could almost not afford it because I retired from buses. So it was very difficult, but we got through. They actually saw it and said, guys, okay, if you can't do the whole 300, let's do 100 this month, 100 next month, 100 to pay that assessment. Then they added 20% to build up funds before we can get our thing. We've been doing great for this last year that turned out to be going on. We've been having constant hot water. It was a process. But there's a lot still going on with our infrastructure and we're working on it, but it's been a lot. This community, this will help relieve our tension because we got a great support of $6 million to get, but under that contract, we had to pay up front. That was part of the agreement of that contract to pay these bills. It wasn't just here, $6 million and do whatever you want. No, it's just to take care of this. So what happened? The attorney now paid everything. So that's why we wanted to make sure that it is a waiver/refund. That way our municipalities, Bridgeport and Stratford, are ready to refund us those funds. That way we can invest back into our properties and get back to a comfortable thing. We're still not out of the woods.
Yeah.
But I thank you for your question.
Yeah, well, thank you once again. Very happy to hear that it's being investigated, and I truly hope that people are held accountable for what they did, because it sounds like it's been extremely hard for people who live there. And congratulations on becoming a grandfather, by
Thank
the
you
way,
very
and
much.
for taking the time on this day of all days to be here and testifying with us. Do we have any other questions? Oh, Rep Baker online.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dozer. Thank you for coming out. I know that you're a busy person, and I appreciate you taking the time to actually come up to Hartford to testify in person, and it means a lot, and it says a lot about who you are in terms of. And now you were able to, over the period of time, and this was happening. What would you, how were they able to, the existing board, able to do all of these things? And then there were no check and balances in place. How were they able to do that?
Well, the process was very interesting because I came into it when they was already going through it. When he was first elected, there was a full board. And then slowly but surely he started wiggling around so they were able to give him full autonomy. Now, if you have a board, it's for a reason. You can have a checks and balances, you can have everything in play. There's a vote and you can, fix each other. I'm part of the Bridgeport Board of Education, so we have 9 members. So you have to have a majority vote to have anything. So he manipulated a lot of people. We know some of the things that we've seen in our property where there was, again, we take care of our own. We're owners. We're co-ops. We're kind of like part owners. Everybody has a share. We're shareholders, like somebody else said. So we saw refrigerators, washing machines, stoves coming out. So, we believe there were, for us, seeing that in our community, we're thinking those were bribes. I know there was some other, the lawyers that were involved. In his side, on Mr. Tybert's side, that's also being questioned, and it's being questioned, and we hope that we get some justice with that, because they were not looking out for us. The lawyer was supposed to represent SVA, not represent Tybert, and he was working through Tybert. One of the things that they also did to our property against the vote of the community, because they did come to a vote, they build these units of AC and heat units inside our units. Now, our common charges, our common charges include our taxes, our hot water, and our heat. We paid our own electricity. So now you put this electrical units in our units. Now who's paying the electrical bill? We are. Who's paying our heat bill? We are, because it's running through our electric. So it was through all that manipulation through the lawyers. Our board, one of our co-presidents, he was actually even arrested when he is an owner and our co-president, but yet he was going into the boilers to have a company that regularly manages and maintains our boiler. So the boiler has an outside functioning part and an inside functioning part. These people were working with SBA for multiple years, if not decades. So they knew what the system was, what we needed to fix to make sure that it continues to give us hot water and heat. And they arrested him in his own property. The Bridgeport Police Department arrested him under the orders of Mr. Ty Bird and his friends and those that collaborated with him to commit all this fraud that was going on, because we believe there's other conspirators to this that allow this to happen, because I think there was a bigger plan. So it was that corruption. We went even to court, like I said, to fight some of our members paid out of their own pockets to receive some relief and say, listen, we want our paperwork. If we could pay our own taxes, we will go and pay our own taxes. We don't have a problem doing that. But because of the body that we're in, SVA Co-op, it's got to go through them. Now it's being paid. Now we're up to date. And I know On the Mark has been around, and now Ty Bird is the one that got rid of On the Mark management. So during all this time, as you said, Mr. Baker, Ty Bird got rid of On the Mark that were the management people that were managing. You have a board, but you also have the management company. He got rid of On the Mark. On the Mark didn't want to do everything that he said that he wanted to do. And On the Mark said, well, we'll leave. On the Mark is back right now and doing a very good job. We're still working a lot of things because we want that collaboration, because we're homeowners. I don't want nobody painting my house pink, let's say, without my permission. So we're working together with them, and they've been raising the bar. Every single time we challenge On the Mark to work with us, they've been raising the bar and working with us. So they've been a huge asset.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming and testifying. And I think that one of the things that I was trying to get with your experience and what you do over in the community is there something that we can do from a legislative standpoint to protect condo associations? I think that would be something we can have some conversations at a later date. But thank you for actually coming and testifying. And you have a great day and a safe ride home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You safe
Thank
drive.
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies. Any other questions, just in case?
I don't think so.
You
Thank
guys have
you
a
very
blessed one.
much.
Thank you for your time. God bless.
I'll go back. I see Deborah Britton online. No. Yeah. For those of you waiting online, you need to accept the invitation before you can speak. Moving on, Joshua Caskey. Oh, I see Deborah Britton now. You're on mute. You could go ahead when you're ready.
Unmute. Okay. Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, I think we need to keep our insurance that we have because, I was supposed to have gone out a year ago for neck surgery, but thank God, I don't know, my arm got cured. I didn't need the surgery. But, for people like me, who work hard, make a living, God forbid we're sick, or, I have my mom living with me now, and God forbid if I have to stay home to take care of her down the road, we need to get paid. Everything's so expensive in this world. How is anybody supposed to go out on disability if they get sick for 3 months? How are they supposed to pay their mortgages, food? It's just not right to take this away from Heart Transit or all the other, bus drivers that work hard for a living. It just seems the government wants to take everything good away from us. And it's just not fair.
Do we have
Yes.
any questions?
No.
Rep Haynes.
Nope.
Hi, Deborah. Thank you so much for being here today. And we certainly don't want to take anything away from you and want you to be able to pay your bills. So just a quick question. Are you a private employee?
I work for Hart Transit,
Okay, so does that mean you're a public or a private? employee?
public.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Bernice Wazaluk. Loretta J. Good morning or afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, chairs and co-chairs, distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name's Loretta J., and I'm the managing member of the Justice of the Peace Association, a professional membership organization based in Fairfield. For 25 years, we have advanced professional standards and accountability for justices of the peace. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of HB 5509, an act concerning justices of the peace. This legislation represents a thoughtful and necessary step toward improving fairness, accountability, and public confidence in the JP appointment process and the appointment system. Justices of the peace perform more than ceremonial roles. While weddings are a visible and joyful part of the job, marriage is fundamentally a legal act, and JP's core duty is ensuring both parties freely and knowingly consent. The current JP appointment system in Connecticut is outdated and inequitable. There are no required qualifications beyond taking an oath of office, and there is no consistent framework for accountability. HB 5509 begins to address these gaps by defining misconduct, strengthening oversight, and creating a more structured system that better serves the public. As the lead of an organization representing civil officiants, I regularly hear about individuals falsely claiming to be JPs, JPs knowingly performing fraudulent marriages, or JPs failing to meet basic legal expectations. Our members are bound by a code of ethics and clear standards protect couples and the integrity of the office, something reputable JPs welcome. The bill also takes an important step toward addressing political inequity in appointments. Unaffiliated and minor political party voters make up 43% of Connecticut's electorate, yet they face limited opportunities to be appointed as JPs. JPUS endorses the Connecticut Town Clerk Association's recommendation to give town clerks greater flexibility to fill vacancies for unaffiliated and minor party JP positions, including allowing applications to be accepted on a rolling basis after the initial lottery and filled throughout the 4-year term. And you can read about that in the Town Clerk Association's written testimony, and I presume later on when they testify. Finally, the proposed working group is a critical component of this bill. It creates space for stakeholders to collaborate, examine inconsistencies, and recommend practical solutions that improve efficiency, transparency, and fairness. By passing HB 5509, the legislature will strengthen public trust, modernize an outdated system, and improve the quality of services provided to Connecticut residents. I respectfully urge you to advance this bill, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for being with us today.
Thank
Do we have any questions?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Loretta, for being here today. I know we have this very squeaky microphone over here. I am wondering if there's anything that you would add to the bill as it stands now, or you think that in terms of your organization that you're happy with it as is?
I think that the biggest, I think that training is a biggie, but that's part of what I think has happened during the working group. I think the working group is a really important component. And the modification that I would encourage is I liked how the Town Clerk Association, their suggestion, which I don't know if you've had a chance to read their written testimony yet, but their suggestion for allowing rolling, the chance to have rolling consideration of applications after their initial applications are reviewed, I think addresses the issue. The way the bill is currently written, where minor political party and unaffiliated only have that one chance for a lottery limits. It's a small step, but it's not addressing the full problem.
Yeah, we've actually struggled to get that passed before, so I'm not sure we'll be able to get it through this time, but I certainly appreciate the thought about it, and their thought as well.
Mhm.
So thank you for being here today.
Okay.
And I think maybe Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. I was wondering if you could provide any more background on the misconduct you mentioned and if there are any records of that misconduct.
In terms of, well, there's fraudulent marriages, certainly. That's been in the news a lot.
That's the main concern.
That's a biggie. There's certainly situations of individuals who are not justices of the peace who advertise themselves as JPs. There's no recourse for that. And that's certainly brought to my attention when others find those individuals advertising themselves as such. And there's nothing we can do about it. So this bill would address that problem as well.
Okay, thanks. I'm aware of the fraudulent marriage issue, but not the latter one. Thank
Yes.
you.
So, and then there's I think it raises the bar. I think members of our association take training. They take their role very seriously. They take every opportunity they can to take trainings and to advance their professionalism. There are others who less so, are less professional, and word gets around when people are. I hear complaints from couples who have a less than ideal wedding circumstance. And so I get those complaints. They're not members of our association, but they may vent their frustration and their unhappy experience. So.
Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate you being here testifying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Next up, we have Norberto Meza. Do not see him in the room or online. And Representative Stephen Meskers.
Good afternoon to my esteemed chairs, Senator Rahman. I have the privilege of sitting with on Commerce, and Representative Kravos Dekra, Senator Gordon, and Representative Hayes. I come before you as a representative from Greenwich, from the penultimate district, as I like to say, the 150th out of 151. I'm here to speak to you about the House Bill 5507, raising my voice in opposition to the bill. In Greenwich, we did consider the opportunity for the ADU bill passed PA 2129. We decided to opt out. We did engage in and have enabled legislation for accessory dwelling units as a right, with some restrictions, but we are engaged in this. I think importantly for me, I think sitting in this assembly on Commerce, we've worked assiduously to increase brownfield remediation, to work on gray fields, to work on expediting the process for building on the housing stock in the state of Connecticut. I think essentially the biggest obstacles to the housing is a reform of the construction code, which is particularly, and I learned a great vocabulary stretcher, which particularly is prescriptive versus performative. And I love the two words, and I had to sit there and crack open my dictionary and look. And prescriptive tells you exactly what you have to do, and performative tells you what you're trying to get to. And if you look at housing codes and construction, the goal has to be insulation, waterproofing, stability, etc. And instead of building a performative code, it's a prescriptive code. It limits the amount of innovation in housing construction. It limits the ability to be creative with lower price solutions. If you think about housing, simply electricity, we have virtually, I don't know what percentage of the house now is going to be under LED wiring, or should be. And a very small portion should be under copper wiring. It's for heavy duty kitchen appliances, ovens, microwaves. You can run two sets. You can run a switch box and run with different voltages and prevent, obviously, that you burn out or cause a fire. by setting up the standards. I think we haven't done enough to work on the reforms of our construction process. I also think it's a state where we failed is to hold a higher level of accountability in the permitting process. And that's always a delicate issue, but we have to look both from the housing construction industry and from our Department of Energy Environmental Protection. Every delay in a housing construction cost adds 10, 20, 30% to the construction, puts the financing in jeopardy, puts the ultimate undertaking of the construction at risk. I think we would be better suited there to focus more of our efforts to create an affordable cost to affordable housing. Lastly, my concern with the ADUs as a right is the risk we run. And it's interesting, in all parts of my town, you'll have either properties with shared driveways, properties with shared common properties, and they have literally written up an easement. And I'm not sure what the definition of arbitrary is. And my concern with some of the writing of this bill is that creating
Can you
a
please
right-
summarize?
Sure. Creating this issue as a right would limit and it potentially be illegal. So I'm not sure that we're headed in the right direction with this, and I would just urge reconsideration. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, my chairman.
Thank you very much.
Commerce Committee. It's a
We're
pleasure
switching
to-
hats today.
Yes,
Thank you.
the pleasure to serve with your Commerce Committee. Doing great job there. I think this bill also, I don't know, Mr. Chairman, you recognize that is the 115 town opt out and 51 opt in, and that's including opt in Greenwich opt in, but then Darien opt out. So if you look, this is not fair. One state, 115 town opt out and 51 opt in. I think that's also this bill will make fair for state-wise. Like if you see that we need the housing across the board, 169 town and cities. However, Stamford, Waterbury, Middletown, Danbury, Bristol, East Hartford, those town opt out. Middletown desperately need more housing, am I right? Waterbury, Stamford, East Hartford. So those town opt out, but then Manchester opt in. So like Deep River, East Haddam, Ellington, those in. Some small town. I think this bill will make better and fair for across the boards. With that, and I know you mentioned some other item is there, and yes, we are working on this. I think also not fair of the property. I cannot rent anyone other than family member. What happens if I don't have family member? So what I do with this property? So I think this bill will make better and will make fair for across the boards. With that, I want to thank you being here and outstanding testimony. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Rep. Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Just a quick question. Is there anything in this bill that if it did go through that we change some language that might help this scenario, or do you think the whole bill needs to just be scrapped?
Well, I think the as a right and the arbitrary or the definition of arbitrary is a huge obstacle. I'm concerned in terms of, you're loath to use the word character or style, but I'm concerned that with accessory dwelling units, if you're not dealing with an owner-occupied property, you could find various neighborhoods with smaller lots acquired by private equity, private capital, and converted into rental units, the principal residency and the secondary residency. And that goes to the second piece of why we look at housing and as an issue of both accessibility educationally and as social justice. And it's a problem already in the United States. My side will argue one side, your side will pick other sides, but income divides are growing in the United States. And the issue of homeownership is a principal access to generational wealth building. I'm not sure density in and of itself, without some prescriptive about advantaging homeownership with accessory dwelling units, because you may be trying to help the marginalized homeowner being able to afford to support the property tax, et cetera, by being the principal owner with a rental unit. I'm worried that we're going to convert the country into a country of renters. And transitionally, we now lease our cars, we now lease our phones, we now lease many people now are renters in perpetuity. Their college education is on debt. I'm worried that we're going to transform all of us into transitional renters of our entire life until the end. So if one of the goals is density and one of the goals is generational wealth, I'm concerned, well, the generational wealth issue, I don't think is adequately addressed in terms of ownership. And on the density side, that's another one of my objections. I live on the border with Port Chester, and I live on the border with Stamford, within 5 miles. I live in an area with quarter-acre lots. I also have density. I run the full gamut between my border with Port Chester to Stamford. I think we've figured out the density where we want it. We've figured out how to permit accessory dwelling units. You do have issues about stormwater. And I don't think any of the towns, to my knowledge, who are either in sewer districts or water districts have adequately assessed capacity issues, and we are granting a preemptive right to capacity without a measurement of water quality, water safety, sewage safety. I mean, they're used as obstacles in some cases. I understand that argument, but without requiring capacity studies or look, it's a very difficult issue. So I'm concerned. Without going through septic, which is also right. Okay, perfect.
Well, thank you, Representative Meskers. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Seeing no other questions. Next up, we have John Guzkowski.
Thank you. Can you both see me and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to Chairman Kavros-DeGraw and Chairman Rahman and the ranking members and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is John Guzkowski. I am a professional planner and principal with Tyche Planning and Policy Group. I am also the Government Relations Officer for the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association, which is a professional organization of more than 400 local, regional, state planners, private consultants, and allied professionals. We are the eyes and ears on the ground in your land use offices. And we are here today. We submitted 4 pieces of testimony. I will go through them very quickly. I'm happy to answer questions at the end. We submitted testimony on House Bill 5502 concerning housing in industrially zoned land. We oppose this bill, and we agree that finding more housing opportunities across our municipalities is critical, but this bill goes a little too far, particularly in the light of the requirements of Public Act 25-1, which was passed in November. Separation of industrial from residential uses is pretty much historically the entire reason we have zoning. Industrial use tends to be the most noxious and most inappropriate to house people near. And removing this potential, separation, bypassing local planning, bypassing local zoning, is essentially anti-planning, and it's going in the wrong direction. We do believe that there is a role to play about creating housing in a variety of locations, but if this is a solution for a municipality, then they will come up with that solution, particularly as part of their housing growth plans that they're required to develop under Public Act 25-1. So we don't believe that bypassing local planning and zoning and allowing these housing units to be developed in industrial zones is appropriate at this time. Second bill we submitted testimony on is 5505 concerning use of warehouses as shelter for people or housing. And we do support this bill. What this bill would do is basically require local authorization, local review for public health, safety, welfare, zoning compliance. And so it is an appropriate amount of review for these uses. It shouldn't just be done without local review. So we support that bill. House Bill 5507 concerning accessory apartments. We broadly support expanding the use of accessory apartments as an as of right use. and generally are okay with removing the opt-out that was provided in Public Act 2129. That is fine. However, this bill also puts in place a minimum square footage for accessory units. This is in lines 32 through 36 of the bill. We believe that should be struck, creating arbitrary minimum square footages for dwelling units is going backwards and actually discouraging affordability by requiring a minimum that these apartments need to be a minimum size. As long as they comply with public health, fire, and building code, there should not be an arbitrary minimum, which was part of Public Act 2129. So we oppose that portion of this bill. And lastly,
please summarize.
Okay, 5508 concerning historic preservation is kind of a weird bill that would require live streaming of historic district commission meetings. That is not a requirement for any other commission that I'm aware of. So it's odd to put that technology requirement on historic district commissions. And finally, it's a bad idea to exempt town and state applications, municipal and state government applications in these very historically sensitive areas. Those applications should go through the historic district review process as well. Thank you very much for your attention and your time today, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your time this morning. Senator Rahman, do you have a question? Okay. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
To Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker, John Gula. John Gula. I don't see John Gula here. Are we moving next speaker, Luz Velez? I don't see Luz Velez. Also, Stephanie Thomas, Secretary of the State. Madam Secretary, are you there? Oh, okay. All right. Please proceed. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me. Thank you. Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee. My name is Gabe Rosenberg. I'm the Chief of Staff and General Counsel for the Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas. She was not able to make it today and asked for me to testify on her behalf. This is not the first time our office has asked the legislature to strengthen Connecticut's justice of the peace system. We did last year as well with similar legislation that this committee approved, and we're here again today because the issue remains important. Justices of the peace perform legal duties that affect Connecticut residents in meaningful ways. They officiate marriages, administer oaths, and witness legal documents, actions that carry real legal consequences for the individuals and families involved. Despite these responsibilities, there are currently no standard training requirements or consistent oversight for individuals serving in these roles. Our office maintains the statewide roster of justices of the peace and works closely with the municipalities to administer the program. Through that work, we regularly hear from town clerks and local officials about problems that arise when individuals are unfamiliar with the legal requirements of the position. HB 5509, an act concerning justices of the peace, addresses those concerns. First, it requires newly appointed JPs to certify that they have received and reviewed the guidance materials already published by our office, explaining their duties and responsibilities. This simple step will help reduce errors that can create unnecessary complications, including errors related to marriage paperwork, something that we commonly hear from our town clerks. Second, the bill establishes clear standards of misconduct, including explicitly prohibiting justices of the peace from knowingly performing unlawful or fraudulent marriages. And third, it clarifies procedures for filling vacancies so towns can respond more quickly to local needs. Finally, it also creates a working group to study issues related to the justices of the peace moving forward. This role may sometimes appear ceremonial, but it carries real legal responsibility and public trust. On behalf of Secretary Thomas, I respectfully ask the committee to move HB 5509 forward, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
My co-chair, Kavros Dagro.
Thank you so much, and thanks for being here today, Gabe. We appreciate it. Last year, we heard testimony about the situation where we have somebody getting married to a gentleman on one day, and the next day she's marrying somebody else in a different town. Do you have any suggestions as to how we might be able to mitigate that, aside from training the JPs to better recognize a fraudulent marriage? I honestly don't know how you would sort of just on its face recognize that without some other mechanism in place?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's not an easy issue to solve. I believe that this year's bill includes a 48-hour waiting period, which would do something along those lines. I also think training is really important. I think that training the justices of the peace to recognize when a marriage is maybe not all that it seems like it should be would be very helpful. And then just some sort of oversight if there are people repeatedly involved in problematic marriages that may be fraudulent. Just some oversight at all would be helpful.
And currently, there's no database, right? Like from town to town in terms of, because we're 169 unique towns. So there's no database that would sort of red flag that this person just got married, 48 hours ago, for us to be able to know that it's fraudulent on its face.
Correct.
Okay.
Our office has a list of justices of the peace, but that's it.
Okay. Yeah, because one of the testimonies we heard last year makes me think that at some point maybe we need to move towards having some sort of database of marriages, because we don't want to have people engaging in bigamy and or fraudulent marriage as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Rep. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. And I see the next question coming from Rep. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for you in regards, thank you for just coming and giving your testimony on this. What is going to be the enforcement measures in terms of which should a town clerk, if they do suspect some sort of fraudulent activity going on? Have we put any parameters in place?
What we had envisioned doing was the same procedures that we use for notaries public. So a brief investigation and hearing process within our office. These statutes are modeled exactly on the notaries public statutes.
All right. Well, thank you for that for the answer, and I appreciate once again your testimony for coming out here. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other question? Seen or here not? Thank you so much for being here today with us, and thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker, Eric Bentoli.
Can you hear me?
Oh, you're on Zoom. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. How you doing? Thank you for having me, Planning and Development Committee. I was scheduled to appear in person, but today was too nice and I had to go remote, unfortunately. I really quickly want to just voice my support for Bills 5502 and 5507. My name is Eric Taglione. Last year, I ran as unaffiliated candidate in the mayoral race in Norwalk. A large part of the platform was about our need for more quantity, affordability, and accessibility in our housing market. And it seems that these two proposed bills will actually help provide in that. Norwalk, as it stands right now, we got about 2 million square feet of industrial property, of which about 27% is vacant. So definitely some of what I saw in legislation can help us accommodate the, I think, 8,000 needed affordable units that we're currently running at. And 5507 is a great idea. Accessory dwelling units seems to be a good option in the housing market, especially again here in Norwalk, where we're really given basically two options, most of which are kind of leaning towards a luxury state of things. The ADUs seem like they will provide housing for some of our marginalized community, like the elderly, who are looking to downsize and things of that nature. So in short, I'm in full support of those two bills, 5502 and 5507. And I hope you guys have a great day. Thank you.
Members, any questions? I see nor hear none. Thank you for your testimony, sir. And with that, we're moving next to speaker, Morgan Shea. Morgan Shea?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, please proceed.
Hi, 1 second. So, my name is Morgan Schick, and I am a resident of Success Village in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I'm here to respectfully ask for your support in granting the tax relief being requested for our community. For many of you, Success Village may not be a lot, but for somebody like me that grew up in the system and grew up in foster care and bounced from house to house, I take pride in not being a statistic and actually growing up and actually working hard and becoming somebody. This is my first place that I've actually owned. Living in Success Village over the past few years, let me tell you, the level of stress and hardship and trauma that many of us and families have endured is not normal. My first year that all this was happening with Ty Bird, it was actually the year that I got married. Ironically, it wasn't the best year being married when you're losing hot water and heat every day. Experiencing their own, it shouldn't be something we experience in our own homes. For a long time, residents felt like we were living under a leadership of, not a leadership, we were under a dictatorship, then a cooperative community president. Decisions were made without transparency, and residents who were asked questions about where our money was going was often ignored or we were targeted. For me, I'm not only paying an HOA fee for an increase, I was targeted, me and my wife's cars, multiple times from Ty Bird. I've had my tires popped multiple times. When I went onto the news, this is not okay. For somebody that just feels passionate about where they live and they don't want to lose their home, I should not be targeted and had to spend thousands of dollars just on new tires for just not wanting to lose my home and have hot water and heat. Meanwhile, families like mine and others continue to do the right thing by paying our HOA fees every month, believing that these funds were being used to maintain the community and pay our obligations, including our taxes. But we later learned something deeply troubling. While residents were faithfully paying their HOA fees, the former board president was not paying our bills and was not paying our property taxes. If you know anything about properties, you cannot go without paying your property taxes. One person had full autonomy over all of our HOA funds. And no matter what we did to speak up, we were just falling on deaf ears. That realization was terrifying. Homeowners who had done everything right suddenly facing the possibility of liens and financial consequences because the taxes were not being paid. We all understand how important it is to pay taxes. This is what life is. The government, you have to pay your taxes and keep our homes protected. Yet we were put into a position where our homes were not being protected, but our money was being taken, where our community's financial stability was jeopardized without our knowledge. At the same time, many families were already dealing with serious living conditions, including times without heat or hot water, which only added to the emotional and financial, financial strain. Today, our community is working hard to rebuild with very not and on the mark. We have the leadership and residents who are committed to transparency, accountability, and fixing the damage that was left behind. If you ask anybody about Success Village, I'm sure they would know my name. What was that?
Can you please summarize?
Summer.
Can you please summarize your testimony?
Okay, then I'm done.
Any question, members? I don't see any question and concern. Thank you for your testimony, and I'm so sorry for what you've gone through. With that, our next speaker, Jose Adams. Jose Adam, I don't see you. I am moving next speaker, Kathy Dennis. Kathy, you see? I see you are actually mute. Please unmute. Kathy. Kathy, can you hear us? You are on mute. Yeah, mute. Okay, we are moving our next speaker, Joseph Grosco. Yeah. Welcome, Representative. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Joe Gresco, District 121, Stratford. I'm not going to go over everything that you heard concerning Success Village. They have been through the ringer over the last few years. They've finally righted the ship thanks to Attorney Knott leading the charge. So this would allow them to take what was paid for interest and penalties to both Bridgeport and Stratford, get it back from those two municipalities, because legally they had to pay it when they settled. And those funds would be used, so says Attorney Knott, to pay down additional debt. But these people have endured no heat or hot water for a whole season, and they're now seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So we want to keep that going. And They've had the liens removed from their property. So if we can reword the substitute language for the bill to adjust to the allowing the municipalities to give the money back that was paid in interest and penalties to the receivership, so it could be used for more important purposes. I think it's somewhere around $500,000, the majority of that money from Bridgeport, but I checked with our mayor in Stratford and he's like, yeah, give them the money back. That's all I got. I know you guys have a long day in front of you, so I don't want to keep you too long.
Question coming from my co-chair, Carlos Degro.
Just a quick one. Did you submit written testimony as well?
I did. I don't know
Okay.
if it's
It'll be up eventually. I just want to make sure that we catch that change for JFS language because our meeting is Friday. So-
got it. I will make sure that I will check it again this evening, and if not, I will resubmit it.
Okay. Or you could just send it to us directly. That's
Yeah,
fine.
leave
Thank
them
you so
back.
much.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Is there any other questions? Seen or hear none? Thank you so much for being here today with us and outstanding testimony.
Sure thing.
Yeah. With that, we are moving our next speaker.
Gotta go back to Kathy. She's there.
Kathy, can you hear us? Please unmute, Kathy.
Just say we can't.
We can't hear you, Kathy. Yes. Please unmute. Yes, good.
I'm sorry, there's something wrong with my phone. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
I'm here to testify on behalf of HP 5500. I am a 25-year unit owner of Success Village Cooperative and have been a responsible owner paying my common charges on time, which are required by taxes, water, heating, and gas bills. Success Village Cooperative collects approximately $6 million a year in charges to pay these critical bills. However, in 2022, a new president was appointed and everything went to hell. We were told there is an FBI investigating the money that disappeared. We were not given any financial reports regarding the finances of Success Village Cooperative. In 2022, we were without heat the entire winter. In 2023, we lost our hot water for over 6 months. We had to go to relatives' homes to take a shower because the state shut down the boilers because of the poor condition they were in. Water had to be boiled to wash dishes. We were given space heaters that didn't work. I had to purchase a space heater to use for heat, and my electric bill went up 128%. Most of the unit owners living in Success Village on a fixed income, we can't afford the expenses we have incurred due to the last president. The receiver, Barry Knotts, had no choice but to raise our common charge 20%, and we had a $300 because we have enough money to renew our insurance. That's a big increase at one time. She's been here for hours. Being that over a half of the complex is on a fixed income. Please vote in favor of HP 5500 to help us to pay the debt we incurred from the last president, allowing in Stratford to waive and refund $425,000 in penalties. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, and we're really sorry for what you went through. And any question from members? No question at this time, Kathy. Thank you for your testimony. Oh, I see that, Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is more or less a comment with Kathy. I just wanted to just thank you for testifying. I've known you for many years, and you've always kept me abreast that the things are going on over in Cess, and I've always apologized, and I hope that this legislation will be able to relieve some pressure on the residents and move things forward. So thank you for testifying. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you also. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other question? Don't see nor hear none at this time. Kathy, thank you for your testimony. Moving to next speaker, Anna Manaski. I don't see Anna Muskie. Moving the next speaker, Mark Hines. Mark Hines.
Mark Haynes.
If you're online, you need to accept your panelist invitation in order to be able to testify on Zoom. So Mark, if you can hear us, please accept your panelist invitation.
He's
We can hear you. We're going to revisit you. We're moving to next speaker, Margaret Alba.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Rahman and DeGraw, Kavros DeGraw, my apologies, Senator Gordon, Representative Haynes, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm Margarita Albin. I chair the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission. I am in opposition of HB 5507. I think you've already heard a lot of testimony. My town does allow ADUs as of right in the entire town. However, we are opposed on other reasons, which is that at PA 2129, you had allowed towns to opt out and design their own ADU.
okay. When they call your name.
Yeah. Should I keep talking?
Please continue.
Okay, so I'll stop because I noticed you had some questions for Representative Meskers, and if you had zoning questions, one thing, for example, that I wanted to talk about is, although we allow them as of right, we do require sewer connections, and that is because we're very tight on infrastructure in the sewer lines right now. We're working on them, but we'd like to plan our development as PA 25-1 encourages us to do, and we would like to retain that. Senator Rahman, we think it's important that residents be on site. You don't have to be related. We require no blood relationship, just for example, that residents be on site on their ADU. In all honesty, the biggest obstacle we've encountered in our community is that it is phenomenally expensive to build to code at the moment. And I'm sad to say this war is not going to make it any better. With that, I'd love to stop. And if y'all have any questions for me.
Thank you so much. Any question from members? Seen or here known at this time? Margaret, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Rahman.
You're very welcome. And I just want to echo all the speakers. Please mute until we call your name. With that, I want to move to the next speaker, Anna Stapleton. You hear us? Please unmute. I see you. Please unmute. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, honorable committee members. I urge you to pass Bill HB 5500. We need this money to help pay off our remaining $1 million of debt, which we owe at no fault of our own. We paid our common charges in good faith and had to live through the nightmare of a winter with no heat and a spring with no hot water and the threat of losing our homes. My UI bill quadrupled that winter because I was using 2 electric heaters 24 hours a day. Lack of hot water was worse. I couldn't use the bathtub because I had to bring boiling water upstairs and I had a knee injury. So I couldn't use it. I had to arrange taking showers at friends and relatives' houses and go to work and come home and then boil water to wash dishes. It was a very stressful time for me, and it was humiliating to say the least. I appreciate what Attorney Knott has been doing. He's done a great job restoring heat and hot water, but we need our remaining debts paid and money in the bank for when the time comes for future infrastructure projects. After all we've been through, including significant increase in common charges, we need to feel safe and secure in our own homes again. I urge you to pass this bill. Thank you very much for your time.
No problem. We're really sorry for what you went through. Any question from members seen or here? None at this time. Thank you for your testimony. We're moving next speaker, Larry Musquit. Larry Musquit. I don't see Larry Musquit at this time. Mark Haynes, I see you.
Yes. Hello, could you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, I'm just speaking for Success Village about the bill for the tax relief. I just have a few things written down that I just wanted to go over. Before Ty and his board took over, we had all of our bills paid and we had around $2 million in reserves. So we were a pretty healthy community and we were coming back. We were working with Green Bank and multiple engineers to try to get our new heating system. And we had good management, a good board. Right after they took over, they fired our managers, they fired our lawyers, they fired our accountants, they stopped paying our bills, they stopped paying our taxes, they start refusing to release any financials for us. We reached out to every single state, federal official we could think of, asking for help. We weren't getting any. And we were just watching the ship go down. We held a special election, we voted them out, but they refused to leave. Instead, they hired 6 lawyers to fight us with their own money. We went to court, we made agreements with the judge because he said a trial was going to take longer than the next election. And he had us make some agreements we reluctantly agreed to. And unfortunately, they didn't follow any of the agreements. We went back to court. Judge Reed was transferred. Judge William Clark took over, and he dismissed the case and left Ty in charge. We all paid all of our taxes. We paid our bills with our common charges. I've been here for 17 years. I was never late once, but the money just wasn't being spent where it needed to be spent. And we all knew it, and we were begging for help. So we're still facing a lot of financial hardships. We're definitely victims of a crime. The FBI has been investigating it now for over a year. And this bill would really help us, come back from the disaster that we just went through. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question, members? Seen or here? None at this time. Mr. Haynes, thank you so much for your testimony. Moving to our next speaker, also Mark Garofalo.
Good evening.
Unmute.
Yep.
You could continue to watch.
Thank you.
Hi.
Are they going to stop? No, you're muted. Yeah. You can watch it from your phone.
You're actually not muted. You're not muted. So if you could mute Mark Haynes, that'd be great. And Mark Garofalo, go ahead.
Thank you, members of the committee, Senator Rahman, Representative Kavros DeGraw, Senator Gordon, Representative Haynes, and Representative Chafee and other Senator Needleman. My name is Mark Garofalo. I'm the town clerk in the great city of Derby, home of Roseland Pizza, one of the big 5 in Connecticut, and current vice president of the Connecticut Town Clerks Association. As you know, town clerks are the heartbeat of our towns and cities, and pretty much we come in contact with every aspect of daily lives in our towns. So I'm pleased to provide testimony in support of House Bill 5509, an act concerning justices of the peace. The Connecticut Town Clerks Association, CTCA, represents 169 town and city clerks across our state. The issuance and permanent maintenance of marriage licenses, many of which are relied upon by justices of the peace, is a core statutory responsibility of our offices. This bill establishes new standards for individuals serving as justices of the peace and grants our Secretary of State authority to determine misconduct that may warrant suspension or revocation of appointment. It also creates a working group to review and recommend improvements to training and other essential areas, and the CTCA appreciates the opportunity to have representation on this committee. The bill also outlines a process for filling vacancies for justices of the peace appointed by the town clerk prior to the next quadrennial appointment period. Those are unaffiliated and minor party justices of the peace. However, CTCA recommends simplifying this process by allowing the quote-unquote overflow applications, those received after the initial lottery described in Section 5E, to be accepted on a rolling basis throughout the 4-year term and kept on file in order received. These applicants could then be appointed to fill vacancies as they occur. This approach ensures that unaffiliated electors have the same opportunity to fill midterm vacancies as those appointed by our major political parties. The Town Clerks Association further supports Section 6 of this bill, which establishes a 48-hour waiting period for applying for a marriage license. This time frame allows town clerks to verify the accuracy of the information provided without the pressure of immediately producing the license, thereby improving the quality and reliability of the vital record. We thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony today, and thank you for your important work at the state level.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Any questions? Seen or here? None. Thank you for your testimony, sir. Our next speaker, Maria Pierce, please unmute and proceed. Unmute, Maria. Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Dear Honorable, okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. Dear Honorable Representative Eleni and Senator Rahman and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee, I'm testifying in support of House Bill 5500, which does not impact our state coffers in any way, shape, or form, or any other municipality other than Bridgeport and Stratford. I have worked closely with State Representative Chris Rosario and my state representative, Andre Baker, who also represents all 800 unit owners of Success Village on the Bridgeport side. There are approximately 2,000 residents who reside at Success Village, with 800 units in Bridgeport and 124 units in Stratford. Initially, when I proposed the language of this bill, there was $380,000 in statutorily mandated interest penalties due in Bridgeport and $45,000 properly assessed in Stratford, representing a staggering $425,000 in properly assessed interest. However, at the time we introduced the bill, they were not paid. So we had just requested the ability to waive the interest penalties. Since then, Success Village receiver Attorney Knott received the $6 million loan from the State Department of Housing approved by Governor Lamont. And the covenants of that loan require the numerous liens on the property to be paid as a condition of the loan. Therefore, the $3 million in back taxes in Bridgeport and $450,000 in back taxes in Stratford were recently paid, including the interest penalties. So now the bill as it's currently written is deficient. We need the bill to do two things. We need it to allow Stratford and Bridgeport to waive the interest penalties from 21 to 24 retroactively, because now they've been paid. And we need you to provide Stratford and Bridgeport with the authority to refund those interest penalties. This in no way affects the principal. They are paying 100% of the principal and the taxes owed. I want you to know, as the councilwoman who represents all 800 units in Bridgeport, when I started advising my constituents that they start paying their common charges in escrow accounts, segregating them, because they have a leasehold contract that clearly states that their common charges in part must be used to pay their taxes, their heat, their hot water. And they were millions of dollars in arrears. As a matter of fact, some liens have been sold and they were about to start foreclosing on Success Village for those purchase tax.
Awesome. Members, any questions? She's done. Yeah?
I think she got cut off.
Yeah. You hear us? No.
She's frozen. Rep Baker has.
Maria,
has a question.
yeah, Maria frozen. Hold on, Rebecca. She's actually frozen. See, we can hear her.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilwoman Pereira, thank you for your advocacy. You are definitely a bridge builder in the community on Success Biz, and I thank you for all the work that you have done. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any other questions? Seen or hear none? Maria, so much for your testimony. Moving our next speaker, Craig Kerr. Craig Kerr.
Thank you, Chairs Rahman and Kavros DeGraw, ranking members and members. Chairs Rahman and Kavros DeGraw, can you hear me?
Please proceed.
Okay. I just got a message to unmute. I apologize. My name is Kirk Carr, and I've been a Connecticut resident for 46 years. Currently live in Ridgefield. Accessory dwelling units, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to Bill 5507. Accessory dwelling units play a constructive role in Connecticut's housing ecosystem. Many municipalities, including Ridgefield, already allow ADUs and have adopted regulations that balance housing flexibility with infrastructure capacity, environmental constraints, and neighborhood sensitivity. Collaborating with communities to expand housing options is a legitimate policy goal. However, Raise Bill 5507 moves in the opposite direction of the collaborative approach the state has recently encouraged. Instead of building on local progress, it further preempts municipal zoning authority and removes the remaining tools towns use to responsibly manage accessory dwelling units. This bill diverges from the town's take the lead approach that has been the foundation for collaboration with CCM, COST, the COGS, and local leaders. The most significant change is the elimination of the municipal opt-out provision that was part of the compromise adopted with Public Act 2129. That provision allowed municipalities to opt out only through a 2/3 vote of both their zoning commission and their legislative body or board of selectmen, a deliberately high bar. According to research that was circulated by Regional Plan Association's Connecticut Housing Initiative, roughly 2/3 of Connecticut's municipalities chose to use that opt-out provision. Importantly, many of those towns, including Ridgefield, still allow ADUs under locally tailored zoning regulations. Opting out often reflected a desire to preserve local planning alignment with community conditions rather than opposition to ADUs themselves. It is worth noting that the large majority, 18 of 22 members of this committee, represent one or more towns that chose to opt out of the ADU framework of Public Act 2129. When 2/3 of Connecticut municipalities choose to use that provision, it suggests that opt-out was not a loophole. It was an integral part of the bargain that made the law workable for local communities. Municipalities relied on that framework when making planning decisions. Removing it now effectively changes the rules after towns have already relied upon them. Housing policy works best when the state and municipalities operate as partners rather than adversaries. Durable housing solutions require durable partnerships. I would simply ask the committee to consider if the compromise adopted in 2021 led to 2/3 of municipalities to use the opt-out provision. Is the problem really the opt-out or the assumption that local governments cannot be trusted to manage ADUs responsibly? For these reasons, I respectively encourage the committee to withdraw Raise Bill 5507. Thank you for your consideration, and I would welcome your questions or comments.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Seen or hear none at this time. Thank you for your testimony. We are moving. Next speaker, Sharis Nair, in person. Please turn on your microphone and proceed. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5507, an act concerning ADUs. My name is Shreyas Nair. I'm a research associate with the Partnership for Strong Communities and an MPH candidate at this Yale School of Public Health. Supporting House Bill 5507 would strengthen Connecticut's approach to ADUs by standardizing terminology, removing municipal opt-outs that limit ADU construction, and establish a program for pre-approved ADU designs. Research consistently demonstrates that ADUs are an effective way to expand housing options without large-scale new development by allowing small homes to be built on existing residential lots, creating additional housing where infrastructure already exists. In fact, it has been shown that ADUs can add housing in both low-density neighborhoods and transit-oriented areas, helping communities address shortages while maintaining neighborhood character. Because ADUs are built on land that already contains a primary home, they are often less expensive to build and rent than newly constructed standalone housing. Policy analysis has shown that ADUs typically rent for hundreds of dollars less per month than standard apartments in the same markets, making them one of the more affordable forms of new housing stock and
See
supply.
here? Yeah. You can't, now you can see yourself. Okay. So when they call your name, you're going to unmute.
On affordability, ADUs help families adapt to changing housing needs. Research has shown that ADUs can allow older adults to age in place near family members, provide housing for caregivers or adult children, and generate rental income for homeowners on fixed incomes. A recent AARP survey found that nearly 70% of adults age 50 or older would consider living in an ADU to stay close to family while maintaining independence, illustrating a strong demand for this flexible housing option. To that point, it has been found that at least 18 states have enacted laws to ensure ADUs are permitted statewide, recognizing them as an important part of addressing housing shortages. By removing municipal opt-outs and establishing pre-approved design programs, House Bill 5507 would align Connecticut with these national best practices and help reduce unnecessary regulatory barriers. Connecticut faces a significant housing shortage that affects affordability, economic mobility, and community stability. Expanding ADUs is a modest but meaningful policy step that can increase housing supply, support homeowners, and provide flexible housing options for residents across the state. For these reasons, the Partnership for Strong Communities respectfully urges the committee to support House Bill 5507. Everybody deserves a home, and we should welcome homes of all shapes and sizes. Thank you.
Members, any questions at this time? I don't see any questions. Thank you so much for being here today with us, waiting all day, and thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker, Speaker Catherine Brown.
Hi.
Brown.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
Yes, I'm a resident of Fairfield. I'm a lawyer. I'm a member of the Zoning Commission. I'm also a member of CT 169 Strong. So I'm speaking, actually, I wasn't planning on speaking on 5500, but after hearing all the other speakers, I support that bill. I have a few clients in Success Village, and it has been extremely difficult. You've got almost 1,000 people, 2,000 people living there, but almost 1,000 units. And they've been, you know, through an extremely hard time. Anything you can do to help the unit owners would be most welcome. So that bill, I believe, will help them get some money restored that they had to spend through no fault of their own. The real reason I'm speaking is to go against 5507 and 5502. I'll just give the highlights. I will submit written testimony. I haven't done so yet. On 5507, I'll just endorse and adopt what Mr. Carr said. He's gave a lot of detail about the opt-out provision and why that should not be removed from that from the original law that promoted ADUs. Fairfield has accessory dwelling units. We've expanded our own regulations a few times, and the towns can do it. We don't have to have sort of a cookie cutter approach. There's also a problem, I believe, with the prohibition on restrictive covenants that's in this law. I believe it could be unconstitutional, violating the Fifth Amendment. It's also unworkable, and I believe it could extend to things like homeowners associations, lake associations, or private agreements between bordering neighbors who come up with different agreements that get recorded on land records, and that would all, I believe, be outlawed by this bill if it passes. I think it should get a much closer look on the legality of that. Regarding the other bill 5502, I'm very concerned because we should not. My town is already taking little pieces of industrial zones and allowing residential development there. We're doing it on our own as it makes sense. But I don't think it should be mandated that it has to happen, because what you're going to have is a loss of industrial property, which is already quite rare. So the towns should be able to make their own decisions on what property could be converted from industrial to residential. Once it gets converted, it doesn't go back. And then we have no ability to expand our industrial base. And that's what I think we all want to do. So those are the two basic bills that I'm against, and I will be submitting more detailed testimony. Thank you.
Members, any questions? See, you are here, none at this time. Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker, Ed Dombrowski. Please turn on your microphone and proceed, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ed Dombrowskis. I'm a board member of the Cornfield Point Association. Cornfield Point Association was a special tax district created in 1942, and it has with a tax cap on each lot with a dwelling and each vacant lot. That tax cap was amended in 1989 to $500 for a lot with a dwelling on it and $100 with for a vacant lot. For the past 37 years, the Cornfield Point Association has operated on a balanced budget, except for the past 3 years, it has required the association to dip into their reserves in order to balance the budget. At the last general meeting, annual meeting of the association, a motion was made to move to change the charter to increase the maximum tax rate to $1,000 per lot with a dwelling unit and $100 for each vacant lot. Of the membership, that passed unanimously. So we are here requesting today the chair's support in amending the charter to increase the maximum tax rate for the Cornfield Point Association. And hopefully we can be back in 38 more years for another amendment.
Questions? My co-chair, Carlos Dagro.
Thank you so much for being here today. I know you've waited quite a few hours to testify. I did just want to point out that unfortunately, we did want to do a public hearing on this today, but I just want to make you aware, there is sort of a very technical piece that this was supposed to be noticed a certain number of days before the legislative session began with the Secretary of the State. So that may present a challenge for us. There is a bill that's supposed to fix that in another committee, but it would not go into effect really in terms of in time for this. So I just want to warn you ahead of time that is something that we're working through as well on our end.
The problem was the deadline that I became aware of just prior to actually about a week prior to, and we couldn't get our secretary, who was out of state, for a certified copy of the minutes.
I know, and it's a challenge, and I think it's actually 10 days. So even though you found out a week ahead, that would have still been too small. So it's just, it's one of those archaic things that sits in law that is a little frustrating for all of us, that I think should probably be adjusted, but it goes to a lot of constitutionality. So we have to be really careful when we make these decisions. But thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Question from Rep. Hines.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I was trying to get. Thank you, Ed, for being here, and thank you for sitting for so long to come and advocate. I will say that just for the record, the Secretary of State is familiar with this particular case and is fine with it. I understand that there's some constitutionality that maybe we can address, but hopefully maybe we can make something happen here. But thanks again for coming in and sitting for so long. Appreciate it. It's great to see you.
Well, after working with the state for 51 years, I'm fairly used to sitting in this room or these rooms.
No more questions. Thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate it. You was waiting a long time. Okay. With that, our next speaker, Volodymyr Baikner. Did I say right? Volodymyr, you hear us? So we're moving our next speaker, Ubaldo Queens? Ubaldo Queens? Quinones. Okay, we are moving our next speaker, Betsy Guerra. Cost.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, members of the committee.
Very
My
well.
name is, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Sorry about that. Yes, thank you. My name is Betsy Guerra, Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I'm here to submit or to discuss several bills. Just quickly, I did submit written testimony, which will hopefully be posted soon, but we do share concerns regarding House Bill 5507, an act concerning accessory dwelling units. I know you heard a lot about this, so I won't go into chapter and verse, but this is not something that towns opted out of by simply checking a box. They actually had to hold a public hearing, notice that public hearing. The Planning and Development Commission had to approve it by a 2/3 vote, and then ultimately the town's legislative body or the Board of Selectmen in certain circumstances had to approve it. So there was a big process. And the fact is, my understanding is 101 municipalities do authorize ADUs as of right. Others do require special permit or exception because they want to make sure that they address certain issues. So I think it's premature to eliminate this opt-out, and we oppose the bill. And we also have concerns regarding the provision on deed restrictions and covenants, which I think will have significant implications for other developments. In addition, we oppose 5502, an act concerning housing development on certain lots zoned for industrial, previously zoned for residential use. I think this bill underscores why a one-size-fits-all statewide zoning mandate is just a huge problem for our towns. Municipalities strive to separate housing development from industrial areas simply because those uses are not compatible. Industries may generate significant noise, odors, trucking traffic, etc., that may make them desirable as places to have residential dwellings. There are times when there's an exception, but municipalities are in the best position to determine that. So we oppose that. Also briefly, House Bill 5503, wastewater capacity studies. We're concerned that this imposes a duplicative reporting requirement on water pollution control authorities. This information is already provided in much detail to the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. My biggest problem with that is that it ties compliance with filing this paperwork to eligibility for wastewater infrastructure project funding. And this is a concern because if you understand the timeframes, the planning, engineering, design work, et cetera, that goes into trying to prepare a project or move forward with a project to address pollution prevention, combined sewer overflows, nitrogen loading, et cetera, it's just a big concern that you would try to jeopardize that by pulling the program. So again, we have concerns with that. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Members, any questions? At this time, no question. Betsy, thank you for your testimony. We are moving to the next speaker, Shirley Young. I see you, Shirley. Please unmute and proceed.
Good afternoon, representatives and senators that's in charge of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Shirley Young, and I'm here to testify on House Bill 5500. And it has no requests for revenue from the state. This is strictly for Bridgeport and Stratford. Okay, again, my name is Shirley Young. I am 70 years old, and yes, I am a senior citizen on a fixed income. Success Village has been my home for over 22 years. I am a victim of the former president and his board for creating this terrible crisis in our lives, dealing with no heat and no hot water. As a senior who had bad knees and had to boil water on the stove to carry it upstairs to wash up, which was very dangerous because I was always afraid I was going to fall. I had to drive once a week to Norwalk to my daughter's house to take a shower. This was a very stressful time in my life. We had to use electric heaters, and honestly, sometimes I even used the stove. There were times I was so depressed, I could not eat, I could not sleep, And honestly, I still worry about what's going to happen with our homes. Will we end up losing our homes? My common charges are now $768.57 per month, and I also have a mortgage. It is very hard on us. So I'm respectfully asking you to please refund these interest penalties and fees. It is not the people of Success Village who caused this to happen to us. We are victims. So I pray and hope that you have compassion and understanding.
Judith.
You have compassion and understanding and refund these fees to Success Village so that Success Village could recover and strive. We do not deserve to be charged with something that we did not bring on ourselves. It was the action of the former president that caused these financial problems for our community. And it will be devastating to our community if we have to pay these taxes. So I respectfully ask you to vote in favor of Bill 5500 so that Stratford and Bridgeport can waive and refund $425,000 in taxes and interest. It still angers me to the core of my soul as to why people who were in charge of our finances has yet to be arrested and held accountable for the actions that they chose. So will you please vote in favor of Bill 5500? Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Seen or here known at this time. Thank you so much for your powerful testimony. We really appreciate it. With that, I'm moving to our next speaker, Deborah Nero. Deborah? I don't see you. We are moving to our next speaker, Ronaldo Roman.
Okay.
Please unmute, Ronaldo.
Oh, I see him, but it's not.
It's not. So move.
Give him a second.
Hello?
Okay. Yes, we hear you. Please proceed. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I will introduce myself. My name is Rolando Roman. I live in New Milford, and I've been working with Hart Transit for many years. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. And also, I submitted a written testimony to the committee. I strongly oppose HB 5506 because it would take away from transit worker the state-paid family medical leave. This program is a lifesaver for many, and for me, since my job doesn't offer a like even through management has both short-term or long-term plan. We, the drivers, have nothing, and this injustice must end. I urge the committee to stop the attack on the transit worker by rejecting HB 5506. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any question you might have.
Thank you so much, Rolando, for testifying. We really appreciate it. I am not seeing any questions at this time, but thank you for being with us. Have a good rest of your day. Up next, number 61, Phoebe Allen, to be followed by number 62, Kathy Vass. Phoebe, when you're ready.
Hi there. Yeah, thanks. Thank you to the entire Planning and Development Committee for the opportunity to submit this testimony in support of HB 5507, an act concerning accessory dwelling units. I work part-time for Pro Homes Connecticut, but I'm here testifying today in my personal capacity to simply share how accessory dwelling units, ADUs, have shaped my own life and why they are an essential part of Connecticut's housing landscape. You have likely heard today about how ADUs help older adults age in their communities, provide homeowners with options for increased financial support, and offer young people opportunities in expensive markets. All of that is true, but I'd like to share a different perspective, how ADUs support families through moments of transition. I grew up in Weston in Fairfield County. Weston is a small town known for its strong public schools, but the cost of homes there is extraordinarily high. As a child, my best friend lived in a small attached ADU she shared with her sister and a single mother that they rented from the owner of the house. After her parents divorced, that home is what allowed her mother to keep her daughters in town on a limited single income. It wasn't easy, but the small home they shared allowed my friend to stay in the same community and continue through the public school system that meant so much to her family. A few years later, when I was 14, my own parents separated. My father was able to stay close to me by renting a detached ADU in a neighboring town, not so far from the small business he had spent the previous year working hard to build. Because that option existed, he remained an active presence in my life throughout high school. And stories like this are not unusual. ADUs provide flexible, relatively affordable homes that help families stay connected, remain in their communities, and weather life's changes. And in high-cost towns like Weston, they create opportunities that might not otherwise exist. For many families, ADUs are a lifeline when they need it most. That is why we should be making it easier to build them, not harder. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your time and for your testimony. We really appreciate when there are personal stories to go along with these bills. So I appreciate that you were able to share yours and your friends. I do not see any questions at this time, but thank you so much again for being here. Moving on to number 62, Kathy Vass. And if I said your name wrong, my apologies, ma'am.
No, you said it right. Thank you so much. And thank you to the Planning Committee and Planning and Development Committee for allowing me to speak today in support of HB 5509, an act concerning justices of the peace. My name is Catherine Vass. I'm a JP in Stratford and a member of the Justice of the Peace Association. And I want to thank our director, Loretta J., who testified earlier today, for her continued and endless work on this bill. I testified on this bill almost exactly 1 year ago today, and my support of it has not wavered. In its broadest sense, this bill seeks to elevate the profession of wedding officiant by clearly defining a JP's legal duties, ensuring individuals understand their responsibilities before officiating, and holding those who fail to meet these standards or conduct unethical practices accountable. The proposed 48-hour waiting period between obtaining a marriage license and executing it aims to reduce marriage fraud by giving town clerks more time to verify application details, confirm things like divorce decrees or death certificates of previous spouses. I have detailed more of my thoughts regarding what the proposed working group should consider in my written testimony that I submitted online. In respect to your long day, I'll keep mine short. On a personal note, to my knowledge, I have not interacted with a couple seeking a fraudulent marriage or have been the victim of misconduct by another JP, but I do know that it happens. It has happened to my colleagues. I've heard stories, and we need to work towards solutions. Being a wedding officiant is the best job that I have ever had. It is a wonderful calling. And if our role were only about delivering beautiful words at a ceremony, this wouldn't be an issue. But because this role carries legal responsibilities, we must treat it seriously. So I believe that we should move HB 5509 forward so that we raise the validity of the professional wedding officiant, protecting their businesses and the rights and safety of couples. I would also like to add that after listening to the residents of Success Village today, I would also like to throw my voice of support behind HB 5500. The fact that these residents had to go without such basic needs like heat and hot water for as long as they did is quite honestly inexcusable, heartbreaking, and criminal. So as a fellow Stratford resident, I throw my support behind those residents and ask you to move that bill forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy. We really appreciate the testimony on both of those bills and for the work that you do as a Justice of the Peace. I'm grateful to hear that you are in support of the bill. We may have to make a few tweaks, but we're certainly trying to get something across the finish line. We were able to get the working group through the House last year, so hopefully we can work towards that again.
Thank you. We appreciate your support.
Seeing no questions at this time, have a pleasant afternoon.
You too.
We are going to go back to number 12, Angel Resto. Angel, when you are ready, please unmute yourself, and we are ready to hear your testimony. Number 12, Angel, I'm sorry, Aponte. We had two different names. Angel, can you hear us? Number 12, online. All right, Angel, we will come back to you. Next up, number 63, Joe Salem. Apologies if I'm saying your name incorrectly, Joe Salemi. Go ahead when you're ready. I see that you are unmuted. Joe, are you there? Joe, if you are there, we cannot hear you. A lot of technical difficulties today, unfortunately. Okay, moving on. Number 64, Angel Aponte. Angel, are you with us? And are you ready to unmute? All right, moving on to Martin Heft, our Undersecretary of OPM, in the room with us today. We will go back to anyone that we've missed. If you were unable to mute or unable to connect, we will go back to you. Thank you. When you're ready, sir.
Thank you. Senator Rahman, Representative Cavos-DeGraw, Senator Gordon, Representative Haynes, distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm Martin Heft, Undersecretary of the Office of Policy and Management. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Senate Bill 449, an act concerning the recommendations of the Intergovernmental Policy and Planning Division within the Office of Policy and Management, and House Bill 5498, an act concerning revisions to statutes relating to municipal tax collection. OPM supports Senate Bill 449, which implements recommendations to clarify practices in the Local Capital Improvement Program and the Small Town Economic Assistance Program, and adjust the district repair and improvement project date to coincide with certified data availability. Section 4 establishes a provision to process to classify state of Connecticut owned eligible property as farm, forest, open space, or maritime heritage land, consistent with the provisions provided to the Department of Agriculture through Public Act 24-70. I will note that OPM is not seeking to repeal the entirety of Section 8-3J of the Connecticut General Statutes, only subsection B, the annual municipal reporting requirements, which is a carryover from our bill last year. And I would ask the committee to provide joint favorable substitute language to reflect this. Note that some of the provisions, as I just noted, are repeated from Senate Bill 1343 from last session, and a section-by-section explanation and rationale for each of the provisions is provided within my written testimony. OPM also supports House Bill 5498, which implements recommendations to streamline certain municipal tax collection procedures and to modernize processes. OPM has worked jointly with the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association on these recommendations, and the majority of the provisions are repeated from Senate Bill 1343 and House Bill 7154 from last session. These sections include amendments that are purely technical in nature to correct errors, omissions, obsolete law, or provide uniformity with existing practice. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 449 and House Bill 5498, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. I am not seeing any questions at this time from online or in person. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on. We are going to number 66, Donna Hush. And if I said that name wrong, I apologize, Donna. You can unmute and give us your testimony when you're ready, Donna. I can see you and a finger, but you're not unmuted, unfortunately. Can someone in the room help?
Unmuted.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for letting me talk to the committee. I'm a senior on a fixed income, and it's very hard to come up with the common charge every month and have food on the table. I put the common charge first before food. I've lived in Success Village since 2009 for 17 years in Building 7, Apartment 4. I feel that you should see if you can have Bridgeport and Stratford refund us the tax money because of what happened with the past president we had. I feel that he was a bad president because he didn't pay anything and took money. And I feel very strongly on that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we, on the committee, we've heard it all day, all the horrible things that you've been through. We just want you to know that we'll feel very sorry for that. And we appreciate you being here to testify this afternoon. I am going to try to go back to number 64 online, Angel Aponte. If you could unmute yourself when you are ready to give your testimony, that would be very helpful. Number 64. And if we could mute, there we go. Angel Aponte. Please stay muted until it is your turn to testify. Do not unmute until it is your turn to testify. Okay, I think Angel is still having some technical difficulties, so we will move on to John Levin, number 67. John, when you're ready.
Hi, my name is John Levin. I am a homeowner in Norwalk. And I wish to address raised bill number 5507, the ADU bill. What a great bill. This will help to standardize and streamline the ADU regulations statewide and will prevent anti-housing zoning boards or local ordinance making bodies from imposing arbitrary rules intended to block or impede new ADU applications. This is great. Other states already have taken similar steps to remove local zoning barriers, notably the state of Texas, which last year adopted a comprehensive suite of pro-housing and pro-property rights legislation, which will help to address that growing state's urgent need for additional housing. The Texas bills included an ADU bill that I believe substantially mirrors raised bill number 5507. I do have one reservation regarding section 2A3. The 1,000 square foot minimum ADU size should be eliminated. There may be some confusion about this, but based on my reading, that is a minimum size. Some property owners will want to create units smaller than 1,000 square feet, and they should be allowed to do so. However, this bill's goal of removing the 1,000 square feet as a maximum unit size is very appropriate. Let people build what they want. And for a family seeking affordable housing, an ADU larger than 1,000 square feet is a great alternative to have. Let's ensure it can be provided to them in every Connecticut town and city. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Seeing none at this time, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Have a great afternoon. Going back to number 63, we're going to try again with Joe Salem.
Salem,
Thank
can you hear
so
me?
much. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your patience. Members of the Planning and Development Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding House Bill 5502. I appreciate the committee taking the time to consider modification to this important legislation. Industrial zones represent a significant amount of land and have already proven to be the sites of some of the most successful residential developments throughout the state. While heavy industrial areas are not suitable for this purpose, a significant amount of light industrial land is ideal for multifamily housing. In fact, some of the most successful developments that are multi-units are in the lighter industrial zones. Connecticut faces a significant challenge in providing affordable housing for workers. We've been working with the DOH with the workforce housing, and the demand for affordable rental units is currently hindered by the high cost of land and infrastructure. Often, most of the time, light industrial properties are already supplied with necessary utilities, making them more economical to develop. Now, these are not for these don't obviously apply to heavy industrial zones next to asphalt plants or concrete plants or things like that nature, but lighter industrial zones are often a very good transitional area. In fact, many of them abut residential zones or even were previously used as residential dwellings on them in many cases. So the language that is included in the bill is actually more relevant than the actual industrial overlay. Again, if it's close to a bus stop, or if it's close to a residential dwelling, or there was a residential dwelling on it, or it's and close to a train station. These are the most appropriate uses of these properties throughout the state. And in fact, some of the industrial zone, opponents, they actually have a good point. This is not suitable for every industrial zone. However, industrial property is abundant throughout the state. For decades, most of it is, a lot of it has been vacant, waiting for this surge to come, which has never come. And I'm not sure that when you could buy industrial property for or occupy current industrial property for 25 cents on the dollar, that people are going to be building on these vacant parcels. So again, appreciate your time and consideration. I think what you guys are doing for affordable workforce units is commendable. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much for testifying. I think there was a misunderstanding with this bill for a lot of people that you've kind of cleared up. This really is geared at light industrial. It is not.
Exactly. There's a big difference.
Right. There's a very big difference. We are not trying to get rid of industry in Connecticut. Lord knows we would like to have more of it. But for these these very specific properties, this would be incredibly useful for workforce housing, as you said. So I think that's part of what sort of has to be cleared up. We thought the language did it, but perhaps there's more clarifying language we need to come up with. We'll see.
Perhaps. Thank you.
Any questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You as well. Thanks.
Up next, we're going to go to State Representative Hector Arzeno, number 68, and then we will go back to number 64, Angel Aponte, after State Representative Hector Arzeno. When you're ready, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair, ranking members, distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify and provide public testimony today. I am here today to speak in opposition to HB 5507. In the fall of 2025, in the General Assembly, we moved forward and the governor signed into bill an important housing bill, which became Public Act 25-1. In it, municipalities are tasked with developing plans to advance housing. We purposely gave towns the opportunity to designate where growth would be most appropriate for each, rather than move forward with an statewide one-size-fits-all. HB 5507 takes that self-determination away from towns by requiring de facto two-family housing anywhere in every municipality. Not only does HB 5507 remove the planning discretion that we have just granted to towns, but it does so with no consideration for available infrastructure. Some municipalities lack resources or are struggling with overcapacity issues. We are also aware that Aquarium is requiring cisterns for multifamily development projects because of deficiency water pressures. Further strains on infrastructure in order to enable housing which might not be convenient to transit or employment does not constitute sound long-range resources planning for anyone in the state. I would also like to mention that we passed a bill, Public Act 29, allowing towns to opt out for one-size-fits-all accessory units. Many towns opted out, but nevertheless still have enabled as of right accessory dwelling units throughout the municipalities, subject to infrastructure availability. This bill proposed to erase that opt-out provision. If we move this bill forward, the message we implicitly give our constituents is that our legislation is inconsistent. Towns are working to implement Public Act 25-1. We should be supportive of that process rather than reverse directions. Thank you very much again for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, and always good to see you, my friend. Any questions for Representative Arzeno? Seeing none, thank you. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you all.
We are going back to number 64, Angel Aponte. When you're ready, please unmute and we will hear your testimony.
Hi, she's speaking as Judith Aponte for her husband. Do you have
that's fine. Thank you so much. When she's ready.
Do you have translation services in Spanish?
You know what? Unfortunately, Representative Meskers is not here right now. He is often our translator. I think they'll have to provide it in Spanish and we'll have to just wing it for now. I'm so sorry.
Can help translate.
Okay. Usted habla en español y yo
Ok, sí. Pues entonces, como tienes que hablarle a ella diciéndole que yo apoyo la legislación del HB 5500. Tengo 4 años aquí viviendo. Hubo falta. Okay.
My name is Judith and I support the legislation HB 5500. I have 4 years living in Success Village Apartments.
Y hubo falta de agua caliente en el 2022 para regresar los taxes delincuentes.
There was a lack of hot water in 2022, and this bill would provide relief by returning delinquent taxes that were already paid back to the Success Village Co-op. ¿Algo más que querían decir?
No,
We need 425,000 block.
y que se necesita pues la cantidad para que que devuelvan. Usted sabe, porque nosotros hemos estado pagando, pero hubieron personas que no hicieron lo correcto.
We'll need the support from the state in order to get this money back because unfortunately we had bad actors on the board who were mismanaging the money. Sí, gracias.
Okay, thank you. Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Gracias. We are grateful for your testimony, and I don't see any questions at this time, but thank you so much for being here and for sharing what you've been through. We have heard so many terrible stories today, and we will do what we can to help. Thank you so much. Moving on to number 69, Tom Broderick. I do not see him in the room or on the Zoom. Number 70, Zoila Alvarez. I am not seeing number 70. Number 71, Anthony Maldonado. Not seeing number 71. Number 72, Christopher Widmer. Not seeing number 72. Number 73, I see you, Christopher Wigren. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, yes. My name is Christopher Wigren. I am the Deputy Director of Preservation Connecticut. It's a statewide nonprofit historic preservation organization chartered by the General Assembly to be the partner for the State Historic Preservation Office. I'm here to testify concerning HB 5508. I've submitted written testimony, but I don't see that it's been posted yet. But I just
We've been
very
having some
briefly,
technical difficulties. I should probably put that out there for the public. Technical difficulties with testimony yesterday and today.
just very briefly highlight 3 points and then see what questions folks have. Section 4, the new expansion of the historic rehabilitation tax credit. This is a very valuable provision that will sort of close one of the gaps in types of historic buildings and certainly will support creation or retention of housing units in the state. The provisions in the bill need some work still. I urge you to consult with the State Historic Preservation Office. There are some things there that will be difficult for them. Section 3, exemptions for state and municipal properties from local historic districts. That would weaken historic districts statewide. The state, I understand, has sovereign immunity. Municipalities create local historic districts as a sign of their support for preserving historic places. And so they should put their money where their mouth is and continue to support historic districts. And I think most historic district commissions will be happy to work as hard as they can to help municipalities do what needs to be done. Section 6 changes to the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, which allows any citizen to sue to prevent unreasonable destruction of natural or historic resources. Changing the qualification for historic resources to properties that are deemed eligible for the National Register is problematic in terms of due process and property rights. I actually sit on and in fact chair the State Review Board, which reviews nominations for the National Register before they're sent to Washington for final approval. So I can answer more questions about how that process works. So that's the brief highlights, and I'm happy to answer any questions that members of the committee may have.
Thank you so much. I am not seeing any questions at this time. We look forward to reading your testimony when it is uploaded. And again, just for the general public's consumption, we have had an enormous amount of testimony coming in over the past few days. I think the system's frankly been a little overloaded, so we will be seeing all of the testimony eventually, just working a little bit slower than we had hoped.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much and have a pleasant afternoon. I believe number 74 has already gone, so we're moving on to number 75, Patricia Petrella. Patricia, when you are ready, please unmute. And then we will take your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me have the opportunity to testify today. I also have submitted a written testimony to the committee. I strongly oppose the HB 5506. This will take away from many, many people across transit. I work for Hart Transit. I have worked there for 35 years. For the past 25 years, I've been fighting to get short-term or long-term disability. As vice president of the Amalgamated Transit Union, we were able to obtain private short-term and long-term disability through APFAC. I personally paid $72 per week for that, which is, I had to do overtime just to pay for that. We are a quasi. We are federally funded by the federal government, the state, and the local towns. However, we don't have the benefits of all the federal government or the state or even the town workers, but we do serve the public. This has personally touched me very hard. I am a single mother of raising two adopted kids that are 12 and 14. It's frustrating. We need this. I need this everybody just needs the opportunity to have short-term and long-term disability. Without this, I'm aging. You know, I dedicated my whole, prime life to my work, and I love my job. But at the end of the day, if this bill doesn't get, I hope that nobody votes against this, because we need this to thrive in our community, for kids, for us. I don't want to lose my house because I go out sick. I'm aging now. I'm 65 years old and I'm aging, and this bill is important that it stay where it's at and not be abolished. So I ask you all, please consider my testimony and everybody else's, and please don't let this bill be abolished, as we need it as the whole United States for working families and to go forward. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate hearing from you. That was actually one of the reasons we passed it in the first place, because we recognize that everybody needs paid family medical leave at one time or another, whether it's having a baby, taking care of a loved one, or for themselves. So thank you so much for your testimony. I'm seeing no questions at this time. Have a good afternoon.
You as well. Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Moving back to numero uno, the Senate President, Martin Looney, please. When you're ready, sir, don't forget to turn on your microphone.
Thank you so much, Representative Cavros-DeGraw, Madam Chair, and other members of the Planning and Development Committee. This is a committee in which I've always had great interest. I was once the House chair of this committee in my last term as a state representative in 1991 and 1992. So it's a committee whose work is always substantive and important to our state. And I'm here to testify today regarding two bills. Senate Bill 447, an act establishing a homestead property tax exemption. In favor of that bill, the homestead exemption, and also on House Bill 5506 in opposition to that one. But on the property tax exemption, the bill would provide a $50,000 homestead exemption that would then be reduced from the assessed value of owner-occupied residential property. The reason for this bill is that the real problem of tax equity in Connecticut centers around the property tax rather than any other tax. None of the taxes that are imposed directly by the state, namely the state income tax, the main tax, are not regressive taxes now, because over 35 years we have struggled to make the income tax a progressive tax, certainly at the lower and moderate income levels. It needs to be made more progressive, in my view, at the highest level, that persons of great wealth could well afford to be taxed at a little bit more than 6.99%. That would then provide additional funds to provide some way of addressing what is the real problem in our state, which is the inequities of the property tax system. And as you know, most property in Connecticut is assessed at 70% of market value. That became the consensus figure some years ago, which of course means in and of itself that more valuable properties have a much larger figure excluded from taxation than less valuable properties. And so a house with $1 million market value is only taxed, the assessed value is $700,000, $300,000 of it is excluded. That exemption for somebody who has a house valued at $300,000, the taxation on that is based on an assessment of $210,000, so only $90,000 is excluded there. And so again, we have this system that benefits the holders of more valuable property. Under this bill, if you look at those examples, $1 million house would now be assessed at $650,000. So that $700,000 assessment would be reduced by another $50,000. But for someone whose house was worth $300,000, that means that assessment that would now be reduced from $210,000 to $160,000. And so that means that instead of a 30% exemption for the homeowners of that $300,000 house, it would be 46.7%. So there's a significant element of progressivity in adopting this homestead credit, which is worth more. Obviously, the lower the value of the house, the more that $50,000 is worth in terms of the homestead exemption. This is really, I think, necessary to address the problems that we have. The Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy have pointed out that those in the lowest 20% of income in Connecticut pay in the aggregate 12.4% of their income in state and local taxes, while those in the top 1% pay only 7.9% of their income in state and local taxes. And now that seems like it might be an anomaly. And say, well, how can that be, since the very wealthiest people are paying at least a higher margin top rate on their state income tax? Well, how is it that they're paying less overall in state and local taxes, since they're paying 6.99 and middle income people are paying maybe around 5%? But yet, how is it that in the aggregate, the wealthy are paying less overall? And that is because of the way the property tax works. That we know that people who are very, very wealthy, even if they're owning mansions in which they're paying what to most people would look like a large amount of property tax, still, that is a lower percentage of their income than it is of the person struggling to own a modest house on a modest income. So, and that is our problem. So that the regressivity of our property tax system that persists, again, according to ITEP, those in the lowest 20% of income in Connecticut are paying a whopping 7.3% of their income in property tax, while those in the top 1% pay only 1.4% of their income in property tax, even though you say they are paying probably more property tax in dollars because their property is worth more, but still it's much less burdensome to them because it's a smaller percentage of their overall wealth. And again, many of the very wealthy live in communities that have very robust net grand lists, so their effective tax rate is low. So their property tax is much lower than for a middle income person, whether you look at the property tax as a percentage of the value of the property itself or as a percentage of the income of the person owning the property. And generally, by either measure, our property tax is regressive. So if you look at one example, I cited elsewhere to do a comparison. If you look at someone who owns an $875,000 home in the city of New Haven, which is fairly high-end property for New Haven, the assessment on that property is about $620,000. at 70%, so about $250,000 of it is excluded. But if you look at a mansion, say in Greenwich, or I don't know even if it would be called a mansion in Greenwich at 3 million, maybe it is, and that's the assessed value there is 2.1 million, which means $900,000 of that value is excluded from taxation. But if you apply the mill rates in those two towns, New Haven's mill rate close to 39, Greenwich's mill rate under 12, they are both paying approximately $24,000 a year in property taxes. So if you're in New Haven, you're paying $24,000 a year in property taxes on an $875,000 house. If you're in Greenwich, you're paying $24,000 in property taxes on a $3 million mansion. And generally, I would say that that the person in Greenwich is much more able to bear that $24,000 burden because, first of all, it's a much smaller percentage of the value of the $3 million house, but also someone who's able to afford to own a $3 million house in the first place is probably not bothered by a $24,000 property tax, whereas the person in New Haven could very well be struggling. So these are just examples of the inequity that comes to bear in applying our property tax system, and we are so heavily reliant upon it, in my view, because we don't raise enough money at the upper end of the state income tax. And we could provide more property tax relief if we had a more robust state income tax. We have built much more progressivity into the tax, which I think is a good thing, from the time it was established at a flat rate of 4.5% in 1991. And we now have a tiered structure. And I think moderate income people and lower income people certainly are not burdened by the state income tax. But there is, I think, a problem when you have someone whose income is $1 million a year, 10 million, 20 million, 50 million a year, each paying no more than 6.99%. That's, I think, a problem that handicaps the income tax from being the robust generator of revenue in a progressive way to help offset what is the rest of our tax system, which is primarily regressive. As we know, the sales tax is a regressive tax too, because again, it applies to so many items that people of all kinds of income purchase that it is more burdensome on them. So hence that figure that despite owning more valuable property and despite buying more luxury items, the wealthy in Connecticut are still paying only about 7.9% of their income in state and local taxes if they're in the top 1%, as opposed to 12.4% for those in the lowest 20%. So I would urge this bill on you as a way of dealing with that problem of equity. The other bill I mentioned early on, I think the person previously testifying on it, I would urge you not to adopt 5506 because I don't think it's a good thing to further restrict any category of workers from being eligible for paid family and medical leave. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the Senate President? Seeing none at this time, we certainly appreciate you being with us today.
Thank you so much.
Have a good afternoon.
And again, congratulations on all of the good work that you do year after year in this committee.
Thank you. It's I did not realize you had been chair in the House, so that was fun to hear.
Yes, that was back in the years of quill pens and
maybe not quite that far back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day. Up next, number 76, Diane Lauricella. When you're ready, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Diane Lauricella, and I am a senior, and I am looking for places to live that are affordable. I live in Norwalk, and I wanted to state that I will save some time because I very much agree with some of your previous speakers from anyone from Pro Homes Connecticut, the Partnership for Strong Communities, and my friend John Levin. I'm also speaking on behalf of, I'm a member of, not speaking on behalf of the Sustainable Streets Norwalk. I wanted to tell you that as a senior, homeowners choose to construct ADUs for various reasons, including a substitute for nursing home care, a means to age in community, and an opportunity to live with other family members in multi-generational living arrangements in their own community. A Washington Post article from September of 2017 states, "There is no part of the country where the majority of middle-class older workers have adequate retirement savings to maintain their standard of living in their retirement." From a labor economist, Teresa Gilarducci. People are coming into retirement with a lot more anxiety and a lot less buying power. I wanted to state that ADUs are much more cost effective than multifamily units on a per unit basis. An ADU can be built for as little as 1/3 the cost of a traditional multifamily unit of the same size with comparative amenities. In Vancouver, and I would like you all to take a look and have your staff take a look, 35% of their single family housing includes ADUs, both attached and detached. I also want to bring your attention to a wonderful booklet, a step-by-step guide to design and development of the accessory dwelling units by the AARP. Now, if any of you are members, you can get this terrific booklet for free, and I'm holding it up. It has in it a comparison of, it's a design catalog with a summary of ADU policies in Austin, Texas, Denver, Colorado, Oakland, California, and the District of Columbia. In it, they actually compare the regulations to cost compare, as well as what that would look like in a typical unit. They offer many incentives, including not needing a CO, like many towns, because it is built within a single family parcel. There are tons of good information here about zoning regulations, development considerations, and why it is not a burden. I do want to lastly speak about the issue about opting out. I was quite disappointed when my city decided to opt out, and then they put together in their planning and zoning a kind of a mediocre ADU. They modified in a mediocre way the ADU regulations, both detached and attached. Now, the thing is, 2 years later, after the legislation offered the opt-out clause, they found that, I'll wrap up. They found that no one was building because it was too burdensome and restrictive. So the staff is currently looking to amend our current ADU developments. And I do think finally we are able to make it reasonable and allow seniors to age in place in their neighborhood. I ask that you please pass 5507. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I am not seeing any questions at this time, but we certainly appreciate you being here and we wish you a pleasant afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, number 77, Jamila Santana. I do not see them online or in the room. Number 78, Ed Hawthorne, who I believe is testifying with number 109, Oswaldo Chin. When you're ready, sirs. Don't forget to turn that.
Been here before. A few times.
Good afternoon, representatives and senators. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to testify. My name is Oswaldo Chin, and I live in Bethel. And I'm the president of the organization of ATU, Local 1622, in Denver, bus drivers. And the reason that I'm here is because we are very concerned about Bill 5506. And on behalf of all my coworkers, we would like you guys not to pass and reject that bill. I submitted to you guys already a written testimony, and as my coworker Patty testified, we, for you guys, before we were eligible to the state program, we went out. First of all, we proposed to negotiate some type of short-term disability with management. Mind you that management has a short and long-term benefit management, okay? But they were not able, they were not willing to offer to us. So they reject us right on the spot. So we went out, tried to negotiate. The company came and offered us. Some of us were able to get it, some of us not. Patty was dealing with the medical conditions, she was able to get it. She was paying $72 per week for a short-term insurance. Due to her age and her medical condition, I was paying $31 per week. We now both pay $5 per week. And that is something powerful. And I'm emotional because I just really care for my coworkers and myself. Thank God I just came to work in this company when I was 22 years, 30 years old, and I have not been out sick, but it breaks my heart seeing my coworkers not having anything and almost at the blink to lose everything they have it when they go out and sick. So please, I will plead that block this bill and name up the transit workers. The only thing we do is we just take your family members, your neighbors, our kids, and most of our passengers are disabled people that have no other source to move in from place A to place B. And that's what we do. I'm being in this company 26 years. And I'm happy. I think I'm at 6 years old right now. If they don't fire me, I guess I'm going to retire from there, I guess. That's what we're doing, and we love our job. Thanks so much for your work, and I would like to thank you guys too, because you guys dedicate all your life to serve us, and we appreciate it for all you guys do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Representative Cavalier-Segra, Senator Rahman, if he's watching online, Representative Gucker, Representative Delnicki, Representative Haynes. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, Federation of Unions representing approximately 250,000 working people here in the state of Connecticut, including our brothers, sisters, and siblings here at ATU. It is on their behalf I testify in strong opposition to HB 5506. It's disheartening that I even have to come here to address this, because we're supposed to be doing good for people in this building and not taking things away from them. It seems like somebody called in a favor and asked that, oh, this is a burden on us. The real burden is on the transit workers. They're working in a deeply unsafe environment. They're getting spit on, punched, shot, stabbed, and now we want to take away a benefit that they pay for. This costs the employer absolutely nothing, zero, but they still want to stick it to them even more. That's what this bill is about. It is unfair, it is unjust, and it needs to die where it is, and that's in this committee. Because they make Connecticut move every single day, whether it's a city, whether it's a suburb, whether it's paratransit. They're picking up people that don't have any other means to get to where they need to go. They keep Connecticut moving. And if they're out sick, they deserve the same benefit as everyone else, because quite frankly, they are not municipal workers. And it's kind of funny that we chose municipal instead of state, because state comes with better benefits than municipal workers. And we know that in this building because we debate their contracts. A bunch of them should be coming up. I'll leave it there. You know where we stand on this bill. We stand in solidarity with our brothers, sisters, and siblings at ATU. We shouldn't be taking, we should be doing more for them. And we have a bill in the Transportation Committee that would do more for them, that would do more for their safety. So when they're shot and stabbed and punched and kicked and everything else they deal with on a daily basis to keep Connecticut moving, if they get hurt, they should have the protection of the program that we all have the protection of here in this building. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. And Oswaldo, I just want to say your testimony being emotional, I appreciate that, because, you know, you care very much for the people that you work with, and hearing those dollar amounts, I mean, those are incredible. And when we talk about, you know, the affordability crisis or the cost of things, the fact that you and your colleague especially, I mean, you know, $70 extra a week or 72, whatever the number was. I mean, that is out of control. So to be able to say $5 a week, that's much better for everyone, right? And I think that as we're talking about this, I mean, it's important, you know, so many times we put work on people outside of state government, local government, and yet then we don't take care of them the way that we are supposed to take care of them. We ask more and more and more. We see this a lot, like with our homeless service providers, that, you know, they are nearly homeless themselves, and yet we continue to not give them what they need. So I really am grateful for you being here today and for sharing the truth of what your situation is, and that of your fellow colleagues. And of course, Ed, always good to see you. But any questions? Representative Delnicki.
Well, I'm glad to see you guys here to talk about that issue. And the obvious question is, are there any other bargaining units being faced with this type of situation?
To my knowledge, there is not. This is unique. We're trying to carve out public transit workers from private sector in the public sector simply to take away a benefit that they have paid into since, I believe, 2021. Once again, this costs the employer absolutely nothing. The cost is completely within Ozzy and his members and everyone else that pays into the program. The most the employer has to do is find a replacement driver when this person needs to go out. And I challenge you to get on a bus with somebody. I mean, I have my own, I get emotional too. I have my own story when it comes to paid family and medical leave. My oldest daughter was in the NICU for 11 days. My wife and I had union jobs. We were at the bedside every single day. Saw a lot of empty bedsides. Do you want a bus driver whose physical body is driving a bus through rush hour traffic, trying to keep everyone safe, but their mind is by that bedside? Ask yourself that. I'm pretty sure the answer will be no.
I have to agree with you totally on that, because that situation shouldn't occur. You want to have a driver there that is at 100% health, that they can actually do the job, and that they're not thinking in the back of their head that, gee, if I have to go home sick, I'm in a jackpot. So it makes a lot of sense, your comments there. And any other bargaining units? I think I asked that already, but we should just make sure that we don't have a situation where there's another bargaining unit that has that jackpot.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So much. Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ozzy, it's always a pleasure to see you as well, Ed. Your impassioned testimony is what we need more of. We hear too much cold sterileness. We don't really get that human element that really shows how deeply important something like this is, and something that, as you've said, costs the employer nothing but means so much to those who work and serve in those areas. To you, Ozzy, do you think, or do you believe that with having this benefit, it helps with not only retention of drivers, but also getting more drivers to come into this profession?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. That's a must, because when we have our peace of mind mentally, that we can have a job that will protect us, we're able to pretty much perform better. And actually the impact, the way we feel, it goes right to the passengers that we serve. Because you don't want to have a driver that is sick or worried, or maybe having issues, not able to afford, the cost of living. And that really, the byproduct is going to the passengers. But when we're happy, well, they become our families. And because some of these people, as I said, they have no one to talk to. So when they see a bus driver, it's like a family member coming, or a friend coming to pick them up. They know by our names. They told us our, their stories. Sometimes we told our stories, and it goes. And it just, absolutely, this is a wonderful thing. And when this was eligible to us, when we become eligible to this program, we were so happy. We were jumping, because this was something like, I said, about 9 or 10 years ago, we tried to negotiate some type of short-term disability. Patty, it was big on this, because she said, listen, they have it both long and short-term disability. Why can't they offer to us? And they don't want to give it to us. And they reject it right in the spot, and they don't want to hear it. So having this is absolutely a lifesaver for all of us and for all transit workers. I think, Representative Gucker, this program should be copied and spread all over the country, because this is wonderful. This is beautiful. That's what we need. So many things are being taken from the working class. And this is the way it used to be, probably a long time ago. It's like they used to pay only nothing to go to college before, like 50, 60 years ago. Think about it now. I have 4 kids, 2 professionals. One is in college, 3rd year of college. it's not easy to navigate those things. When we find out 50, 60 years ago it was for free. Everything has been taken away from the working class. So please don't take this few things that we have left.
And I can tell you, nobody wants a disgruntled bus driver. It could make that trip extremely excruciating and miserable. Do you think that if this bill was to pass, that because of the cost that would be associated to people such as yourself, that it may force others to look at other professions in order to meet their daily living expenses?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. To be a bus driver is one of the most risky jobs that you can probably encounter, not only mentally, but also physically, because most of the time you're just sitting in there. And you have sometimes schedules that they're 8, 9 hours, like we have sometimes 10 schedules. And if I need to work overtime, I go out working 12 hours without being able to stretch or to take a break. Sometimes decent breaks. We just got to keep on going. Sometimes you just got to eat and go.
And if I could ask one more, if this bill was to go through and bus drivers such as yourself would have to seek other employment, wouldn't this be a severe burden upon the employer to find qualified individuals, get them trained and get them into this position?
Oh, absolutely. I think the companies, they spend a lot of money training us and making us professional. We have to go through lots of, CDL requirements and pass tests and all that stuff. So absolutely. So it's in their best interest to keep the workforce. Thank God, since we got this program, we have a zero turnover in the company that we work for.
Well, I want to thank you for your testimony. I agree with you. And again, never let your emotion be concealed. Let that come out, because as others have mentioned on this committee, that's when we know that you are really passionate, you really understand it, and to have that human component sometimes is what's lacking in this building. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And that is a really good point about turnover, that has really prevented turnover in so many jobs by having this program in place in a variety of industries. Because then you're not spending more money to have to retrain somebody because you had to bring somebody new in because somebody was out. And, it's just, it's excellent. Any other questions? Seeing none at this time, thank you both for being here. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
And stay safe out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, up next, number 79, Michael Glidden with Casio.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Mike Glidden. I am the legislative liaison for Casio, the Connecticut Association of Zoning Enforcement Officials. We're here on behalf of 3 bills who received written testimony from us. The first one, I'll just be real brief on the first 2, is House Bill 5508. Really, there's 2 provisions that we have an opposition to. One is the change in the appeal process from an appeal of the decision of the board from going to Superior Court to the Zoning Board of Appeals. That is not an appropriate avenue for historic district commission action appeals to be heard. Really should remain going to Superior Court. Secondly is the live stream requirement of meetings. That is a requirement that no other land use commission is required to do. So it's kind of burdensome to the HDC groups. This next bill that we're here also in opposition is 5507. Really, there's only one section that's problematic from an enforcement standpoint, and that's the removal of the owner-occupied requirement, saying that either the individual who owns the property has to reside within the apartment or within the primary structure. The concern is that it opens the door for more absentee landlords. And from an enforcement standpoint, if you just recently on March 8th, 2026, CT Examiner just had a article that talked about the issues the city of Hartford is dealing with absentee landlords and multifamily housing. I think otherwise this bill does assist with diversifying our statewide housing inventory, but really the concern is the removal of the owner-occupied requirements. Like I said, it opens the door for a lot of issues going forward. And that's not just the town dealing with issues, that would be tenants too. But some of these issues are tenants with unresponsive landlords. Lastly, we're not also here in opposition entirely for the House Bill 5502. The simple reason, it's just bad planning. Introducing residential uses in industrial zoned areas is just not something that is a recipe for success. Think of all the uses you see, whether it's light or whether it's heavy industrial. Industrial uses are in an industrial zone for a reason. You don't want to live next to the concrete plant. You don't want to live next to the warehouse that truck traffic's coming in and out 24 hours a day. It's just, it builds conflict. And furthermore, I mean, all of us after Public Act 25-1, we're supposed to be developing our housing growth plans. This kind of like sends the message, well, we'd like you to do the housing growth plans. Tell us what you want to see. As the governor said, let the towns take the lead. But then, oh, by the way, we're going to force a change on you. It's just, it's bad. The question I would like to know is if anyone has looked into what are the impact that this change would have on the industrial exemption in Connecticut General Statute 830 GC. So right now, under affordable housing appeals, communities can turn down a affordable housing application if the area is zoned industrial and does not permit residential uses. This change, I think, opens the door for issues related to this exemption. And I think it's an unintended consequence that was not thought. But I appreciate the time and here for any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Moving on to any questions I forgot to ask? Seeing none at this time, have a pleasant afternoon. Moving on to number 80, Angel Resto. I'm not seeing Angel on right now. Number 81, Randy Collins is not in the room or online. Tom Broderick, I see you. Number 69, we'll go back to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hi, and thank you for the ability to testify today. My name is Thomas Broderick, and I'm a resident and town councilor in Trumbull, Connecticut. And I'm here to speak in strong support of HB 5507, an act concerning accessory dwelling units. I think this bill contains really common sense provisions to help address our state's housing crisis and increase property rights for our state's residents at the same time. ADUs are really low impact ways to make our communities more accessible and flexible. They can allow downsizing seniors to remain near loved ones, and they give homeowners a little bit of extra money to pay for rising grocery costs, utility, childcare. Life is really complex, and I think real families benefit from the flexibility offered by ADUs. As an example, I'm friendly with a senior in Trumbull who recently lost his wife. He owns a single family home, but it's increasingly hard to upkeep. And he's looking to stay connected. He's looking to remain in Trumbull, but with a more affordable option. Something like an ADU would offer him both of those opportunities. Another example comes from one of my colleagues at work. She has a son with disabilities. She and her husband would like to consider being able to build a backyard ADU so that son could maybe remain with them, but keep independence. It's very challenging in the town they live in. And then kind of one more example closer for me, my parents are in their late 60s and they're looking to downsize. I can see a future where I would like to keep them close to me, maintain their independence, but support them. I think these are the ways ADUs are used in real life. And then, those are personal stories. I also just want to talk with my hat as Trumbull Town Councilor. In Trumbull, we're an affluent community, but there's still a lot of people who need affordable housing. Data Haven found that 30% of our town's residents are cost burdened when it comes to housing. And in Trumbull's 2023 Affordable Housing Plan, we found that 1/3 of the community was looking to stay in Trumbull, but downsize into something like an ADU. And so I think, ADUs, they're common sense. They're something that historically has been an opportunity across the country and in Connecticut. And I think we have a really great choice to pass a strong bill that's about choice, freedom, flexibility for towns, our family, our friends. And I'd really urge you to do this. I'll close just by saying that numerous states are re-legalizing ADUs. It's just such a common sense, incremental approach to provide some affordable housing for our communities. I know you all have had a long day, so I'll close out and I'll say thank you so much for your time and your dedication to our state. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you so much. I'm sure you've had a long day waiting for us to get to you. So
You know what? The school day just ended. The buses are gone. It's a perfect opportunity. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
thank you for being a teacher in addition to being a public servant as a town councilor, because we know you're doing the Lord's work out there. So
Thank
you.
you.
Any questions? Seeing none at this time, thanks for being with us and have a good afternoon.
You as well.
Number 82, Michael Chris from the town of Harwinton, first selectman. I'm not seeing him online or in the room. Number 83, let me know that he is unable to make it. Number 84, I believe, already testified. 84 already testified. Okay. Number 85, Senator Julie Kushner. Thank you so much.
Okay. I rarely do this. So I have no experience sitting on this side of the table, except that I feel like your chairs are really low.
Built for men, I'm sure.
Madam Chairman and members of the Planning and Development Committee, I'm Senator Julie Kushner, and I am the co-chair, the Senate chair of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. And I came here to talk to you today about that bill 5506. I thought it might help you to understand a little bit of the background on how these transit districts became covered by the paid family medical leave program. And I want to assure you it was very intentional on our part. We had not intended ever to exclude them from the paid family medical leave program, but we learned after passing the bill in 2019 that in fact the quasi-publics that were authorities, but not municipal employees per se, that those quasis had been determined to be excluded by the language we had used. And so in 2024, we went back in and we made a very clear definition of municipality and what that meant in the context of paid family medical leave, precisely to include these folks in the bargaining unit. You've heard today from a number of bus drivers, and obviously Hart Transit is in my district, and I'm very close to the bus drivers that drive in our community, as well as serving on the Hart Transit board representing the city of Danbury. And I am familiar with what goes on in these communities and how important the bus drivers are to us. I also am aware that they were paying a lot of money for short-term disability, something that wasn't covered by the company, but they paid for themselves. You heard from Oswaldo what the cost was to them. And when you think about the cost of $5 compared to $72, it's incredible. And for them, it's life-changing. And also, I want you to consider how much a person making in these jobs makes, because if you do the math, if you go backwards on it, $5.22 is half of 1% of their wages. So when you do the math, they're earning about $1,100, somewhere between $1,000 and $1,100 in that case. And to take $72 out of your paycheck every week is a real burden. And keep in mind that $1,100 is before taxes. So I think that it really was important to us to expand who got coverage under the paid family medical leave program. The way the bill is drafted, and I read over it, I'm not sure, I believe it was intended to exclude transit districts from the paid family medical leave program. I think the way it's drafted, it excludes transit workers from the Family Medical Leave Act, which is the Connecticut Family Medical Leave Act, which is the part of our laws that provides job protections to these workers. So when they pay into the fund and they use the benefit, that's great. But there's another part of the law that makes sure that they also retain their jobs. And so regardless of whether that was just my misreading of it, I just wanted to be clear that we want the bus drivers to be included both for the funds and also for the job protection that's provided under the Connecticut Family Medical Leave Act. finally, I would say that I heard one of your earlier questions about other bargaining units that might not have coverage. And we did not include municipal and state bargaining units precisely because they had very generous leave programs that had been built in through years and years and years of bargaining. And I think we acknowledge that having them pay into a fund that they had actually sort of already are paying into because they'd negotiated for
If you could
benefits
please
instead of
summarize.
wages, that was, going to be sort of a problem for them. Although I will say that there are still other groups that are not included that we do have to consider, and we will consider in the future. Recently, the most recent session last year, we did bring in the paraeducators because, again, they were municipal employees. Board of Ed employees are excluded. They're Board of Ed employees, but we recognize that they didn't have the same leave provisions as our teachers or other school administrators, and that they were low-paid workers with very little in the way of benefits. And so we're working through all of this and looking at how it impacts. I know you're going to hear testimony about how it impacts the transit districts, and I recognize that's something that they have to work through and grow into as well. But I would really urge you to reconsider and not advance this bill because I think it will hurt too many people. So thank you for your time and for your testimony. And I could say thank you for your service. You all do such a great job, but you already know that it's hard work, and I appreciate all of you as my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none at this time. Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. Okay, moving on. Next up, we have number 86, Grace Brangwyn. She told me that she is not going to be able to make it. Number 87 online, Sarah Fox. Sarah, if you can hear me and accept your promotion to being a panelist, we would love to hear from you. If you can't hear me now, I will come back for you. Oh, I see you getting on. Good afternoon, Sarah. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Representative Capros DeGraw, Senator MD Rumman, Senator Gordon, Representative Haynes, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Sarah Fox, and I'm here to speak to you on two bills. I lead the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, and we are the system catalyst for the Connecticut Can End Homelessness campaign. Give me just 1 second. So I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5507 and House Bill 5505. At their core, both of these bills respond to the same thing. Homelessness is a housing crisis. Housing is what we know ends homelessness, and housing affordability is certainly what prevents it. In a report that just came out through Data Haven, we learned that the primary leading causes for homelessness for people in our emergency shelters are all tied to affordability and displacement. Expenses exceed income account for 28%, being doubled up or living with someone else accounts for 22%, and eviction or foreclosure accounts for 13% of people showing up at the front door of shelter. Together, that makes up 63% of the primary causes. So we know what we have to do. And we know that when the front door to housing is too expensive, instability grows and our homeless response system becomes the backstop. Homelessness has risen exponentially over the last few years, and it's not isolated in a few urban centers. It is a statewide crisis. And we also know that 11% of our adults and neighbors across the state are reporting just running out of money for housing in the past year alone. And that's the highest that's ever been recorded. House Bill 5507 matters because we need flexible housing options to ensure that our neighbors can access housing across the state. ADUs are not the only solution, but they are a strong tool in our toolbox, and we must consider moving them forward. That brings me to House Bill 5505. As homelessness continues to rise, we need more lawful, safe, accessible indoor spaces that can be stood up for warming centers or when shelter capacity is not enough. Over the past few winters, we've been turning away 1 in 4 when we're not in severe cold weather protocol. That means people are sleeping outside in benches in a few feet of snow, and people are freezing to death. We've had more than 20 deaths this winter alone. So the need is real, and we need to be able to stand up places that work. We appreciate that this is paired with flexibility and with standards. We respectfully encourage the committee to ensure that this bill does not unintentionally reduce the capacity that we already have. Providers have raised concerns that provisions such as the minimum indoor space requirement could make it harder to continue using current warming center locations. So we urge the committee to preserve the continuity for existing warming center and emergency shelter sites. So I respectfully urge the committee to support both bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here and obviously always weighing in on anything when it comes to homelessness. We appreciate it. Seeing no questions at this time, have a pleasant afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, Juanita Jones, number 88. Juanita, are you with us? Oh, Juanita, if you can hear my voice, you need to accept the panel invitation so that we can see you actually in the Zoom room and not just sort of sitting in the waiting room. So we will come back to you. Number 88, Juanita Jones, you have to accept the invitation to come into the Zoom room, okay? Moving on to number 89, Jorge Cardenas. Jorge, are you with us? I do not see you. Okay, number 90, Janina Costa. Janina Costa? Janina, I'm not seeing you either. Number 91, Chris Stone.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
You sure can. Good to see you.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting us to this hearing. And I want to especially thank the good senator, yourself, and the full committee on behalf of my chairman, Don Curry, and my chair of the Committee on Government at the NDC, John Bazzano, for raising Senate Bill 448. I'm here, as you know, to speak in favor of this bill. We have submitted written testimony. I will not read the testimony to you, just give certain highlights, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions anyone might have. First of all, the most of what we've asked for, I would consider cleanup provisions to our charter. We're a special act municipality within the state since 1929. We have a charter that can only be changed by the General Assembly. We've asked for certain changes to and we have a compiled charter, so I'll refer to those sections, but 211, 214. 214 is important to us because it gives us the same ability as other municipalities have in the state of Connecticut to publish summaries of proposed ordinances as opposed to publishing the entire ordinance within a local newspaper. Obviously, the issue there is cost. It can be quite expensive given the length of some of our ordinances. So we ask that we enjoy the same benefits that our other municipalities, or 169 municipalities have in the state of Connecticut. Increasing the fines that we can impose for violation of our ordinances from $50 to $250. Again, that's consistent with the statute for other municipalities. We have a requirement. The only requirement in our charter for residency within the NDC member towns is a requirement for me, the district counsel to the NDC. No other position at the NDC contains a residency requirement. We're asking that residency requirement not be eliminated, but just expanded to include our non-member towns of South Windsor, Glastonbury, Farmington, and East Granby. As you know, several years ago, those towns who are they receive water from the NDC, part of the towns receive water. And several years ago, they were giving non-member status on the MDC. So they're notified of meetings, they can come to meetings, they can speak on behalf of their municipalities at these meetings. And we're asking that they also be a place of residence for district council. The one provision in here that is a significant substantive change from what the MDC does in terms of its ad valorem tax for our sewer expenses is the change to section 3-13. That section would impose a 10% increase in the ad valorem revenue that's considered for the distribution of that tax for those towns who don't file their annual audits as required under statute. So the problem there is that we're trying to address isn't to get more money into the NDC's pockets, but to make sure that the distribution of that cost is equally properly distributed amongst our 8-member towns. And if one or more towns don't disclose, and I don't want to say intentionally, but don't disclose because they haven't completed their audits in time, certain revenues, then other towns have to pick up the slack. So this is a fairness issue for us. We have some language changes that we've submitted to the committee that we'd like you to consider, but that's a significant change. And then lastly, we charge for sewer connections. People can pay over time at their choice. We're asking to increase the amount of years that they could pay from 15 to 20, and it's totally optional for the assessment payer. So it's not an imposition by the MDC. It's a choice for our ratepayers. And that's the extent of my testimony. Again, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Thank you so much. For Representative Delnicki.
Why, thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you there, Chris.
It's good to see you, Tom. I'm sorry. Good to see you, Representative.
Fine. Former retired Representative Stone. So couple of quick questions here.
Sure.
We're raising the amount of money that can be spent on, say, a pipe, a pump, whatever, from 25,000 to 50,000. What's the reason for that?
Well, the main reason is the cost, that over time, costs increase. We started out at the MDC back in 1929 with a $5,000 threshold that was increased to $10,000 in the 1990s. It was increased to $25,000 in the 2000s, over 8 years ago, and prices have just increased substantially. So this doesn't give us, I'll be honest with you, it doesn't give us as much flexibility as some of our member towns have, but it gives us more flexibility than we currently have. And on average, our member towns, their public bid threshold is either slightly higher than that, or in 2 towns, their bid threshold is a percentage of their annual budget. And that increases obviously that increases over time for them, but it also means that their threshold is over $100,000. So we're not asking for that. We're just asking for a little more flexibility for us because of the cost of the purchase of goods and services and the cost administratively to go out to public bid for a project or a equipment cost that is $25,000 in $1. We have to go out to bid. So that's the reason. I will tell you that there were people at the MDC within procurement that asked for a higher threshold than that, but we think this is fair.
Yeah, and I have to actually think about the fact that my time when I worked at the district, for the record, many a time we would have to go off state contracts, and we ended up paying more money to do a repair job or to fix a piece of equipment that broke.
That's absolutely correct. And by the way, in many cases, it's a benefit to us to work off the state contract. Those contracts are procured through the open bidding process, and we step in the shoes of the state and are able to use their process to secure the equipment that you referred to, pipes or services that we otherwise would have to do through open bid. But there are those situations, as you pointed out, where not going out to bid or being able not to go out to bid, we can realize a savings rather than going off the state contract.
So I think that speaks to the fact that the district is a very judicious organization when it comes to spending money. Does that sound right?
I've been there for 36 years, and that's a true statement.
Now, you talked about the ad valorem tax to a degree, and could you just go into that a little deeper, just so that everyone can understand how it works? And
sure, absolutely. Sure, absolutely. We don't have a sewer user charge, which would be based upon water consumption. We have an ad valorem tax that is added onto our 8-member towns tax bills and we get paid for our sewer cost through that. The ad valorem tax is calculated by a 3-year rolling average of the each town's collected revenue. And if this bill were to pass, it'd be each town's collected revenue as determined under their filed audit with the state of Connecticut. Those averages are are part of the whole. So for a town, let's say Hartford, let's assume that the amount of the collective revenue represents 25%, and that's not the right number, but 25% of the total for all 8 member towns. They would pay 25% of the sewer cost through the ad valorem tax to the MDC. They'd pay in 4 installments, one each quarter. But that's that's been an effective way, number one, to collect the revenue necessary for the sewer services. There's a very little, if any, collection costs because our member towns have steadily remained current on their obligation as opposed to what might happen for a sewer user charge. And it gives the towns a very significant stake in what happens at the NDC. And one of the reasons why we are so judicious in our costs is because we have 8 member towns monitoring what we do, how we do it, when we do it, and most importantly, what we pay to get it done. So it's been working since 1929. It's been grandfathered in from the 1970s, back when the federal government wanted to impose sewer user charges on everybody. We were grandfathered in, thankfully, and it's been working.
And I think my final question is going to be around the non-member towns versus the member towns, and the fact that, if I'm correct in this recollection, what you've done here in the way the charter, the amendments, et cetera, have been done, it will not affect the cost that a non-member town would pay to the district for water or sewer above and beyond what the normal costs would be?
That's correct. That's correct, because the non-member towns don't participate in our ad valorem system. And so if this were to pass, or if it doesn't pass, whatever, there's some effect, could be some effect on our ad valorem municipal towns, the 8 of them. If this were to go into effect, then obviously the towns that haven't submitted their audit would be affected. If it doesn't go into effect, then those who have audited their books pursuant to the statute may pay a little more on their ad valorem because other towns who haven't submitted an audit are underreporting. And again, not intentionally, but just they don't have the numbers audited as everyone else does. And it just applies to the 8. No non-member town participates in the ad valorem.
Well, thank you, Chris, for coming in, albeit remotely. Would love to see you in person, but in my estimation here, I think that this is well thought out, and the changes that have been made reflect the fact that the economy has been going up and there's some inflation, and quite frankly, the numbers in here and some of the thought process is probably about 25, 30 years old. Does that sound right?
It's around there. Well, for one of them, it goes back to 1929. That is the requirement that the district council be a resident of one of the 8 member towns. But I'll close with this. I want to thank you, Representative Nickey, for your interest in the NDC. We know that part of the town of South Windsor receives water from the NDC. Your constituents are very well served by your interest in the NDC. I will tell you that there's been times in the past where we haven't agreed, and that's fine. But this is one bill I think that I'm glad that you can join us in working to get it passed.
Thank you, Chris. And quite honestly, this is a very agreeable bill with what you brought forward here. And at any time where we don't agree, you'll be the first one to find out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would hope I'd be the first to find out, but okay.
We don't mean to leave you out, Chairwoman. I
Seeing no
apologize.
other questions at this time, I think you are finished for today, Chris. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Of course. We were told that number 92, Shelley Davis is unable to make it. Number 93, Zachary Van Luling. Hope I said that right. Nice to see you again, sir. Just remember to turn on your microphone. Our town councilor from Rocky Hill.
Yep, Zach Van Luling, Town Councilor for Rocky Hill. And thank you, Representative Kavras DeGraw, Senator Rahman, Representative Haynes, and everybody who's here from the entire committee. I'm here on behalf of a really simple piece of legislation, House Bill 5501. It's a good bill. It doesn't do a lot. It doesn't ask for more money out of the state, but it allows towns like ours to have a lot more flexibility about what we do with town aid road dollars. It allows us to focus on things that are kind of infrastructure issues we deal with on a daily basis. We've got stormwater issues, catch basin issues, pavement that's cracking is one thing, but we have a lot of stuff we could do with these dollars that we're already getting. I love that the bill matches the way that municipal infrastructure management happens. It's kind of a really good fit. And I'm also here on behalf of our entire town council and the mayor's office. So we've got a good bipartisan group that look at this and say, it's not a lot of reason to get against this. So I'll keep it that short, and I'll be here for any questions, but I hope you'll pass this out of the committee with a favorability, and I hope we'll get it passed across the finish line this year.
We are also feeling very bipartisan about it. So, so I think it's a win-win, and we thank our good Rep. Zalestowski for bringing it to us. Any questions? Rep. Zalestowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you for testifying on this bill. It's just a common sense bill. I mean, it's totally related, and it'll save towns in the long run. So, yeah. Anyway, again, thank you. And I'm going to keep it brief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's rare we get a no-brainer. So, Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jack, for here. No, Rocky Hill on good hand now. I see the last week, you both mayor, you deputy mayor was here. Now this week again here. It's really good to see you, here last week and today. Thank you for your testimony.
Well, we hope not to wear out our welcome, but we do want to make sure that we get our voice heard on things that we think matter to everybody.
Yeah.
And we do recognize you, which is good.
Yeah.
Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have to admit that, Rocky Hill's a little closer than Danbury is, so I'm a little more impressed when my Danbury people show up. But we always welcome Zach for coming because, he does. I want to thank you for bringing the perspective of what the city government is going through and how sometimes the unintended consequences that things we do here in Hartford may negatively influence what happens in a city thing. So to be able to hear in your case that making some minor tweaks will make things much better for not only the residents of Rocky Hill, but then also the state as a whole. I just want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much. And seeing no other questions at this time, have a great afternoon.
You as well.
Okay, up next, Loretta Perry. Loretta, are you with us? I am not seeing you online, but I do see Kayla Medina, number 95. When you are ready, please unmute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Kayla Medina, and I have been a resident of Success Village for 6 years, where I live with my family. I also serve as a city councilwoman in our district, and like many of my neighbors, Success Village is the community where we have built our lives and where we continue to invest our futures. And I'm here today in support of HB 5500. And I want to emphasize something that is critical for the residents of Success Village: the need for interest penalties on the outstanding taxes to be waived and refunded. The residents of Success Village have been carrying a weight of past financial decisions, mismanagement that we did not create. Yet the people who live there today are the ones dealing with the consequences. A significant portion of what was owed was not the original taxes themselves, but the interest penalties that accumulated over time. And those penalties have created a heavy, heavy burden on the community that's already working hard to stabilize and move forward. And for many of us at Success Village, it represents our largest investments in the place we call home. Families, seniors, longtime residents are doing everything they can to maintain their homes and support the future of the co-op. However, continuing to carry this interest and penalties make it much harder for the community to recover and build a stable future. And that's why the waiver and refund of these penalties is so important and where we need your support in. And without the ability to waive the interest and refund the interest that has already been paid and financial relief this bill intended to provide will not fully be realized by the residents who need it the most. And this legislation would give Success Village the real opportunity to stabilize, rebuild, and move forward. And removing these penalties will lift the burden residents did not pay and allowing the community to focus on their stronger futures. Success Village is an important part of our city, and it contributes the strength and tax base of the community, and the residents who live there want to continue being responsible members of the city and maintain a stable, thriving cooperative. But to do that, we need the relief from the penalties that are holding our community back. So I respectfully ask the committee to support HB 5500 and ensure the bill includes clear language allowing the interest penalties to be waived and refunded so that the residents of Success Village can move forward. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much. And we are sorry for all that you all have gone through. I know I've said that multiple times today, as have my colleagues, but we just appreciate you sharing your story and sharing the information. And we are pretty determined to help you out. So thank you so much and have a good afternoon. Okay, moving on to number 96, Chris D'Antonio. Are you with us? Not. There you are.
Hi, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hi. Thanks, Chairwoman, and thank you, committee, for the time. My name is Chris D'Antonio. I'm the current vice chair of the Enfield Planning and Zoning Commission, and I'm testifying in support of HB 5507, an act concerning accessory dwelling units. I submitted more detailed testimony in writing, so I want to focus on one more notable argument here today. Like all state level land use regulation, as you all know, the specter of local control will naturally arise as a gut response to this bill. There can certainly be.
I'll text the chair.
There can certainly be good faith concerns among them, but be wary that much of this response is simply veiled insistence on a safe status quo by homeowners who are most likely to be relatively insulated from the housing crisis. I don't think this is a satisfactory response, nor is it representative of a state looking to become more affordable when housing is the #1 contributor to cost of living by a long shot. Something funny about this local control, it seems to most often be used as a euphemism for local government preventing neighbors from using their own land. But I never see it used to suggest that the most local of powers, the property owner themselves, perhaps ought to have more control. And don't get me wrong, regulations can certainly be good and property owners can certainly be bad. But this isn't an all or nothing situation. We're not talking about toxic factories or even dense multifamily housing. We're talking about homeowners having a little more flexibility to provide the core human need of shelter and taking half a step back to recognize that the negative externalities of ADUs relative to single family homes are minimal by themselves. The most common use cases, as I'm sure we all know by now, are familial, aging parents, young adults, etc. If you were to limit ADUs to these scenarios, you'd probably not get nearly as much pushback because they're pretty common life experiences. Same thing for owner occupancy. So why do we have to go beyond these use cases? Well, for one, life is not, leave it to Beaver. Households and families are smaller, they're more diverse, housing's more expensive, and perhaps above all, this is America. We love freedom. Why should that freedom stop at who lives on the same property as us? Whether it's the Uncle Jesse or childhood friend Joey, or even a rent-paying stranger, why should we find it acceptable for the government to regulate who deserves to be in our domain? The other major piece is that regardless of occupancy, even if a non-familial use case didn't exist, any limitations to occupancy inherently constrict the viability of ADUs for everybody. While they're very efficient and cost-effective, they aren't cheap nor without liability. So if you genuinely think that familial ADUs are reasonable for Granny to live in the garage or any of those, then you must consider being in the shoes of somebody considering the $100,000 to $200,000 to build one or more, and how important it is to have some assurance you're not being put in a financial or legal hole simply by extending the home to your family. So I just hope you recognize the benefits to families and friends is dependent on strong ADU legalization like this bill proposes. And again, I thank you for your time. And I hope you guys all have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thanks for the excellent Full House reference. I don't know if everyone caught it, but I did.
I was not the first. I give credit. Somebody actually beat me to it. I saw online. So
Good one.
but
That was
thank
good.
you.
Seeing no questions at this time, thank you so much and have a pleasant afternoon.
Take care, you too.
We are going to go back at some point to Angel Resto, but right now they are not in the room we need them to be in online. So we're going to go to the next person, who is number 97, Joseph Comerford. Just hit the mic in front of you when you're ready, sir.
Good afternoon. Senator Rahman, Representative Kavros DeGraw, Representative Haynes, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Joe Comerford, and I'm Executive Director of River Valley Transit, the public transit provider for Middlesex County. And I'm here today in support of HB 5506, which addresses the consequences of Public Act 24-5 that significantly affecting transit districts across Connecticut. PA 24-5 redefined municipalities, shifting transit districts from being exempt, as all other municipal entities, to suddenly being fully covered under the state FMLA. This appears inconsistent with the original intent of municipal exemptions. Transit districts operate just like municipalities when it comes to essential services. Like police, fire, or EMT services, bus services cannot be interrupted. If a bus operator is out, someone else must cover that run, or riders are left stranded. This makes the state FMLA requirements uniquely burdensome for transit districts. To keep service running, we now have to hire and maintain additional CDL qualified bus operators, even though such drivers are already in extremely short supply nationwide. We have to absorb the higher fringe costs that come with carrying these additional full-time employees. And when we can't hire enough spares, we rely heavily on overtime, which drives up costs even further. All of this comes on top of the recently expanded paid sick leave requirements. The staffing challenges are real for smaller transit districts such as ours. Even today, we remain 5 operators short of our 53 budgeted positions across our 2 locations. Ideally, we need at least 5 extra operators to cover vacations, sick leave, FMLA, and normal employment churn. Before these changes, we budgeted for only 3. The gap has led to significant overtime and, at times, reduction in on-demand services such as Dial-A-Ride and microtransit. Riders of many other small Connecticut transit districts must monitor their agency's social media pages daily to see if their bus route will even be running today. Early data tells the impacts of CTFMLA are significant. Since January 1st, when employees became eligible, January 1st of 2025, since when employees became eligible for state paid FMLA, we've had 9 operators, or 15% of our workforce, taking leave. 6 of those 9 have been employed with us for less than a year and would not have qualified under federal FMLA. The added staffing needed to cover this leave is projected to cost up to $90,000 annually. That's not figuring if we had to do it with overtime. So far, we've been covering these unfunded expenses with remaining federal COVID relief funds, but those won't last forever and it's not sustainable. At the end of the day, the people that are most affected are bus riders. Majority of transit district riders are low to moderate income workers, seniors, and people with disabilities. 90% of our riders report that they are dependent on public transit. 2/3 use it to get to work, 14% to school. 70% are below the state median household income, and 53% are below 1/3 of it. These are the people counting on us to get them to jobs, medical appointments, grocery stores, school, and critical daily needs.
Can you please summarize?
Yes. So I just asked you to imagine if you could not get in your car and go to your appointment daily just because someone called out sick today. It's unimaginable, but that's reality for our transit riders in Connecticut because public transit is critical infrastructure. So for those reasons, we support reasonable employee protections, but the burdens of PA 24-5 fall on the most vulnerable people in our communities. And for those reasons, I respectfully ask you to support 5506.
Thank you very much. Representative Haynes?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Joe, for being here today. How did you guys, or did you provide extended sick leave prior to this change?
We did it through private, commercially available short-term disability policy. We did that for a long time. The difference just being that it wasn't as broad as the Connecticut paid leave statute. So it covered the majority of needs. We never had complaints from employees. They were able to take care of critical needs and their medical needs, but it also allowed us to be able to still operate.
And at that time, did you have additional employees to fill in when you had somebody out sick? Were you able to still do that?
We were able to make it because we didn't have nearly as many taking off. Now it's a lot. Often it's not for their own medical needs, it's for others because Connecticut FMLA is much broader. So the private policies pay for you, they don't pay for you to care for others. So that's kind of what's really hit us the hardest.
Okay. And we heard today earlier that or there was a question as to whether or not they're covered under this or not covered on it, depending on whether they're municipal employees or state employees or private companies. Can you explain that a little bit, if you would?
Yeah, Connecticut has a mix of public and private employees operating transit. The vast majority of public transit operators in Connecticut are actually working for private companies. Anybody operating a Connecticut Transit branded service is a private employee. So any of the Connecticut Transit divisions, Stamford, Hartford, New Haven, Waterbury, they're all private employees. And then even some of the transit districts contract their service. So if they contract to a private operator, they're then private employees. So none of them would be impacted by this bill. None of them were exempt ever. So they all were covered when paid sick leave first went into effect. I believe that was 2021, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So they've always been covered. It's just, it'd only be municipal transit districts, which again, have always been considered municipalities.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for you. Thank you very much for coming in.
Representative Coker?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for testifying today. We've heard earlier today from many of the bus drivers that would be affected, especially in my community of Danbury, how paid family medical leave has actually been a blessing for them. It has been a blessing as far as they don't have to get that specialized insurance that is quite costly for them to be able to keep their jobs. They've also reported that job retention has actually gone up because of the affordability issue and also with having the idea that they have a little bit of security, heaven forbid, something happens to their family or to themselves. You've stated that you've been able to weather the storm of people calling out sick. How were you doing that earlier and how is it different now?
So again, earlier, you wouldn't be able to have done it for family members and all the other reasons that CTFMLA covers that normal FMLA does not. Well, FMLA does, but a private policy does not. Also, our prior policy was 100% employer paid. So actually, when we became covered under CTFMLA, when we did the calculations, our employees in total pay a total of $18,000 more than our policy cost because of how much more expensive Connecticut paid leave is than our private policy was. So it's actually costing our employees. They haven't saved anything because we used to pay the cost. And we have not seen better retention at all. If anything, it gets to be exhausting because people have to cover shifts more and people don't like being asked all the time to cover open work because again, every bus has to run. I mean, that's the business we're in. We publish a schedule. Those buses have to hit the road every day. We're not an office where, if somebody doesn't come in today, either their work waits or maybe we make do with less people. No, every bus has to run. One driver can't drive two buses, unfortunately. Everybody has to be here every day. So if somebody later in the day calls out, sometimes people get held. So you might be ready to go home and you find out your replacement called out today. Guess what? We have to hold you. That doesn't really make you want to stay. Those aren't things that cause retention. So we have not seen better retention as a result. But again, we were in a unique position. We were in a different position because we did have a prior policy. And that is something I'll say too, that the paid family leave did allow employers to opt in or to negotiate into their contracts to be a part of paid FMLA, even if they were not covered by paid FMLA. So there were some municipalities that chose to be in paid FMLA, even though they're exempt. So that's always still remains an option. So, and again, generally short-term disability policies, if they're offered by the employer, are often 100% employee paid. And that was in our collective bargaining agreement, was that if we offered short-term disability, it was 100% employer paid.
But as we've seen with, excuse me, with legislation, as we make legislation for 169 municipalities, and from what I'm hearing from the local or for the bus drivers in my community, it may be what's different than what you're experiencing, but their policy beforehand, if I remember correctly, was about $77 that they were paying, where now that they're on paid family medical leave, it's only $5. So to make that investment, and you're saying that you were covering that, but in their case, they were covering it. So when we look at the grander scheme of things with what you're experiencing and what is happening with, say, Hart Transit here in Danbury, to where you're covering those expenses and the bus drivers aren't, in their particular case, they're covering it both ways. So to look at the fiscal analysis from them, to be able to go from 77 down to 5, I think is a big difference. So again, I think we run the risk of, though this may be better for your community, the unintended consequence is negatively affecting a larger group than what we see. And that's one of the dangers that we run here in the legislature, to where we may think we have a good intending bill, but the unintended consequences actually cause more harm than good. So I would say that we maybe need to look at the testimonies that we've heard today. Yours, of course, is another viewpoint that we will consider. But to go look back at what they're doing, maybe their bargaining unit maybe needs to do a better bargaining than you, but at this particular time, for them to go from 77 to 5, it's kind of a no-brainer for them. And also, lastly, I'll leave it with this. I do get concerned because one of the things that we did have with paid family medical leave, and I was one of the people that was here at the time to vote on that, and hearing the stories of how we got here. When a family has to make a decision between, do I go to work and put food on the table, or do I care for my loved one that may be passing? And we found with many of those situations, the people that were making that hard choice to go to work were not concentrating on their job, and they actually were more of a risk to the people that they were servicing and the people that they were that were in their care, than it was to say, take the time off, get your head straight, come back when things are good, because again, we're talking about public safety in this area. So I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions at this time, thanks so much for being here this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Going back to number 12, Angel Resto, please unmute yourself. And once you are unmuted, you can begin your testimony. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, board members and chair. My name is Angel Resto, and I'm going to talk about the bill 5500. When I came and I moved here about 17 years ago, it was a beautiful place, and it probably is still a beautiful place. We just had the wrong management, and we were paying our common charges and not getting no heat, no hot water, but we kept paying every month, and we just couldn't take it anymore. So we had to do something, and a lot of people was helping us out. So when we got that grant to pay some of those bills off from the $6 million, the interest they pay at 18%, we're hoping that we could get that back and we can finish paying some other bills that we can pay off. That'll help us a lot, which you can help us on that part, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Seen or hear none at this time, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker, Jordan, right? Jordan, please unmute. No, I don't see him.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm Jordan Knight from Andover. I'm here in support of HB 5507 with a few additional thoughts. But first, I'd like to echo Senator Mark Looney's statements on 447, the Homestead Tax Relief Act. I would like to agree with the testimony of Nick Cantor from ProHome CT, as well as Partnership for Strong Communities. Increasing flexibility and allowing production of small units to reach economies of scale will be highly beneficial for Connecticut. This is the exact type of housing many young people and old want. I agree with John Guskowski's sentiment that we should strike the minimum limit. I would further explore a higher maximum of 41% of principal dwelling size. Currently, ADU construction is the only way small housing is allowed to be built economically. I agree with Representative Meskers and also acknowledge that the wealth divide is growing. Accordingly, I would consider measures that prevent or discourage private equity firms and the same by right advantages as homeowners building ADUs on their properties. They have resources for special permit hearings, and this would close those floodgates. The same sentiment is why I support broad ADU adoption. It's currently the only form of housing that downsizing into would be beneficial from a cost standpoint. We need to maximize flexibility to encourage as many private parties to construct these units as possible. To opponents saying one size fits all and touting local control, how is 81% of state landmass being zoned for single family not the very definition of one size fits all? But when I want to build something different at my house tailored to the needs of my family on my property, and it's stonewalled with a special permit process requiring a lawyer to make my case. I'm a steward of my land, as well as the street and the rail trail in its vicinity. And to echo Chris D'Antonio's point a few minutes ago, building what my family needs on my property that I own is as local as it gets. It is apparent that these opponents just want to control others, even despite the worst housing shortage in the country. 5507 alone will not compel every single family household to go build an ADU unit tomorrow. It's still difficult, it's time consuming, and it will still cost between $80,000 and $150,000 to build. The numbers alone likely won't pencil in the short term, so it's almost exclusively going to be a labor of love for family members' benefit. 5507 will block the stonewalling and micromanaging, allowing the few who it affects. The increase in property tax isn't possible or appealing for every homeowner either, but the ones who it is, let the regulation get out of the way like the opponents are usually calling for. In closing, ADUs are a viable option to quickly relieve the housing shortage and to prove the small homes would be a secure place in CT's housing mix going forward. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? Seen or hear none at this time. Jordan, thank you. Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
your powerful testimony. We really appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our next speaker, Mayor David Change.
Good afternoon. I'm Mayor David Chess, Mayor of Stratford, Connecticut, providing joint testimony for myself and for Mayor Joseph Ganim, City of Bridgeport. This is in regards to supporting HB 5500, an act concerning a waiver of interest on certain delinquent municipal property taxes. We submit this joint testimony to express our unified and strong support for House Bill 5500. As the mayors of two municipalities who represent the residents of Success Village, we urge this committee to approve this critical piece of legislation to provide long overdue relief to the over 900 families in these two communities. Success Village is the largest housing cooperative in Connecticut, home to nearly 1,000 households across Bridgeport Stratford line. However, as has been well documented in the news, a catastrophic failure of leadership and severe financial mismanagement within the association led to a near total collapse of the boiler infrastructure and fiscal stability in late 2024. Throughout this crisis, our towns have stood shoulder to shoulder together. Bridgeport and Stratford took the extraordinary step of seeking a court-appointed receiver to stabilize the cooperative when its boiler system failed, leaving thousands of our constituents without heat or hot water. We've also provided loans to the cooperative to provide them with the essential financial assistance in this time of need. Ultimately, the residents of Success Village are the victims of mismanagement, not the cause. For years, these families paid their monthly common charges in good faith. They fulfilled their obligation with the expectation that these funds would cover the association's municipal taxes and utility bills. Instead, these funds were diverted or mismanaged, leaving the residents to face the prospect of double victimization. First, by the loss of basic services like heat, and now by the mounting interest on their taxes they believed had already been paid. House Bill 5500 is a fair and targeted remedy by authorizing the refund of tax interest and penalties since July 1st, 2022. This legislation accomplishes the three vital goals: relieves residents of punitive financial burden. It provides a court-appointed receiver with the necessary breathing room to balance the association's budget and reinvest in life-saving infrastructure. It ensures that Success Village remain a viable, affordable community for many students, seniors, families, and veterans who call it home. We recognize that the funding of tax interest and associated penalties is an unusual request. However, the situation at Success Village requires this approach. We ask for your support of Bill 5500.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Seen or hear none at this time. Mayor, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Our next speaker, Rosa Olivers. I don't see you. Christopher Rosario.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please proceed.
How are you, Senator? Good.
I'm doing good. Good to see you.
Good, thank you. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Rahman, Co-Chair Calvers DeGaulle, Ranking Member Gordon, Ranking Member Irene Haynes, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Christopher Rosario. I represent the 128th District in Bridgeport. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Raise Bill 5500. This legislation addresses a specific situation involving Success Village Apartments, a housing cooperative located partly in Bridgeport and Stratford. Since the bill was introduced, a court order required that all outstanding taxes and associated 1.5% monthly interest penalties be paid in full. Because the interest has already been collected, it is important that the bill clearly authorizes municipalities not only to waive the interest, but also to refund the interest that has already been paid. Therefore, I respectfully ask the committee to report the bill with joint favorable substitute language that allows municipalities to abate or refund interest owed or paid by a common interest community in receivership pursuant to a Superior Court order. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Don't see at this time any question, Mr. Deputy Speaker Pro Tem. We really are grateful for your powerful testimony. Thank you. With that, our next speaker, Zachary Oberholz.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you to the members of the Planning and Development Board for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to speak in support of HB 5507, an act concerning accessory dwelling units. I know a lot of people throughout the course of the day have talked about why accessory dwelling units are great, the flexibility to provide the cheaper cost of living option, the ability to age in place, the ability to provide some freedom and independence to adult children who can't afford other housing options in the community. I would also like to speak a little philosophically. I want this committee to consider who matters in this equation. Your sympathy and your focus should be on the families that are struggling to afford housing and the people struggling to find housing at all, and the people who are staring down the barrel of homelessness. It shouldn't be on the complaints of planning and zoning board officials who are upset that whatever little tweaks and changes they want to the ADU law go into effect. I'm out of sympathy for our local control advocates and our local town planning and zoning boards. They've had 20 to 40 years to address some of the effects of their poor zoning decisions, and they have, in many cases, declined to do so. We are out of time. We do not have time to continue to mollycoddle these towns and lead them along. Another thing that's come up often today is several towns complain about a lack of infrastructure to support ADUs. Over the course of the last 40 to 50 years, some towns have purposefully declined to expand their infrastructure in order to block new and additional housing, specifically so they could make these kinds of arguments. Of course, there are some towns that in good faith do need expanded infrastructure, and the state, of course, has a role to play in funding and financing those infrastructure expansions. But I would also like to say, if your town cannot support ADUs, which is like the most mild form of development, your town is in an infrastructure crisis because it cannot support any new or additional housing. And I find it hard to believe that such towns would be concerned about an ADU bill if their infrastructure was that dilapidated and lacking. Another thing that's come up is the cost of building ADUs does present a very real barrier to the adoption of ADUs across the state. One thing that could help decrease the cost of ADU adoption and construction is a state level bill that unifies the requirements across our towns and cities. When you have each city, 169 cities across the state making their own individual decisions, it really makes it hard as a regulatory environment for builders and developers who understand where and how to build housing. It adds costs, it adds delays, it adds time. So unifying the requirements across the state is a very good thing. Thank you.
So thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Seen or hear none at this time. Thank you for your testimony, sir. With that, our next speaker, Peter Harrison, Regional Plan Association Director.
Hey, Senator Rahman and High Representative Kavros-DeGraw and ranking members and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Pete Harrison, and I'm the Connecticut Director of the Regional Plan Association, which oversees the Pro Homes Connecticut program. And I'm here today to speak in favor of HB 5507 with some suggested changes. And we really appreciate the committee for bringing up this bill. I think certainly over the course of today, and frankly, since the passage of Public Act 2129 in 2021, there's been a real consensus in Connecticut that ADUs are a good thing. They are a way to increase gentle density in some of our single family neighborhoods, which is the majority of our neighborhoods. And what we have been doing over the last few years, going back through two different reports, is to understand why, despite Public Act 2129, we have not seen more production of ADUs. And over the course of the two reports, most recently that came out last week, we have a pretty good idea. And I do think HB 5507 does a really good job of the three core problems that we've identified. My colleague Nick Cantor mentioned them, but I'll reiterate them here. Number one is the permitting process is still too complicated. Others have mentioned on this that oftentimes with special permitting, you need a lawyer, which is expensive and prohibitive. So the as of right component in this will standardize and make it much easier for homeowners to get permits from the administrative review. To be clear, it does not remove local control. It limits it in some meaningful ways, which I'll get to, but it shifts it through an administrative approval. The Planning and Zoning Commission can still set those regulations, but it will lower that barrier. The second is construction costs, which we know is prohibitively high. The DOH model designs will reduce the cost of getting an architect and an engineer and make that easier. We'll also free up some financing that is becoming available at the federal level, including potentially tomorrow in the Senate with the big federal housing bill that could make ADU financing even easier. And then third, it'll actually make it easier for a homeowner to be able to rent an ADU for income, and also with the owner occupancy requirement being removed to make it to resell that property. So in total, we believe that these three problems are addressed in 5007. We think there are some improvements that could be made, But if we want to see accessory dwelling units expanded in Connecticut, we know we have to hit these three problems, and this bill does a very good job of that. So I'm really appreciative of these efforts and happy to answer any questions.
All right, members, any questions? My co-chair, Kavros Degra.
Yes, of course. Of course, I have a question. Hi, Pete. Good to see you. I'm just curious. We've heard a lot today about the owner occupancy piece. And I just wanted to see if you could expand on that just a little bit, because I think that there's a lot of folks who don't understand it or what we're trying to get at here. So I thought maybe you would want to talk about that.
Yeah, sure. And I think, some of your colleagues have mentioned this as well. I think there's, a concern of if you remove owner occupancy, which basically is just if you have an accessory dwelling unit, the owner of the property either has to live in the main dwelling or the accessory dwelling unit. And that seems like a reasonable thing. What we have learned through research in our reports, what other states have passed, including about 10 states since 2129, is that owner occupancy is actually a pretty big barrier on the financing side. So to get a loan for an ADU, having an owner occupancy requirement can actually make it difficult for a bank to say, okay, what's the opportunity to resell that and resell that house and then have that person be able to rent down the road. So we think that that's a barrier that would be addressed by this. I think there are good faith concerns folks have about investors, whether you mean a large scale investor or a small scale investor buying a single family home, and removing the owner occupancy means, I guess a boogeyman would move in. Blackstone's not going to be your neighbor in this scenario. It's going to be a family or two families renting that home in your neighborhood. And we think that's a good thing. Plenty of areas in Connecticut do not have enough rental housing. So if an investor did want to buy a single family home and build an ADU, the only difference from today to that, to an ADU is you can buy a single family home now. We don't necessarily know who our neighbors are, if they're renting that house or not. It's not any material difference. It just means that if there's now opportunity to rent an ADU and the primary dwelling, that just means there's more rental units in towns that really don't have any. So we've certainly seen from the federal moving that's in this 21st Century Road to Housing bill that may actually get a vote on tomorrow. There are some changes to make loans, FHA loans, directly available for the construction of ADUs, and also, vouchers to be able to rent them. So we think the owner occupancy is really catching up with what has happened in other states to increase production of ADUs, but really excitingly to catch up to what the federal government is trying to do to create more opportunities for financing the construction of ADUs.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Pete, thank you. I see Senator Niederman. Question coming from Senator Niederman.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. I appreciate it. I'm lowering my hand now. Just a couple of things. So I'm also a first selectman of a small town called Essex, Connecticut. And prior to the state requiring it, we approved ADUs as a right. It used to be very limited in Essex. They're a little bit, there's more flexibility. We noticed that there was a very vibrant market on vacation rentals by owner and Airbnb. For a lot of our ADUs, they were not being rented in the market the way we had hoped. But we did do it as a right before the state required it. We also passed a basic ADU ordinance in town. That ordinance is not looking to restrict the number, but it's looking to have people that do them sort of register them with the town, also to make sure that they're safe, that we want people to know if they're going in and out of there by the weekend. But we also found that there were people who were running their ADUs by the night, because the definitions in the statutes to house in a bed and breakfast and a hotel are very, very weak. And we were very concerned because I think one of the big private equity companies is the largest holder of individual home real estate in the country. We did not want to have houses in our town bought by, whichever one, BlackRock or whoever is the one that's doing it. I think it might be a couple of them at this point. They found this to be a very, very lucrative market. And that more than anything is squeezing people out of rentals and big corporate ownership. And you're talking to a capitalist business guy who happens to be a Democrat. And I enjoy making a living. That's good, but I'm telling you, the market, if you don't control it in some way, will be sucked up by people like they have done with the mobile home parks, where they bought the mobile home parks and you own your unit, but they own the land underneath it. These were all family businesses, and when corporations and private equity companies figure out a way to monetize an asset, they start buying them, and they buy all of them, and they jack up the rents. And people, we had to pass a law last year to minimize what they can rent, or to write a first refusal, to let the owners that are there buy it, which is sort of a stretch. That's like trying to get the horse back after it's out of the barn. I think that some guardrails around ADUs is quite important, and I would have a hard time supporting not having some guardrails. What we did is we didn't say you have to be an owner in the house. We wanted you to be in town. We limited it to either one or two, so it stayed the way you're suggesting it, Peter, which is that it stays sort of in the family, in the community, and not somebody who's going to glom up 5,000 units around the state and make money on it and jack up rents, because they will rent a property for what the market will bear. Whereas my neighbor may say, I'm going to get $800 for my little 1-bedroom ADU. But if the market is 2,000, those guys are going to get 2,000. That's just what they do. It's the frog and the scorpion. That's just what they do. So I think we should be very, very careful. No one wants to see more housing built. No one wants to see more affordable housing built than me. I know that the restriction here is cost now. Cost of construction, because they do own real estate, is $450 a square foot to build housing. So I don't know how you make $450 a square foot housing affordable without massive state subsidies or federal subsidies or long-term loans from the federal government like they did in New York in the 1960s. So anyway, just want to give a little counterpoint to your point of view here, where we should sort of assume the best, because I'm going to assume the best guy, but I've lived with seeing the worst, and we don't want the worst. So.
Yeah, I really appreciate that comment, Senator, and having both hats, I think is really helpful in this comment, or in this issue. I guess you know what I would say. I actually don't think anything in 5507 works against what you're trying to do in your town. Number one point is bill doesn't contemplate short-term rentals. That's still going to be up to the local control. We also agree with you that if these get turned around and just become vacation homes, particularly along the shore where you are, that's not exactly addressing the problem that we want to do. So, that's really up to the local community under this bill. If they want to have short-term rental agreements, obviously there's some of those issues in financing to begin with. So we agree on that. I think short-term rentals are already up to the local community. That would remain the same under this bill. And that's very intentional. Certainly when we're advocating for these kinds of bills, that's been something we think is really important. And, generally I would say, if I don't know, I'm not questioning the legality of keeping the ADU or homeowner in town or not. But, generally speaking, we obviously do want to see more rental housing in communities. And if the rent is $2,000, that means we need to build more rental apartments and offer them more. So really what we're trying to do for the owner occupancy piece of this is really following best practices that we've seen in other states. And I think a lot of other states have allowed banning short-term rentals. Some of them haven't. different states have different needs, different parts of Connecticut have different needs. But the owner occupancy, the intent, I would see, from what I understand of this bill, is really not to turning it over to investors. It's really to make sure there are long-term rental units available and make it easier to finance that homeowner building that ADU. It's a lot easier to get financing for a loan, if you can rent out your accessory dwelling unit, and even potentially down the road, if you want to sell the house, with those two units, that's going to be easier. That's really the intention. I think there's plenty of opportunity at the local level to address some of your concerns.
Thank you, Senator. And any other
Thank
question?
you, Senator Rahman.
Thank you. Welcome. And seeing or none at this time, Pete, thank you for working on this, bill. We really appreciated your testimony. With that, our next speaker, Irish Tale. Irish, please unmute and proceed.
Hello, Representative Senator. My name is Iris Teal. I live in Success Village. I'm one of the ones that had the fire. My home had got burnt up in 23. My home's still not fixed because they don't have the funds. I've lived in the hotel for over a year. It's going to be 3 years since my place been this year, July 14th would be 3 years. My home have not been fixed. And I'm still in a rut trying to, get myself together as far as a place. I have a place, but I want my home back. And they don't have the money to fix the place. And I am in support of 5500 district. The taxes being, waived.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Seen or hear none at this time. We're really sorry what you've gone through, and thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker, Manuel Lima. Manuel Lima.
That's me.
See? Okay. We don't see Manuel Lima. So Charles Gardner. Charles Gardner. Please unmute and proceed.
Hi, co-chairs Raman and Copperas DeGraw, vice chairs, distinguished members of the Committee on Planning and Development. Thank you for allowing me to offer informational testimony relating to House Bill 5507. I'm Charlie Gardner. I'm a senior research fellow at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. I study housing policy across the country, and as part of my research, I've recommended reforms to land use laws like those proposed in this bill as one way to generate needed housing. I also serve on the Planning and Zoning Commission of Newtown, Connecticut, although today I'm testifying my capacity as a research fellow at Mercatus. Just to provide a little bit of context for what's going on with ADUs today, rather than retreading some of the prior testimony, I'd just like to note that when Connecticut first enacted its ADU law in 2021, it became one of only 7 states to have an ADU statute on the books. Now it's not even 5 years later. 11 additional states have ADU laws, and these are all over the geographical and political map, include Maine, Rhode Island, Montana, Arizona, Colorado, Hawaii, Massachusetts, Arkansas, Iowa, Maryland, and Nevada. Just 2 days ago, another state, West Virginia, sent an ADU law to its governor for signature. Another 14 states are considering ADU bills this session. So I think by now the benefits of state ADU laws for individual property owners, for municipalities, for housing supply overall are well known, and their popularity continues to grow. Many of the new ADU laws, I should mention, go further than Connecticut's 2021 law. Of the 11 new ADU laws in the last 5 years, 8 of them prohibit localities from imposing owner occupancy requirements. And among those states that did have an ADU law before 2021, several have gone back to revisit those laws to add owner occupancy prohibitions. Other states have legalized the construction of larger ADUs or have taken the step of preempting homeowners association ADU bans. And none of the other 17 states with ADU laws allow municipal opt-outs. So these recent state ADU reforms have not been random or experimental, but instead reflect experience and research showing that local land use regulations have restricted homeowners' ability to build ADUs and often resulted in few of them being constructed. Just a couple other comments here. Number one, regarding the provision I think that had been mentioned before as to square footage, as I understand it, the intent of the provision was to limit the ability of localities to cap ADUs rather than to set a floor on them, which I think requiring ADUs to be 1,000 square feet would not be consistent with encouraging their development. Secondly, generally, I do not support further restrictions on private right of contract regarding restrictions on development, such as preempting private deed restrictions. But in the context of homeowners associations, I think the topic is a little more nuanced. We've seen that in other states that have intervened in the field of HOA regulation. And in my written comments have made some further suggestions and comments for how that might be modified to address promotion of ADUs without unduly restricting private rights to set up deed restrictions. So that was all I had, but thank you very much for the opportunity to testify here, for all the work that you do, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Question coming from my co-chair, Kapus Dagro.
Hi, Charlie. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Did you say that none of the other 18 states allow ADUs to be opted out of at a municipal level?
That's correct. As far as my research shows, no, none of the other states have opt-out provisions. They are uniform across the field that they pertain to. I cannot say that all of them apply to 100% of every state, but they do not contain opt-out provisions. Most, I believe, do. The New England bills that I'm familiar with do. So that's unique to Connecticut.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Any other questions? Seen or hear none at this time. Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker, John Murphy.
Lucky
Yes.
last one.
Oh, yeah. Lucky last one.
Yeah. No, the last one's already testified.
Yeah.
You have our undivided attention.
Please turn on your microphone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Rahman, Representative Kavros DeGraw, Ranking Member Haynes, members of the committee. My name is John Murphy. I'm an East Hampton resident, a board member of the Connecticut Citizen Action Group, and I'm testifying in strong opposition to HB 5506. It's too bad there isn't truth in naming bills in the General Assembly. The truthful title of HB 5506 should be an act concerning the elimination of Connecticut paid leave program benefits for transit district employees who have paid for their benefits. It is an ill thought out and mean-spirited proposal that targets loyal employees who rely on the Connecticut paid leave program for themselves and their families in times of need. It's incredulous that any of you believe that transit district employees can magically be reclassified as municipal employees. There have been at least 5 people from the Amalgamated Transit Union that have testified today in opposition to HB 5506. I want to associate myself and the Connecticut Citizen Action Group with their remarks, but I would also like to share my experience as a union representative for the Connecticut State Employees Association in collective bargaining for municipal and Board of Education employees trying to gain access to the Connecticut paid leave program. I negotiated 18 collective bargaining agreements for CSEA between 2023 and 2025. We tried to include the Connecticut paid leave program into every agreement, only to be rebuffed every time. In order to pass this legislation in 2019, the Connecticut paid leave program exempted municipal employees from the program and required that all employees in a municipality or Board of Education join the Connecticut paid leave program, or none of them could participate. Every employer I negotiated with said that the provision wouldn't be fair to the non-union employees because they have no say in the process. I know we're not here today to amend the Connecticut paid leave program, but it's important to note that different bargaining units have contract language that is unique to their job titles and working conditions. Each municipal or Board of Education bargaining unit should be able to join the Connecticut paid leave program without other bargaining units joining if they so choose. And non-union employees should be able to vote on whether to join or reject the Connecticut paid leave program. The Connecticut paid leave program has been wildly successful since the General Assembly enacted it in 2019. Over 165,000 workers have received more than $1.23 billion as of August 2025 to take care of themselves and their families when emergencies arose. Employers contribute nothing to the program, while employees pay 0.5%, 1/2% of their paycheck. Yet, you want to take away this benefit that strengthens families without justification. John F. Kennedy has been quoted as saying, "Success has many fathers while failure is an orphan." Some unnamed legislator wants to take away a hard-earned benefit from thousands of employees who have been paying into the Connecticut Pay Leave Program, expecting it will be there when they need it. I'd like to know who brought this bad idea forward to the committee, but I suspect it will be an orphan. The best thing to happen to HB 5506 is for it never to be taken up in a committee vote. The political considerations force you
Can
to
you
take a
please
vote.
summarize?
Please vote no. It's a bad bill that will needlessly hurt Connecticut workers and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Question coming from our Ref Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, John, for coming, being my constituent. I hope you don't consider me an orphan, but I am the rep that brought this forward. And the reason I brought it forward is because the River Valley Transit, who just testified a little bit ago, is concerned about his riders on his bus. And as much as he's concerned about his employees, all of the people that use the bus are people that are relying on that bus to get to their jobs, get to their dialysis, getting to their grocery store to get food, all of those things. And without enough employees, he has to cancel routes. And the problem is that it is one employee that's taking care of that route today. But if that person calls in and can't make it in due to whatever the issue is, he's now got to fill that spot. And in order for him to fill that spot, and he's a small district, he's a small transit district, and this is what he came to me with. This is a problem that he came to me and said, this is what I have. Very small River Valley Transit, small, they start in my community in East Haddam, they do dial-a-ride. We don't even have a bus route at all. Trying to get a bus route and I haven't been able to do it yet. But this is the issue, is that he has to hire 3 or 4 other people. There's people today who said that the problem with this is that it doesn't cost the employer anything, but it does, because he has to hire extra people to cover those routes because he doesn't want to cancel those routes. His managers that work in the office will cover a route before he cancels a route. And just today, Hart put on their Facebook page that they had to cancel a route. And so if you think about it, there could be, I don't know, 50 people, 100 people, whatever, who aren't getting on the bus today, which means they may not be going to work and making the money that they're supposed to work because they can't get there. They can't get to dialysis. They can't get to a, job interview. There's a lot of things that those buses rely on. And they're very, what his point is that they're really essential workers. It's not like we can take it off just because we've got an issue with a family member or I'm not feeling well or whatever. Everybody's entitled to do that. That's not what we're trying to do here. But in his situation, he does not want to cancel a route because he has more people to consider than just that one employee. So that's kind of where it came from, and that's kind of where it's been to. It's not to be egregious. It's not to be turning away from, taking benefits away from people who have paid into it. But if there's a way that we can make it so that in his situation, a small business, okay, private business, is there a way that we can do something? So that's what this is, and that's where it came from. It didn't come out of, attacking anybody. It came out of trying to be able to do what he wants to do, which is not leave people on the side of the road without a bus.
Don't think your solution is the solution for the problem, quite frankly.
And that's fine. Maybe we'll come up with something.
We can agree to disagree. And again, it's just a shell bill, right? It's just a concept. There's hardly anything to it. So it could impact every transit worker in the state. So you're trying to fix a little problem with a bunch of small towns and understand that there's issues there. But, let's just see how this progresses. Sure.
Thank you. John, thank you so much for being here today with us. Thank you for your powerful testimony. I agree a lot of stuff you're saying, and I co-chair, I'm sure, because MFL, this is not something entitlement. They paid through their payroll, am I right? 0.5%, and should not something take away because someone asking or something. And I agree a lot of stuff you're saying, but our ranking member said, we need to find the way to, fix this, but can take the benefit of hardworking, people They're putting their heart and soul
Well,
transporting
the
people.
best way to
helping.
fix it would be to amend the Connecticut Paid Leave Act to include municipalities and allow people to opt in if they want, if they so choose to. Again, all my locals, all my chapters wanted this. They don't have it in their contracts. They don't, they don't have a way of getting paid when they're out for, extended amount of time. And the 12 weeks is really helpful. But because it has to be all or nothing, again, we don't have that. Ask me, we had could be the highway workers, and I had the clericals in town halls and Board of Ed people, and they said, oh, because the crossing guards would have to pay 0.5%, it wouldn't be fair to them. So it's like everything was a non-starter with this, and it's a great program. It works. It's something you guys did that, you don't get enough credit for. So. right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Of course, thank you. And with that, John is our last speaker and conclude our public hearing today. And next meeting, I believe, Friday. Yeah, 10:30. Thank you.
Thank you.